In the 3-hole, the designated hitter, number 2, Aiden Garcia. In the cleanup spot, ranging right field, number 21, Min Burns the second. In the 5-hole, the first baseman, number 24, Johnny Rodriguez. Batting sixth at shortstop, number 22, Cooper Sheff. Batting seventh at the hot corner, number 5, Drew Berrigan. In the 8-hole, the catcher, number 44, Gavin Taylor. And batting ninth in center field, number 11, Jaden Sanchez. On the mound for UNLV, number 12, Parker Dillhoff. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2026 UNLV Hustlin' Rebels. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask all those who are able to please rise, uncover your heads, and turn towards the flag with your right hand over your heart for the playing of our national anthem.
From Earl E. Wilson Stadium here on the campus of UNLV, we welcome you into this edition of Hustlin' Rebel Baseball. Matt and Everett with you for 2 games today. 18 innings coming up between UNLV and Austin Peay here at the Earl. The Rebels fresh off of a season-opening win last night. On opening night, a 7-3 victory over the Governors, who come in out of the A-Sun out of Tennessee under third-year head coach Roland Fanning. And making his Rebel debut on the mound, Parker Dillhoff, a big lefty out of Lebanon, Ohio, 6'4", 240-pounder, playing for his 4th school in as many seasons. Spent last year as a Ragin' Cajun out of the University of Louisiana. Dillhoff, a true 6-pitch mix for the left-hander. Fastball in the mid-90s. He'll top out at 98. Also features a sinker and a cutter. Pitching coach Jeff Opalewski tells us he'll utilize all 3 of those fastballs with regularity. Off-speed arsenal includes a curve, a true side-to-side sweeping slider, and a changeup that the lefty out of Ohio will use often. Starting lineup around him, Gavin Taylor filling up the battery and doing the catching. Big lefty Johnny Rodriguez wearing number 24 at first base. Marcos Rosales at second, batting second for the Hustlin' Rebels today. Cooper Sheff over to shortstop this year from his customary third base spot. He'll give way to Drew Berrigan over at the hot corner. Jack Salmon in left, Jaden Sanchez in center, and Nin Burns the second in right field. Your outfield for Stan Stolte and company this afternoon. In support of Parker Dillhoff in Game 1, Reese Lewick, your scheduled starter for Game 2. We are just about underway here at the Earl. Another season of UNLV baseball. It feels good to be back. Rebels hoping to improve on a 31-23 record from last year. They held serve at home more often than not, 19-7 here at the Earl last year. Meanwhile, this Austin Peay team, 45 wins in 2025. 26-4 record in the A-Sun, a 16-6 road record last year. And Roland Fanning in his 3rd year as head coach has this team rolling. See him out there with the bright green shoes on the feet. Talking to the home plate umpire, Brooks O'Hearn. Alberto Ruiz, our first base umpire. Jason Kaminsky at second with Jeff Hendricks, the crew chief, down the line at third base. As the Rebels wear their cream white jerseys today. White tops, white bottoms. The black caps and the red brim. And for Austin Peay, the road grays. Gray on top, gray on bottom. A black cap with the AP logo. emblazoned on the front. Here we go. Dilloff ready to go against Kyler Proctor. And we are just about set here at the Earl. The big lefty out of the full windup deals. First pitch to the backstop at 83. And we're underway at 12:09 here on a beautiful 64-degree afternoon here in Southern Nevada. The Rebels hot on the heels of a 7-3 victory yesterday, featuring 4 2/3 innings from Carson Lane. Chase Evangelista went the rest of the game, 4 1/3 in his first appearance. Dilloff steals a strike on a breaking ball. Again, the 6-pitch mix leaves Kyler Proctor, the right-hand batting second baseman, plenty to think about. 1 ball, 1 strike, the count as Berrigan creeps close at third base. Here's Dilloff out of the full wide. A swing and a chopper. Up the middle goes Cooper Sheff, shortstop to his left. Sets the feet, fires to the chest of Rodriguez, who stretches down the line in time. Scored a 6-3 ground out to get the outing started for Parker Dilloff. Ray Velasquez batting second, playing third, wearing number 7 this afternoon. Cole Johnson, the first baseman, hitting behind him out of the 3 spot with Ty Wisdom in right batting cleanup. Andres Matias, originally from the Dominican Republic, in the 5-hole playing at short. TJ Costello doing the designated hitting, batting 6th. Keaton Cottom, the catcher, out of the 7 spot today. Zion Taylor in left batting 8th, with Paris Pridgeon in center field, rounding out the starting 9 in support of Caleb Appleby, big right-hander who will make his start in the bottom of the first inning. Fastball called for a strike, and Velasquez down, no balls to a strike. Second baseman Rosales right behind the bag at second. Dilloff's next offering, a cutter just inside at 94. And the count's even to Velasquez. Velasquez in 50 games last year for the Governors, batted a cool .364. 18 home runs, the most of any returning player this year. He'll watch up and away. Taylor, the catcher, springing up out of the squad in front of that 93-mile-an-hour pellet. 2 balls and a strike to Velasquez. 0 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts in the Rebels' 7-3 win last night. Wind blowing out to left as Dilloff rocks and deals. There's a swing and a foul ball pulled into the third base dugout on a hop. A little bit of friendly fire there for Velasquez, and the count's even at 2. First team All-ASUN for Velasquez last season. Came after he spent his first 2 seasons at Vanderbilt. 6'1" infielder out of Lowell, Massachusetts. There's the breaking ball. It's way high at 76. And the count goes full at 3-2 with the bases empty and 1 down here in the top of the first inning. Out in center, Sanchez shaded towards the gap and left. In Burns and right, way off the line. The 3-2 payoff pitch on the way. And it's fouled back into the mid. Taylor squeezes it for the out. First strikeout for Parker Dilloff as a hustling Rebel comes courtesy of Belfort Property Restoration. And there's 2 outs here in the top of the first inning. Cole Johnson batting with the bases empty and 2 down. Right-hand hitting first baseman, trying to get something started. Infield plays him straight up, deep in the line, down the line, I should say, is Berrigan at third. Watching all the way, a first pitch fastball just down at 94. Parker Dilloff last year at Louisiana Lafayette made 9 appearances, including a pair of spot starts. Not a high leverage guy in 7 1/3 innings, a 13.5 earned run average. He blows one by Johnson here, who swings and misses at strike 1. Fastball elevated at 93. In those 7 1/3 innings for the Ragin' Cajuns last year, Dilloff allowed 11 earned runs on 10 hits and 15 walks. He'll miss just down and in as it bounces off the glove of the catcher, Taylor. And it's 2 balls and a strike on the cutter. 7 strikeouts and 7 1/3 for Dilloff. Compared to those 15 walks, that's not a ratio you'd like. He pitched just 18 previous innings as a college pitcher in the previous 3 years at 3 schools. He'll take the sign here and deal the 2-1. Swinging a high drive, twisting down the right field line. Burns to the corner. Burns battling with the sun, makes the catch in fair territory on the move. And it's a 1-2-3 top of the first, spun up by Parker Dilloff. The Rebels will get something going in the bottom of the first. Jack Salmon to lead off against Caleb Appleby when we return after half an inning. No score here from Las Vegas.
Today's drink specials at the Smoke and Sands Bar. $5 Fireball
Nothing going in the top of the first inning for the Governors. That brings the Hustlin' Rebels to bat in the bottom of the very first frame with no score yet in the game. Matt and Everett with you from Earl E. Wilson Stadium on opening weekend here at the Earl. We appreciate you tuning in, however, and wherever you may be watching and or listening. Jack Salmon, the left fielder, ready to lead things off against the big righty Caleb Appleby. Appleby, a 6'7", 245-pound redshirt junior, former LSU Tiger out of Mount Carmel, Illinois. And he'll go up against this Hustlin' Rebel team that downed Austin Peay 7-3 last night, limiting the road club to just 3 hits over 9 trips to the dish. So here's the left-hand batting left fielder Salmon, who was 2 for 3 with a walk, or rather a double, in the Rebel victory last night. Right on left to get things started. And the infield playing Salmon to pull. Appleby, the big right-hander, works exclusively out of the stretch. He'll kick and fire the first pitch of the game. And it's a fastball in on the hands, called for a strike to the former Rainbow Warrior, Jack Salmon. 29 appearances at Hawaii last season, a .231 average. No home runs, 5 RBIs for Salmon. With Marcos Rosales, the second baseman, awaiting on deck. Appleby delivers, and the 0-1 pitch, slap foul, straight back to the screen for strike 2. Aiden Garcia batting third in the hole to lead things off in the first. Garcia a catcher, but will do the designated hitting today. In Burns, the second, roaming the range and right, hitting cleanup with Johnny Rodriguez, the big body at first base, hitting fifth. Cooper Sheff, number 6 in the lineup, number 6 in the card as well at short. Third baseman Berrigan bats 7th. Gavin Taylor, the catcher, hitting 8th. Jaden Sanchez in center, batting out of the 9th spot. The 0-2 delivery, grounded right side and through off the bat of Salmon. And that's how the bottom of the first inning gets off to a swinging start. Salmon with his 3rd hit in 4 at-bats to start the young season. Bumped up into the leadoff role this afternoon for game 1 of 2. And he provides an instant result with the base hit to set up Rosales. Cole Johnson, the first baseman, going to hold on. Salmon with 1 stolen base last year with Hawaii. No stolen bases for the Rebels yesterday in the season opener. But head coach Dan Stolte in his 11th year told us that that's certainly going to be a part of their game this upcoming season. So here's Rosales, the second baseman in from the right. Watching all the way on a first pitch cutter up by the eyes. Call for ball 1. Rosales 1 for 3 with a double and a pair of runs driven in. Again, that 7-3 win yesterday got the season started with a win for UNLV. Corner infielders creeping close. Here's the 1-0. That's high, a bit inside as well as Rosales leans out of the way. Kyler Proctor at second, shaded up the middle. Andres Matias, same deal at short. With Ray Velasquez in on the cut of the grass at third. Zion Taylor in left. Paris Pridgeon, the speedy center fielder, with Ty Wisdom in right. Keaton Cottom doing the catching this afternoon. The 2-0 pitch, swing and a miss. Fastball in on the hands at 91, blown by Rosales. The former Cal State Fullerton Titan still ahead, 2 balls to a strike. He had 246 last year for Cal State Fullerton. 6 home runs, 28 batted in. Not a big body, but it's got some pop in the bat. Takes high here, and the count goes 3-1. Rosales wearing number 6, just 5'9", 185 pounds. Junior out of West Covina, California, playing in his 2nd game as a Rebel. He's ahead 3 balls to a strike as Appleby delivers. There goes the runner. The pitch is a called strike. The throw into center field. Stolen base for Rosales, or rather for Salmon, as Rosales takes strike 2. First stolen base of the year for UNLV. Good job by the second baseman Proctor there, holding the tag, or at least making it seem like he was near the base. Prevented Salmon from advancing further than the 90 feet. So with the count now full and nobody out, Rosales has a chance with a runner in scoring position. Here's the kick, the payoff pitch. Called strike 3 at the letters. 92 at the top of the zone, freezes Rosales, who had started to jog down to first. He thought it was ball 4, but it's strike 3. First of the year for Appleby is the first out of the first inning. So with Salmon on second and 1 down, still no score. As Aiden Garcia tries to get UNLV on the board in the opening frame. Garcia, Florida Atlantic transfer. 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts and a walk yesterday. Shortstop Matias in the back pocket of Salmon off second base. As the first pitch to the left-hand batting DH in for a strike. Appleby, spelled Applebey, a 3-2 record. An ERA just south of 4 last year in 18 relief appearances. 31 2/3 innings, 43 strikeouts to 20 walks. He works exclusively out of the stretch, and this 0-1 bounced in the dirt. Good block by the catcher. Keaton caught him. Aiden Garcia, 5 home runs, 25 batted in 42 games last year for FAU. Batted .248 as an Owl. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out with Salmon on second base. Leadoff base hit followed by a steal. A fastball just outside at 90 on the radar gun. Garcia able to hold up. He thought about it, but instead watched it for a called ball 2. Appleby in his 3rd season as an Austin Peay Governor. Set at the belt, checking second base. He turns and fires. And this 2-1's off the outer half. 3 balls and a strike for Aiden Garcia, who's worked himself into an advantageous hitter's count. Garcia certainly figures to get some run behind home plate, but at least for these first couple of games this season, he's been out of the designated hitter spot. Covina, California native, stares down Appleby. And this 3-1 pitch is popped up straight back. Third baseman Velasquez over towards the dugout, but that ball will find the seats.
As a reminder, fans, please be aware of the dangers of foul balls. Remember, free souvenirs do not come without risk.
Count goes full to Garcia with Nin Burns awaiting in the on-deck circle. Rebels trying to notch a first inning tally for the 2nd straight game to start the year. In fact, runs in each of the first 4 frames of the 7-3 win last night. Here comes the 3-2 on the way from Luke Appleby. Swung on, chopped foul on the first base side. So Garcia, wearing number 2, will get to try that one again. 5'11", 195-pound senior. Although one is a senior nowadays in college sports. Appleby, big physical right-hander. Climbs back atop the hill, already 6 feet 7 inches. And that's without cleats and without the benefit of a mound. Let's try that one again. Here comes another 3-2 payoff pitch. Down and inside, ball forward, gets by the catcher and all the way to the backstop. Salmon advancing to third on a wild pitch. So Garcia with his 2nd walk in as many contests. Salmon to third on the first wild pitch of the year for Appleby. That sets up Nin Burns with an opportunity here in the bottom of the very first inning. No score, 1 out. Runners on the corners for the cleanup man. You talk about lineup construction. This is exactly what you want. Multiple runners on for the middle portion of your lineup. Burns, the right fielder, in from the right side. With Salmon off third, Garcia held on at first base. Righty on righty the matchup, and Appleby delivers. Swing and a miss. A slider fools him at 88. Hard cutting breaking ball there. And Burns is trying to do damage but came up empty. Nin was 2 for 4 last night. 2 of the 9 hits for UNLV. They did struggle with runners on base. 3 of 16 on opening night. Here's the 0-1 delivery. Swung on, popped up. This should be deep enough to score the run from third. Wisdom ranging back. Now the right fielder creeps in. He'll make the catch. Salmon tags from third. A throw to the plate, cut off by the shortstop. And Salmon scores on a Burns sacrifice fly. And for the 2nd straight game to start the 2026 campaign, UNLV has a first inning run and a first inning lead. Scored a sacrifice to right. Garcia unable to advance past first base. And Salmon, for the 2nd time this year, crosses home plate. 1-0 Rebels in the bottom of the first. 2 outs and a runner on for Johnny Rodriguez. Rodriguez, a big left-hand hitter, climbing in now. 6'2", 220-pounder. Transfer out of Golden West College. Time called by Keaton Cottom, the catcher, behind home plate before the first pitch. Rodriguez with an RBI in the win yesterday. Had a big year last year at Golden West. Batted .414 in 40 games. Wide open stance from the left side for the first baseman. Righty Appleby on the way with the first pitch. No, instead a check throw to first. It's low, but knocked down by Johnson. First baseman able to keep it in front. And keep the runner at bay on first. Rodriguez, an outstanding hitter. Might get more credit for his glove, deservedly so. He'll take that one over the outside for a called strike, and it's 0-1. I mean, this is a guy that you have fun watching during batting practice. Got a chance to get out a couple of times in the fall last week as well. I mean, he is not quite Keith Hernandez-esque, but really smooth as a lefty at first base. Big lead for Garcia off first. With 2 down, here's the 0-1 pitch. That's a breaking ball just upstairs. Good take there by Johnny. And the count's even at 1. Appleby laboring through this first inning where he's given up a run on 1 hit so far. Next pitch for him will be his 19th of the frame. Dilloff got through a 1-2-3 first in 13 offerings. 1-1 pitch, a wave and a miss. String pulled on a changeup, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Rodriguez finds a way on to extend the inning. Cooper Sheff would get an at bat with multiple runners on. Sheff in the on-deck circle wearing number 22. Shortstop Matias behind the bag at second. Velasquez at third, way off the line. Everybody playing Rodriguez to pull. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. Here's the kick and the pitch. Inside, and it hit him. It hits Rodriguez on the leg. Garcia into scoring position. And it becomes the 3rd Rebel base runner here in the first inning. Looks like it got him right in the ankle. And Cooper Sheff does get that first inning AB. Well, the Rebels have 27 newcomers this year, the most in the Mountain West. Cooper Sheff, one of the returners, and between him and Carson Lane, one of the 2 that has the opportunity to make the most impact. Here's Sheff in from the right side. Shortstop this year, batting out of the 6th spot today. Garcia on second. Rodriguez on first. Appleby's first pitch to Coop. In there. Called for a strike on a breaking ball. Working backwards to Cooper Sheff, former Oregon Duck who batted .281 in 53 games last year. His first season for his hometown Rebels. Second baseman Proctor keeping an eye on the runner up the middle, Garcia. Now he backs away as Appleby delivers. That's high, that's tight. That's ball 1 on a fastball. Corey Vanderhook with the helmet on, coaching in the third base box. Nick Rush in the first base box. Jeff Opalewski, the pitching coach, the 3-man staff around. Head coach Stan Stolte in his 11th year. Appleby checks the runner, turns to the plate and fires. Sheff swings, grounds one down the third base side. It's foul, so is the bat. He let it slip, and it went windmilling end over end beyond the third base visiting side dugout. So while Sheff was early on a 91-mile-an-hour fastball from Appleby, I think the bat might have traveled further than the ball there. He just kind of topped the ball like a bad golf drive, and the bat went twirling. Normally that's the club after the drive, but it happened in unison here. So the count remains 1-2. Cooper Sheff 2 for 4 with a run batted in yesterday in the season opener. He's got a chance here with 2 on and 2 down. Rebels leading 1-0 in the first. Appleby's got a new ball. Sheff's got that same bat as Appleby delivers, and it's just outside. Barely missing, maybe a bit up by Appleby. He's going to throw at least one more. Deuces wild here in the first. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs with 2 runners on. Cooper Sheff wearing number 22. Appleby set with the left foot in front of the right. Glances at second. He'll turn to the plate and deal. And the 2-2 pitch. Swung on, grounded left side. Getting around it is the shortstop, Matias. He drops it. Shortstop drops it, and everyone's safe. A base hit for Cooper Sheff, and the bases are loaded in the bottom of the first inning. Degree of difficulty very high there for Matias. And the ruling gives Cooper Sheff his 3rd base hit in 5 at-bats to start the year. Bases jacked for Drew Berrigan. And before he can bat, Kearse Kimball, the pitching coach, will come out from the third base dugout to have a word as some bodies start to jog down to the bullpen with the visiting Austin Peay Governors. So right away the Rebels threatening to break this one open. And for the Rebels this year, the early question becomes how to replace their top 4 hitters from last season's squad, including Dean Toigo, Cole Koniarski, among others. Rebels made it to the Mountain West tournament last year, but were eliminated in the very first game, bounced by San Diego State in an 8-0 drubbing. It was the first time they had made the tournament in a couple of seasons. 4th overall, Mountain West standings. Trying to get the season started off as part of this 4-game series with Austin Peay with at least a couple of wins. 1-0 already to start. Bases loaded, 2 down for Drew Berrigan, the right-hand batting third baseman making his season debut. Open stance for number 5. First pitch from Appleby. At the letters, in there for a strike on a fastball at 91. Berrigan spent last year at Western Kentucky, the former Hilltopper, hitting .321 in 30 games. Chef on first, Rodriguez off second, Aiden Garcia off third. Appleby on the way with the 0-1 that's fouled straight back. So Berrigan right away in a hole at 0-2. 6-foot-tall, 195-pound redshirt senior. Originally from Southern California. A lot of Southern California flair, as is typical with this UNLV squad. Here's Luke Appleby sets. Here comes the 0-2 pitch on the way to Berrigan. Breaking ball in there, over the top of the zone, called for strike 3. Berrigan set down on strikes, but UNLV, despite stranding the bases loaded, gets something started in the very first inning. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, and 3 runners left after 1 inning full. It's UNLV 1, Austin Peay 0.
Intermountain Health is here to help you live the healthiest life possible. As the official health partner of UNLV Athletics, Intermountain Health is dedicated to promoting health and wellness in our community.
Hustlin' Rebel Baseball on the UNLV Sports Network from Learfield is brought to you by your Southern Nevada Chevy dealers. With impressive towing, incredible bed and tailgate functionality, and powerful engines as well. Chevy Silverado, Colorado, and Tahoe have what you need to get things done. When you want to do it all, Chevy's got you. See your Southern Nevada Chevy dealer. Top of the second, Parker Dilloff back out on the mound with a 1-0 lead on a 1-out sacrifice fly from Nin Burns in the bottom of the first inning. Dilloff ready to go against the middle of the Austin Peay lineup with a 1-run lead. His first pitch to the left-hand batting Ty Wisdom. Stings just outside for a called ball 1 at 92 on the gun. Wisdom followed by Andres Matias, the shortstop, and T.J. Costello, the designated hitter, to begin the second. Meanwhile, Dilloff, the big lefty, spins the slider outside. A sweeper at 82 for ball 2 to Wisdom. Left-hand batting right fielder Wisdom hitting out of the cleanup spot this afternoon. Out of the full windup, Dilloff misses down again. And Wisdom ahead 3 balls and no strikes. Wisdom was 1 out of 4 with an extra base hit yesterday for Austin Peay. The double was one of just 3 hits. He was the only one not named Zion Taylor that had a hit in the game. He leans out of the way. A ball 4 here. That heater high and tight from Dilloff. And his first base runner comes on a 4-pitch walk to lead off the second. So that puts the tying run on first base with nobody out to lead off the second. I'm going to bring up the Dominican-born shortstop, Andres Matias. Matias, a right-hand hitter out of the 5 spot. Wisdom, not much of a stolen base threat No steals and no attempts last year at Kansas. Dilloff out of the stretch. Matias squares to bunt. Pulls it back on a fastball, missing just downstairs. Matias ahead, 1 ball, no strikes. Returning player who hit .307 a year ago for Austin Peay. They won 45 games. He squares early. Dilloff checks first and delivers. He pulls it back on a breaking ball that tumbles in there for a called strike. Dilloff last year at Louisiana, 15 walks and 7 strikeouts and 7 1/3. He'll try to flip that ratio at the worst this year. See if the bunt's still on. It's not. Here's a swing and a foul ball straight back. And now with 2 strikes, you would assume that Matias not going to bunt regardless. First game of a twin bill today. Beautiful afternoon for UNLV baseball. We might be smack dab in the middle of February on Valentine's Day today, but it is mid-summer weather here in Las Vegas. Dilloff set. And the 1-2 breaking pitch high and outside at 77. That 6-pitch mix for Dilloff being tested after a 13-pitch first inning. He's laboring a bit here in the second. Comes set on 2-2 and deals. Swing and a line drive hit down the left field line. That's down. That'll roll past Salmon and all the way to the fence. Wisdom being waved around second. He's into third, standing up. In at second behind him is Andres Matias. First hit of the game is a double. And Austin Peay threatening here in the second. Matias with his first hit of the year, extra bases or otherwise. It'll move Wisdom from first to third. And with 2 outs, or rather nobody out, and runners on second and third, a pair of runners in scoring position for T.J. Costello. An early season challenge just like that for Dilloff with the Rebels on top 1-0. Here's the powerful batting designated hitter, T.J. Costello. Big body in from the right. First pitch swinging. He hammers one to deep left center. Sanchez back. Center fielder turns around at the track and makes the catch in front of the wall. And both runners tagging. Both runners advancing. Wisdom scores from third as Matias advances from second to third behind him. Scored a sac fly from Costello. That one nearly a 3-run bomb. Regardless, it ties the game at 1 on Costello's first RBI with Austin Peay. The Chabot College transfer evens the game at 1 and moves the go-ahead run 90 feet away to third base for Keaton Cottom, the catcher. Got him with 1 out. He sees the infield drawing against him. He puts down a bunt. Here comes a runner from third. Dilloff fields, nobody covering first. Caught him in there safely as Matias scores to take a 2-1 lead. Keaton Cottom going to get credit for an RBI base hit on a bunt. Perfectly executed safety squeeze. And the runner reaching first base, just a bonus. 1 down, 1 on, and the Governor's on top, 2-1. Here's Zion Taylor, who had a big night last night, 2 for 3 with the double. And the check throw to first is in time. Caught him in there, back in there and standing. This is an early season opportunity challenge, so to speak, for Parker Dilloff. See how he wiggles his way out of a jam, trying to prevent the big inning. That's been the big focus for Jeff Opalewski and this pitching staff. Third baseman Berrigan, even with the bag, now creeps in front as Taylor squares to bunt. He'll pull it back on a cutter missing outside. And it's 1 ball, no strikes. Zion Taylor out of the University of Mobile, a .437 average at the D2 level last year. Started 46 games in 2025. He squares to bunt here. 1-0 pitch is high as he pulls it back on ball 2. Taylor, the senior outfielder out of Atlanta. Now time call. Jeff Opalewski is going to go out there in the middle of the at-bat. He's not going to mess around. Because after a crazy efficient first inning, Parker Dilloff struggling, laboring, however you want to put it. Not nearly as clean here in the second. Jeff Opalewski calls the entirety of the infield in. Part of this one as well, to get everybody on the same page defensively. Parker Dilloff trying to stretch out his first start of the year. Again, he had pitched just 18 innings over 3 seasons at 3 previous schools. Coming into this, his 4th season at his 4th different school. First mound visit used by UNLV. And everybody retreats back to their normal position. 2 balls and no strikes that count to Taylor. Ty Wisdom walked on 4 pitches to lead off the inning. Doubled to third by Andres Matias. DJ Costello drove in Wisdom on a sac fly. Keaton caught him on a bunt. Give him credit for an infield RBI base hit. Right away, Taylor squares to bunt again. Dilloff out of the stretch. Throws a fastball in the dirt. Taylor able to get the bat back. And it's 3 balls, no strikes. With number 9 hitter Paris Pridgham on deck, if you're Dilloff, you can go right after Taylor here behind 3-0. Batter shows bunt early. And the 3-0 pitch at the knees, called for strike 1. Taylor had flipped the bat to the third base dugout. He thought it was ball 4. Instead, he's got to live to see another one. Still in an advantageous hitter's count on 3-1. Berrigan at third, still creeping in front of the base with Johnny Rodriguez holding on at first. Dilloff deals the 3-1, and it's in there over the outside, called for strike 2. He just stole a strike on a sinker. Dilloff coming all the way back to make it full at 3-2. Taylor does not square to bunt early. Here's the payoff delivery from the lefty, Parker Dilloff. Fastball just outside for ball 4. Barely off the outer edge. And that'll put 2 runners on with 1 out for the number 9 man, Paris Pridgham. Ooh. Dilloff didn't miss by much, but miss he did, according to home plate umpire Brooks O'Hearn. And with 2 runs across, 2 runners on and 1 out. Here's Pridgham from the right. Pridgham was 0 for 2 with a couple of walks yesterday, batting at the bottom of the lineup, and he'll square to bunt early. He'll pull it back on a slider, missing high up by the jaw. 1 ball, no strikes to Pridgham. Played 23 games as a Governor last year. 222 average. All of those hits for single bases, not an extra base hit to be found. He'll square again on 1-0. Rodriguez creeping in tight at first. He pulls it back on a cutter, missing in. I mean, and this is a situation where a lot of pitching coaches will tell you, especially on a sacrifice bunt of this nature, he is trying to give himself up. You don't need to be cute and tickle the edges. But for Dilloff, he's trying to make it perfect here. Let's see what he does on 2-0. And it's high and away. Pridgham pulls it back again on ball 3. Sometimes it's a mental block for pitchers. See the guy squaring to drop one down. It's a different look. Creatures of habit, if nothing else. Rodriguez creeping close again on 3-0. Dilloff to the plate. There's a fastball in there at the letters is strike 1. Pridgham trying to bait the call again by flipping the bat, but no dice. Keaton caught him on second. Zion Taylor on first with 1 down. Parker Dilloff would love a ground ball here. Pridgham, the 4th-year junior, squares on 3-1. Here's the pitch. He pulls it back. He swings and slices one foul out of play down the line and right. So the Butcher Boy play on, and Dilloff able to get Pridgham to foul one away. This next pitch big. Not only is it a 3-2 count, but with the leadoff man on deck, strike here absolutely necessary for Dilloff. Wind blowing to left as he takes the side from Gavin Taylor. Here comes a 3-2 payoff to Paris Pridgham. High, outside, ball 4, and the bases are loaded for the top of the lineup. 3rd walk of the inning as the bases full for Kyler Proctor. And Dilloff has certainly worked his way into it, Jam. See what he can do to try to get his way out of it. 7th batter of the inning is the leadoff man Proctor, who works his way back in from the right. Second baseman grounded out up the middle to Sheff for the first at bat. Ground ball here would be just what the doctor ordered for Dilloff and the Rebels. 2-1 Governors, both teams with 2 hits and no errors to this point. Proctor shows bunt, pulls it back on a slider, missing by the knees. Beg your pardon, that's a fastball at 95. Dilloff coming across and almost got Proctor on that back kneecap. Proctor wearing number 1, the former Oklahoma State Cowboy. Trying to crack this one open. He squares. He pulls back on a pitch down and in. That was the cutter at 89. Oh boy, Dilloff in the hole at 2-0. Wheel play absolutely on. The Rebels want to get this out at home with Rodriguez crashing. Rosales filling in behind him at second and Sheff covering the bag at second base. On 2-0, Proctor pulls one back trying to bait the call, but it is a strike right down Broadway. 2 balls and 1 strike to Proctor. First team all ASUN last year. Started all 59 games at second base. 61st start consecutively at second. A hard breaking slider misses high, and it's 3-1. And an offensive timeout called by Austin Peay as the manager in the third base box. Roland Fanning wants to get everybody on the same page. 3-1 count, bases loaded and 1 down with the Governors on top 2-1. Really one of the big differences between college baseball versus ball and any other level is these full team meetings that go on during the game. Roland Fanning, the 4th-year head coach, named to the post on May 29th, 2022. Back-to-back ASUN championships. He was ASUN Coach of the Year in each of the last 2 years. Just the second time ever that an Austin Peay head coach has been named Manager of the Year twice. First time ever. He's done it consecutively. More than 70 athletes drafted in the MLB draft between his time at Southeastern Oklahoma, Oklahoma State, Little Rock, Kentucky, and Oklahoma State. So here we go. Back in from the right is Proctor ahead of the 3-1. Caught him on third. Taylor on second. Paris Pridgeon off first in the top of the second inning. Proctor squares to bunt. All the runners go. He's able to get it down. The run scores. The throw to the second baseman covering it is in time on a 2-4 putout on a sacrifice bunt from Proctor on 3-1. That is risky to try to drop that one down on a straight suicide squeeze. Cottom scores to make it 3-1. Taylor to third, Pridgeon to second. Proctor retired 2-4 on a sacrifice. Give him his first RBI of the year. Here with runners on second and third and 2 down, Velasquez will try to keep it going. And now time called as Roland Fanning wants to make sure that Marcos Rosales' foot was on the correct base. Heard him say that he wanted to make sure he had the ball on the bag. Now, this was a new wrinkle last year in Division I college baseball, the double bag at first. Now, if you're a fielder, you've got to touch the white bag while you hold the ball. If you touch that orange base with the ball in your possession, doesn't matter, does not count. The orange bag is only for the runner. And so now Roland Fanning is asking this officiating crew to get together, and the umpires are going to go to the monitor station in the first base UNLV bullpen. Again, heard Fanning say that he wanted to make sure that the second baseman had the ball on the bag. So now it comes down to, you would imagine, whether or not Rosales' foot was on the orange base or the white base. And new wrinkle this year as well, the umpires and the crew chief, especially Jeff Hendricks, not going to go to the monitor per se, but they're on the phone. So if it holds, it's a 2-4 sacrifice bunt with Proctor giving an RBI on the Cottom scoring, or on Cottom scoring. But if it's overturned and you would assume that it's dubbed Rosales had touched the orange base instead, Cottom would be safe and the bases would be loaded with 2 down for Ray Velasquez. As it stands now, the Governors out to an early 3-1 lead here in the top of the second out of 18 innings this afternoon. All right, so Jeff Hendricks, the crew chief, and Alberto Ruiz, the first base umpire who made the call away from the monitor. So they're going to confirm the call. The verbiage is important there. So the coach's challenge, no good for Roland Fanning and Austin Peay. They got the one remaining for the rest of the game. So Dilloff will only have the 2 runners on base and will only be staked to a 2-run deficit. Here's Ray Velasquez, right-hand batting third baseman who struck out on the first. First pitch from Dilloff. Down low at 91 for a ball. To this point, Velasquez is the only strikeout victim for Dilloff to this point. Off of second is Pridgeon. Off of third is Taylor. Speed demons, both in scoring position. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. Not a ton of swings and misses today out of the hand of Parker Dilloff, but that's a good one on the cutter, on the back hip. That's a tough pitch to hit. And Velasquez, a talented hitter, 364 with a team high 18 homers last year. 1-1, outside. Taylor had to spring out of the squat, diving to his right to keep that one in front. The issue for Dilloff so far has not necessarily been throwing strikes. It's about been falling behind before he does so. Comes the fourth pitch of the at-bat on 2-1. Swing and a foul back into the mitt. Taylor squeezes it for strike 2. That's more like it for Dilloff, and the count squares up at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and 2 on in a 2-run game. Deuces Wild here in inning number 2. Dilloff set. The lefty's 2-2 pitch. Swung on, off the mitt. Taylor drops it, and the at-bat continues. Would have been the second time in as many at-bats that Velasquez foul-tipped one into the mid of Taylor for strike 3, but instead, he'll live to see at least another pitch. 3 runs, 2 hits, no errors for the roadside. 1-2-0 across for UNLV. Another 2-2. Ripped foul down the line in the left. Look out, Roland Fanning. Skipper almost wore that one on the bright green shoes. He's easy to spot down there. I think of a football sideline with the different position coaches all giving the signs frantically in the highlighter colored shirts. Dilloff set again. Third try on 2-2. And it's fouled straight back into the seats. That'll land amongst the spectators as the war continues. Parker Dilloff, after a 13-pitch first, well into his 30s here in his second inning of work. The lefty sets, he kicks, he deals. And that pitch just outside. Runner off of second, Pridgeon took a big secondary lead to third, and he might have stumbled. He was on his hands and knees at one point, about halfway between the bases, and Gavin Taylor gave him a look behind home plate, but didn't throw. Always tough to throw behind a runner in a situation like that. But nonetheless, the count goes full at 3-2 with first base open and Johnson on deck. Dilloff to the plate. The payoff pitch popped up first base side. And that'll land amongst the fans and extend the at-bat. Three and two again with 2 outs. Dilloff with his 50th pitch of the ball game. We'll try to limit the damage to 3 so far in the second. Out of the stretch, the 3-2 payoff. Swing and a miss. He got him on a cutter. Velasquez down on strikes for the second time today, but Dilloff does allow his first 3 runs as a Rebel. 3 runs on 2 hits and 3 walks with no errors and 2 runners left on base. We played an inning and a half from Earl E. Wilson Stadium. Rebels to bat when we return. It's Austin Peay 3, UNLV 1. The 8-9-1 batters, 2 up for UNLV as we go to the bottom of the second inning. Austin Peay with 3 runs on 2 hits and a trio of walks against Parker Dilloff in the top of the frame to jump out to a 3-1 advantage. UNLV trying to continue their early season success. Gavin Taylor in from the right side to lead off against the right hitter Caleb Appleby. An extended layoff and a long break for Appleby in the top of this frame. 6'7" righty deals high as Taylor drops the bat over the shoulder on ball 1. Gavin Taylor catching and batting out of the 8 spot today. Jaden Sanchez, the center fielder, next to bat, the last to bat for the first time, hitting out of the 9 spot today. Appleby works exclusively out of the stretch. Deals here, kicks and fires on the 1-0. Swing and a foul ball fisted straight back over the screen for strike 1 from Taylor. Taylor put together a great season last year at LA Valley College at the JUCO level. In 38 games, posted a .358 average. Club 6 home runs, 9 doubles and a pair of triples, along with 34 runs batted in. Taylor is 6'2", 205-pound junior from Tarzana in the LA area. Counts even at 1. Appleby on the way with the next pitch. That's down, picked out of the dirt on a bounce by Keaton Cottom. In the top of the inning, Dilloff needed 34 pitches to get out of the jam, just 18 of which were for strikes. Wisdom, Matias, and Cottom all came around to score. Wisdom, Taylor, and Pridgeon all walked. This one swung on and chopped foul off the foot. Taylor in the hole now, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Taylor was on the bench yesterday with Connor Tallickson earning the opening day start at catcher. 2 of the 4 catchers on the roster, although Drew Charney, the redshirt sophomore Butler transfer, is going to miss the entirety of the season. That leaves Garcia, Tallickson, and Taylor to split catching duties. 2 strikeouts in the first for Appleby. Here's the 2-2 on the way. And it's in there. Called for strike 3. Beautiful 12-6 curveball is the first strikeout of the inning, the 3rd K of the afternoon, all 3 of which have been called for 3rd strikes. And it brings up Jaden Sanchez, who will work his way around to the right-hand batter's box. Sanchez in center field here in game 1. Came in late as a defensive replacement for Reggie Bussey, who got the opening day start in center out of the leadoff spot. Sanchez with 2 outfield putouts, but no at-bats yesterday on opening night. First pitch from Appleby. Bounces down and away for ball 1 at 90. Sanchez out of Chaffey College, where he posted a .291 average last year. Also very much a stolen base threat. 16 swipes and 19 tries. And field playing him deep with the bases empty and 1 down. With action in the bullpen behind him, Appleby deals a strike at the top of the zone. Sanchez had squared a bunt, but pulled it back. Certainly see some bodies and some movement in the bullpen down the left field line, but nobody throwing as of yet, at least in any kind of earnest for the Governors. That 1-1 fastball scooped up at 92 at the top of the zone by the catcher. Caught him for a strike. Just like that, Sanchez has watched 2 called strikes. For what it's worth, the wind has died down as well. That was blowing so strongly to left earlier has since died. The American flag beyond the fence in center, hanging limp. Appleby rocks and fires on 1-2. Foul straight down by Sanchez. Ouch, it looked like it got him in the front foot. Sanchez wearing number 11 in his first at-bat as a Hustlin' Rebel. Riverside, California native, just 5'10", but a stout 180. Good lower half, as evidenced by the great wheels. Leadoff man Jack Salmon on deck. Sanchez trying to set the table here out of the 9 spot. Here comes another 1-2 on the way from Luke Appleby. Swing and a miss. He got him on a breaking ball. 3rd consecutive strikeout by Appleby. He sets down Berrigan, Taylor, and Sanchez in order between the first and the second. And with the bases empty and 1 down, Jack Salmon bats for a 2nd time this afternoon. Left-hand hitting leadoff man. singled and scored as part of the run-scoring first inning. 3-1 Governors here in the bottom of the second. Righty on lefty here as Appleby set to the chest and deals. Swing, ground ball to the left of the first baseman. Johnson slides and makes the grab. He'll win the foot race to the bag himself. A hot shot off the bat of Salmon, but a better defensive play by Johnson. Scored 3 unassisted on the scorecard. Well, following a 3-run top of the inning, Austin Peay posts a 0 as Appleby goes 1-2-3 in the bottom of inning number 2. We've played 2 innings, and Austin Peay leads UNLV 3-1. As we go to the third inning, Austin Peay bats for the third time on top of UNLV 3-1. They'll send the number 3 hitter in their lineup up against Parker Dilhoff, the lefty, in his third inning of work. Goes against the middle portion of the lineup. Cole Johnson in from the right, squares to bunt. The first baseman pulls it back on a backdoor cutter over the outside. And a stolen strike 1 gets the third inning started. Johnson flied out to the right field corner to wrap up a 1-2-3 first inning. And he takes high here, bouncing off the glove of Taylor to even the count. Since that Johnson flyout, the Governors have scored all 3 of their runs, posting both of their hits in that stretch. Johnson 0 for 4 to start the young season. He swings here and pulls one foul on the ground. That's a chopper down the third base side for strike 2, beg your pardon. Ty Wisdom, the cleanup man on deck. Andres Matias, the shortstop, in the hole to start the third. Out of the first batter here for Dilhoff would be massive after throwing 37 pitches in the second. Out of the full line, the 1-2. Down low at 82. Trying to spin him a slider, but Johnson, wise to it, evens up the count. The outfield playing him deep and straight up. Dilhoff delivers, and it's inside for ball 3. So Dilhoff not doing himself any favors here. Got ahead of Johnson early, but has now brought the count full. Ty Wisdom in the on-deck circle. A deep breath. Here we go. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him down to a knee on a breaking ball. Johnson down via the K for out number 1. Dilhoff, Fan Velasquez to end the second. He does the same to Johnson to start the third. That's a big out number 1. That leadoff batter can so often swing the rest of the inning. He'll try to keep up the momentum against Ty Wisdom, who stands in from the left side. He squares to bunt, pulls it back, and that pitch clips the outer third at 82 for a called strike. This is a scrappy Austin Peay team, no doubt, bringing back a lot of returners from a 45-win team a year ago. A bunt attempt here. Instead, this one swung on and popped way high, but very shallow to right. Going back is the second baseman, Rosales. He'll call off Johnny Rodriguez and make the catch over the head of the first baseman, battling with the sun for out number 2. Tell you what, that is a very, very difficult play. But Rosales had it read off the bat, was able to get under it, and Kempt records out number 2. So if you include that Proctor sacrifice bunt, that's now 4 straight set down for Dilhoff. It's the most that he's recorded consecutively so far today. Top of the third, 3-1 Austin Peay. And the first pitch outside to Andres Matias. Matias doubled down the left field line in the second inning. First of 2 hits for Austin Peay so far. Wind picking up and blowing out towards left again as Matias takes inside, maybe a bit down as well for a ball. Matias spent last year in Tennessee, but not at Austin Peay. He was at Connors State College. That fastball over the outside in there for strike 1. Matias was 3rd team All-ASUN last year, 55 starts in 56 games. 307 hitter, 8 home runs. He swings in, and it's a big chopper up the middle. Picked up on 2 outs by Cooper Sheff. He sets the feet, fires in time to first. And it's a 1-2-3, top of the third, spun up by Parker Dilloff. Exactly what he needed after allowing 3 in the second. Governors down in order, and after 2.5, it's Austin Peay 3, UNLV 1. Beautiful day here at Earl E. Wilson Stadium for a twin bill. UNLV kicking off the 2026 season with a weekend 4-game set against the visiting Austin Peay Governors out of the state of Tennessee in the ASUN Conference. And after a 7-3 win last night, UNLV enters the bottom of the third here in the first game of 2 today, trailing 3-1. Marcos Rosales, right-hand batting second baseman to lead off against Caleb Appleby. Appleby, his first pitch, pulled foul past the third base coach, Corey Vanderhook. And we're underway in the home half of inning number 3. 41 pitches, 27 strikes so far for Caleb Appleby through 2 innings of work. Just 11 pitches in a 1-2-3 second that featured a couple of strikeouts. You got Rosales looking in his first at-bat in the first inning. And here in AB number 2, he's behind 0-1. 6'7" Appleby spins a breaking ball down and away for a ball. Meanwhile, for Parker Dilloff in the top of the inning, great recovery after surrendering 3 runs on 38 pitches in the second. He twists up a 1-2-3 top of the third on just 12 offerings. Appleby set a deliberate approach for the veteran righty. Here's a swing and a foul ball by Rosales. That one knocked straight back to the screen for strike 2. Rosales 1 for 3 with a double and a pair of runs batted in yesterday to get the season started early. And when we talk to the coaching staff preseason, you go through the lineup, you say, what's this guy got? Who are we looking at here? Stan Stolte immediately said, Rosales, he's going to bat second. He's going to play second every day he's healthy. One of those guys you can Sharpie onto the lineup card. 1-2 pitch, called, strike 3. Beautiful front door curve. Silences Rosales for a second straight at bat. That's now 5 strikeouts for Appleby. 4 of them have been called strike 3. And that one was absolutely filthy. One of those ones you got to just tip your cap and give credit where credit's due. Appleby a strikeout artist. 43 strikeouts in 31 2/3 last year. 5 strikeouts and 2 1/3 today. 1 out, base is empty for Aiden Garcia. Designated hitter trying to get something started. He swings here and skies one foul down the line and left. That'll fade into the seats and land amongst the spectators for ball one. Since the Cooper Chef infield single in the first, 5 straight batters set down by Appleby, including 4 strikeouts in that stretch. The only batter to put something in play against him was that hot shot ground ball off the bat of Salmon to end the second. The 0-1 pitch. In the dirt, skipping past the catcher, Keaton caught him. 47 pitches, 31 strikes so far for Caleb Appleby. 31-plus innings and 18 outings last year, all in relief. He's a guy who wanted to move into the rotation this year, and because of his stature at 6'7" and veteran status with the team, that was something the coaching staff agreed to. He deals outside, missing for ball 2 as Garcia takes that one easily. Designated hitter today walked and was stranded in the first inning. Infield playing, the left-hand batter to pull. Shortstop Matias almost behind the bag. Hugging the corner at first is Johnson. Appleby from the first base side of the rubber deals. This one hit off the end of the bat, straight back, and that'll land behind the press box for strike 2. Nin Burns on deck with the Rebels trailing 3-1 in the third. 2 9-inning games today, the only doubleheader of the year here at home for the Hustlin' Rebels. May as well start your season off with 5 games in 6 days, right? 1 Friday, 2 Saturday, 1 tomorrow, day off Monday, then matchup in Riverside against UC Riverside on Tuesday. Garcia takes a 12-6 curve just inside. Tight zone on that half by Brooks O'Hearn behind the dish today. And the count goes full to Garcia. And Burns keeping a watchful eye on deck. Appleby takes the sign from Cottom. With 1 out of the bases empty, here's the 3-2 pitch. In the dirt, ball 4. Blocked by Cottom, but Garcia walked for the second consecutive plate appearance. Not a lot of balls in play against Appleby regardless. I mean, the only balls in play against him so far, the Salmon base hit and the Salmon ground out, the Burns sac fly, and the Chef infield base hit. Only the Salmon base hit on a ground ball in the first and the Burns sac fly in the first have left the infield against Appleby. Burns, with 1 out, represents the tying run, and he swings at a first pitch breaking ball. Grounded down the line at third. It's off the glove of Velasquez. That's safe fair, and an error is going to put Burns on first. We're talking about balls in play. That's exactly what Burns did there. And Velasquez, who got behind it, tried to work through it on the backhand, just had to go off the mitt. You always wonder, too, at this part of the season, right at the beginning, everybody gets the new gloves every year. You wonder if that plays in effect. You see that in Major League spring training. This is about the college baseball equivalent of spring training at this point. So Garcia at second, Burns safely at first on the error by the third baseman Velasquez. And it sets up Johnny Rodriguez as the go-ahead run here in the third. First pitch. Down and in. It gets by the catcher, caught him. Wild pitch advancing Garcia and Burns. And just like that, 2 runners in scoring position. Burns off second could tie the game. And with 1 out, it makes the job a bit easier for Rodriguez. A base hit would likely level it up at 3 apiece. Rodriguez hit by a pitch in his first plate appearance. Got him right in the leg from Appleby. Hit 4 batters in 18 outings last year. Open stance for the big first baseman, Johnny Rodriguez. Appleby on the way with the 1-0. Breaking ball high, and he's lucky that one didn't fall. That's the type of hanging breaking ball that big power hitters like Rodriguez love to take advantage of, but instead it stayed high, and it's 2-0. Now Johnny can pick 1 pitch in 1 spot. Likely a fastball elevated, but everybody's got their sweet spot. Let's see what his is. Here's a ground ball up the middle. Down to an E goes the shortstop Matias. And the throw to first for round number 2 while Garcia scampers home. Austin Peay ready to trade an out for a run there. That's exactly what they do. Burns moves from second to third as Garcia scores. Give Rodriguez his second RBI of the year on a 6-3 tap out. And it's now a 3-2 deficit for the Rebels. Perfectly placed there was Matias. And again, with how deep they were shaded, that was always going to be the play. Tying run on third with 2 down for Cooper Sheff. An infield base hit to the left side back in the first inning. Former Oregon Duck out of Basic Academy in Henderson. Checks his swing on a first pitch heater high and tight at 91. And he takes ball 1 to get ahead. In the top of the fourth, it'll be 6, 7, and 8 due up for Austin Peay. Nobody warming up in the pen behind Parker Dilloff, who's thrown 63 pitches. A 1-0 on the way to Sheff. He takes it high and away. 2 balls, no strikes. And again, Rodriguez did ground out on a 2-0 fastball, but he got his pitch. You like the approach, and for Sheff, you would assume the same. 1 pitch, 1 spot, something to drive, especially with the tying run on third. Second baseman Proctor moves behind the bag, shifted over to the third base side, if anything. Appleby to the plate. Sheff takes a knee-high fastball for a strike at 92. He disagrees. A couple of words for Brooks O'Hearn behind the plate. Still ahead of the count, 2 balls to a strike. Drew Berrigan on deck if Sheff can extend the frame. Both teams have 3 hits, or 2 hits, beg your pardon. Austin Peay leads 3-2. Appleby, deliberate approach. Fires a 2-1 breaking ball in the dirt. Great job by Cottom, sliding to his right to block it. Now on 3-1, it's the same mentality for Cooper Sheff as that 2-0 delivery from Appleby. It's got to be perfect with first base open. Sheff represents the go-ahead run here in the early stages. Bottom of the third, 2 down. Here's the 3-1 from Appleby. Swung on, grounded to third. Down to an E goes Velasquez. He's up in the throw to first in plenty of time. Sheff grounds out, and that's how the third inning draws to a close. However, the Rebels do play to run without benefit of a hit. 1 error defensively from Austin Peay and 1 runner stranded on base. And with that, we've played 3 full. On to the fourth we go. It's the Governors 3, the Rebels 2. Hustlin' Rebel Baseball on the UNLV Sports Network from Learfield is brought to you by America First, Nevada's premier credit union. Whatever financial goals you've got for yourself, your family, or your business, America First can help you get your money working. So head to americafirst.com and join the home team today. The Rebels creep closer in the bottom of the third inning, plating a run without the benefit of a hit. And as we go to the fourth inning, a work for Parker Dilloff in the top of the fourth. Austin Peay stake to a 3-2 lead. They'll send their designated hitter up to lead off the inning as TJ Costello works his way in from the right. And number 6 hitter today takes strike 1, and we're underway in the fourth. 64th pitch, 33rd strike for Parker Dilloff, and it's been a tale of alternating innings. So 1, 2, 3 first and 13 pitches, 38 pitches in a 3-run second, 11 pitches in a 1, 2, 3 third. We'll see which side he comes back with here in the fourth. And he steals strike 2 against Costello. So far, so good against the designated hitter who Nearly clubbed one out of here. A deep sac fly in the first at bat. Take that one at 93 just downstairs, and it's 1-2. For Dilloff at this point of the outing, can't mess around, can't get too cute as you approach 70-plus pitches, especially when you get to 2 strikes. The big lefty winds and deals, and a breaking ball misses outside. You talk about the physicality and the mentality of Parker Dilloff. Well, you don't have to worry about it with him. A standout linebacker in high school out of the state of Ohio. He was recruited by multiple Big Ten programs to play linebacker in college. Costello, who looks like a linebacker in his own right at the plate, fouls this one straight down. And the at-bat continues at 2-2. Costello listed at 6'1", 256. Very specific on the weight there for the designated hitter out of Pleasanton, California. Let's try that one again on 2-2. Dilloff takes the sign. The lefty deals. Swing and a miss. Got him with a knee-high cutter. 4th strikeout of the day is the 6th straight batter set down by Dilloff as he gets into a groove in the middle innings. All 4 strikeouts of the swinging variety. And Keaton Cottom works his way in from the right side with 1 out and the base is empty. Dilloff, after walking Paris Pridgeon to load the bases in the 2nd inning, has since retired the next 5 straight, 6 if you include Kyler Proctor on the sacrifice bunt. First pitch up and away to Cottom. The catcher ahead, 1 ball, no strikes. He had an RBI and a base hit back in the 2nd. Takes that one off the foot, rather near the foot. It's 2 balls and no strikes quickly. Cottom batting 7th today. Batted in the 7th spot last night. It was 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts. The Golden Sombrero on opening night. He squares to bunt here and pulls one back on a breaking pitch, clipping the outer third at 89 for a strike. 2-1 the count. Certainly some bodies moving around in both bullpens as we get into the middle-ish innings. I say middle-ish. We're in the top of the 4th. Swing and a chopper. Foul down the line and left. Right past the manager, Roland Fanning. Got to give credit where credit's due as far as the playing surface itself. Tip of the cap to Tanner Dick Herber, Mario Castanon of Brightview. Same lead groundskeepers as the Las Vegas Aviators across town in Summerlin. They've got this infield and outfield looking outstanding to start the year. 2-2 fastball inside, and the count goes full. Love the crosshatch pattern in the infield. Straight lines, as straight as can be in the outfield. Looking like a golf course out there here at the Earl. Here we go, the 3-2 on the way from Parker Dilloff. Swing and a miss. He got him on a backdoor cutter. Back-to-back strikeouts. He's got 5 in the game. Make it 7 straight retired by Dilloff. You want to talk about getting on a roll as you move along. 2 up, 2 away in the 4th. And he's going for his 3rd 1-2-3 inning in 4 tries. Standing in his way is Zion Taylor. Austin Peay holding on to a 3-2 lead. Base is empty, 2 down for Taylor, who walked in the 2nd inning on 4 pitches. Swing and a miss here, and a slider in on the hands. Taylor got a piece, but Taylor squeezed it behind home plate. Zion Taylor's reached base now in 3 of his 5 plate appearances to start the year. He watches strike 2 here, and Dilloff 1 pitch away from breezing through a 1-2-3 4th. Here's the 0-2. Outside, Taylor holds up on a check swing. They appeal to 3rd, no swing, says the crew chief, Jeff Hendricks. With the way that the stadium is set up here at Earl E. Wilson, can hear somebody warming up in the bullpen, but can't necessarily see who it is at this point. Meanwhile, Dilloff delivers the 1-2. It's grounded right side. To his left is the second baseman. Off the glove of Rosales and into right field on a base hit from Taylor. Hard hit ball, tough play for Rosales. Those 2 coupled together amount to a base hit from Taylor on a grounder. So while Taylor reaches for the 2nd time today, it's just the 3rd hit for Austin Peay today that matches their total from the 7-3 loss last night. Taylor, meanwhile, with his 3rd hit in 4 official at-bats. He's on first as an insurance run for Paris Pridgeon out of the 9-hole. Taylor is a stolen base threat to be sure. Rodriguez holds him on, and Dilloff checks a throw over in that direction. He's back in standing. A non-competitive throw, as they say. Three runs, 3 hits, 1 error for the visitors. 2 runs, 2 hits. No errors yet for UNLV. Dilov's first pitch to Pridgeon. He squares to bunt on a pitch missing way outside. Taylor took a look down to first, but no throw from the backstop. Great crowd here as well on a Saturday. 18 innings of Hustlin' Rebel baseball on a perfect afternoon. Can't think of a better way to spend your Valentine's Day. Coming out tomorrow as well. Pridgeon bunts one foul straight back to the backstop. The bunt absolutely a part of the game plan for Austin Peay. We're here in game 2 of 4 in the series, game 1 of 2 this afternoon. Reese Lewick expected to get the start in the nightcap. Starters for games 3 and 4 of the series, TBA for the visitors. About a half-hour break between games today. Another noon start tomorrow in a single 9-inning contest. Check throw to first base. Taylor back in standing. A lot of times there, the impetus is not, hey, let's try to pick this runner off with a short lead. It's sometimes to try to get the batter to show his hand if he's maybe bunting or not. Did not see any movement there from Pridgeon. A lot of times you're instructed to show late for that reason. He doesn't square here. The runner on the move. Ground ball left side and through. Past the diving third baseman Berrigan and into left field. Picked up by Salmon and fired into Chef quickly, limiting Taylor to a 90-foot advancement on a Pridgeon 2-out base hit. So back-to-back, seeing eye, 2-out singles for Austin Peay sets the table for the top of the lineup. And here comes Kyler Proctor. Proctor with a ground ball and a sacrifice bunt so far. 0 for 1 with a ribby. Taylor on second, Pridgeon on first after back-to-back strikeouts to start the inning from Dilov. Trying to strand a couple on. Proctor, the leadoff man, ready to go. Lefty on righty here. As the first pitch, cut on and missed. Cutter diving underneath the bat at 87. Good job by Dilov starting off the aggressive Proctor with something soft. He swung right over the top of it. In the bottom of the fourth, it'll be the bottom 3 hitters for UNLV. Berrigan, Taylor, and Sanchez. Got to get there first, though. 0-1 fastball in there, over the inside for strike 2. Dilov's 1 strike away from stranding a couple on. Dilov toes the extreme, third base side of the rubber. The lefty set at the belt. And the 0-2 pitch. Down low on a changeup at 87. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Proctor. Ray Velasquez in the on-deck circle. Couple of strikeouts in his 2 at-bats so far. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul ball back into the mitt. Taylor squeezes it for the out. Dilov strikes out the side. Strands 2 2-out base runners on. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and a pair left for the Governors in the top of the 4th inning. Through 3.5 here at the Earl. It's Austin Peay 3, UNLV 2.
Set for 12:05 p.m. For tickets to tomorrow's games, go to UNLVtickets.com or call 702-739-FANS.
7, 8, 9 hitters due up for Stan Stolte and company as UNLV trails Austin Peay 3-2 here in the second game of the 2026 campaign. Rebels 31-23 last year, 1-0 to start after a 7-3 victory last night. Drew Berrigan against Caleb Appleby, the battle to start the bottom half of the fourth inning. And the 6'7 righty Appleby spins a breaking ball high for ball one to get the frame started. Berrigan, Taylor, and Sanchez, the three hitters to lead off for UNLV. All three of them strikeout victims the first time around against Appleby. Berrigan ended the first. Taylor and Sanchez went back-to-back to start the second. Appleby with the deliberate approach all game long. Deals a fastball on 1-0 that's chopped straight down. Ouch. Berrigan's got the count even at 1. Meanwhile, taking a look at the pitch count, 62 pitches, 37 strikes for Caleb Appleby. After 4 innings from Parker Dilloff, 86 pitches, 47 of which have been for strikes, and the bullpen starts to move around behind him down the first base side. But meanwhile, the 1-1 over the outside, scooped up by Cottom for a strike. 1-2 the count to Berrigan, spelled B-A-R-R-A-G-A-N. Berrigan hitting 7th tonight, getting the start at third base. First outing with the Scarlet and Gray. Here we go, the 1-2 pitch on the way from Appleby. And it's sliced down the right field side, but twisting foul. That'll land on the dirt of the warning track and extend the AB. Berrigan at Western Kentucky last year, as mentioned, the Hilltoppers with one of the most unique mascots in college sports. Big red, looks like Grimace from McDonald's, but bright red. Literally the exact same thing. Go look it up if you got a free chance. After a foul ball on 1-2, Appleby on the way with another one, and another foul ball, this time on a check swing from Berrigan. Berrigan started his college career at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical. Spent 2 years down in Daytona Beach, Florida. Embry-Riddle actually a very underrated program in the Panhandle area. Volusia County, Daytona Beach. 1-2 again as Appleby works out of the stretch. Here's the pitch. Swung on, grounded to short. Matias to his right. He picks up the hot shot, throws it to first on one bounce. Too hot to handle. Johnson drops it at first base. An error by the shortstop. Matias is going to put Berrigan on for the first time this year. Hard hit ball. Matias with plenty of time because of it. He just rushed the throw, and you could tell immediately that he was going to bounce it. And a lot of times the first baseman doesn't always mind a bounce, as long as it's either a very short hop or a very long hop. That one kind of got Johnson in between. You could tell as he was leaning back while pushing the glove up. That one just spun away from him, and Berrigan reaches on the second error by Austin Peay today. Both of them from the left side of the infield. Brings up Gavin Taylor as the go-ahead run here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Backstop, 0 for 1 with his strikeout so far. Leaning away from a first pitch, breaking ball high and tight for ball one. That one nearly got him as he twisted away. Taylor led off the second with that strikeout. 1 of 5 today for Appleby. 5 strikeouts, 2 walks, and a hit batter so far. A couple of errors behind Appleby as well. There's a check swing on a pitch up and away. It's a called strike by Brooks O'Hearn behind the dish, and it's 1-1. This is already the longest outing for Appleby as a Governor. 31-plus innings and 18 appearances last year, all of them in relief. He's got the count at even at 1 as the right hander starts to throw behind him. Glances at first, turns to the plate and deals. That one inside, and the breaking ball nearly clips Taylor on the way by, but the catcher twists away from the right side, and it's 2 balls to a strike. There's certainly some action in the bullpen. And that's number 25, Aaron Lewis, warming up. Lewis getting loose for the Governors. Meanwhile, here's the 2-1 to Gavin Taylor. Swung on, pops sky high right behind home plate. Catcher caught him, gives it a look, but that'll land amongst the roof of the press box. And the count even is up at 2. Wind blowing softly to left. Some very faint white clouds in the distance, but a picture-perfect day here at Earl E. Wilson Stadium. Drew Berrigan on first after a leadoff throwing error by the shortstop Matias. He's held on by the first baseman Johnson as Taylor digs back in from the right. And Appleby delivers the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike three. A late decision for Taylor. Proves to be a costly one as he's down swinging. Second time he struck out. And that's 6 on the day for Appleby. With Austin Peay on top, 3-2, and the tying run on first. Jaden Sanchez in for the second time today, 0 for 1 with a strikeout back in the second inning. Very different looking UNLV team this year. Again, 27 newcomers, the most in all the Mountain West. Very short lead off the base at first for Berrigan. As Appleby begins the at-bat. There's a ground ball twisted up the middle. Grab by the second baseman Proctor. He underhands to Matias at second, and the shortstop's throw to first is in time. Leadoff error wiped out on an inning-ending 4-6-3 twin killing, and the Rebels down in order for the second time in 4 frames. After 4 complete here at Earl E. Wilson, it's Austin Peay 3, UNLV 2. Hustlin' Rebel Baseball here on the UNLV Athletics YouTube channel is brought to you by West Coast Trial Lawyers, the #1 rated personal injury firm and proud supporters of UNLV Athletics, reminding you to get the most with West Coast. Also brought to you by Pueblo Medical Imaging. Their friendly staff is eager to take care of all your radiology needs and offers same-day and next-day availability. With top-of-the-line, state-of-the-art equipment, Pueblo Medical Imaging is open 7 days a week with early morning and evening appointments to accommodate all patient schedules. After 4 innings, Austin Peay leads UNLV 3-2, and Stan Stolte dips into the bullpen for the first time today. He'll summon Cody Albright out of the relief corps. A right-hander out of Arizona comes in after Parker Dilloff went 4 innings in his Rebel debut. Dilloff charged for 3 runs, all of them earned on 4 hits, while walking 3 and striking out 6. Dilloff leaves in line for the loss after 86 pitches, 47 of which were for strikes, and he'll give way to Cody Albright, the Phoenix native at 6'3", and a trim .95, toned down after last season, where he went 2-1 with a 4.08 ERA, 14 appearances, including 4 spot starts in 2025. He'll go up against Ray Velasquez to begin the 5th inning, and the right-hand batting third baseman out of the number 2 hole takes down, and Albright's outing begins with a 92-mile-an-hour fastball for ball 1. Velasquez probably relieved not to see Dilloff in there. He struck out twice against the lefty, both swinging. Albright, the righty, gives up a long drive, but pulled foul down the line and left for a strike. That's just a long, loud strike one for Velasquez. 0 for 6 to start the season with 4 strikeouts between last night and today. Infield certainly playing him to pull as Rosales, the second baseman, on the opposite end of the bag towards third. 1-1 slider outside for Albright. Albright graduated from Notre Dame Prep High School in Phoenix, big-time baseball program there. Right, he then attended Paradise Valley Community College. Pitching coach Jeff Opolewski really thrilled with the improvement between last season and this year. But he ducks Velasquez down on a breaking ball up by the helmet, and he's fallen behind 3-1. The big thing for Coach Hope was that he lauded the versatility. He thinks that Albright's a guy who can certainly give them some midweek starts, some length out of the bullpen with his 4-pitch mix. There's the fastball here. That's popped straight back into the seats for a foul ball. Velasquez got that 3-1 fastball that he wanted and just quite couldn't do anything with it. Fastball 90-92 for Albright. Also throws a changeup, a slider, and a curve. The last of which more of a get me over, show me type of pitch. He sets here on 3-2 and deals. In the dirt, off the mask of the catcher Taylor. And Velasquez reaches for the first time today via the walk. So an insurance run on first as Albright walks his first batter that he faces. And it brings up Cole Johnson out of the 3 spot. Albright last year issued just 12 walks in just under 29 innings. Charged for 20 runs, 13 of them earned on 32 hits. 24 strikeouts, 12 walks. That's a good ratio, 2-1. First pitch to Johnson at the letters and in for a strike. Johnson has flied out to right and struck out swinging in 2 at-bats, both of them against Parker Dilloff. 0 for 5 with a walk to start the year. Swing and a miss, waving over a fastball is Johnson, and he's behind 0-2. Albright with swing and miss stuff as he tries for his first out. Takes the sign, brings the hands together in the set. And the runner on the move. The 0-2 pitch swung on and missed for strike 3. The throw to second way late. Rosales has to come off the bag anyway. Give Velasquez credit for his first stolen base of the year. And give Cody Albright credit for his first K of 2026. So a trade-off there with the runner moving into scoring position. However, he'll take out number 1 however you can get it. Ty Wisdom works his way from the third base visiting dugout to the first base, or the left-hand batter's box, I should say. And after popping out and walking against Dilloff, he takes ball 1 upstairs against Albright here. Coach Hope said that Cody Albright much improved and that we would notice a difference. High leg kick, and the 1-0 pitch popped up, third base side. Foul ground for third baseman Drew Berrigan as he makes the underhand catch just shy of the coaching box for out number 2. No movement off of second base for Ray Velasquez. As Wisdom now 0 for 2 with a couple of pop-outs to infielders. And with Austin Peay on top 3-2, 2 outs and a runner on second. Andres Matias, the shortstop. The bright pink arm sleeve on the right arm, tapping in. Matias, wearing number 3, has doubled and grounded out to Sheff at short. He's pulled everything so far, but both of those against the lefty Dilloff. Albright twisted to the delivery. This one hammered but foul. Pulled down the line and left. Matias got around early on the 88-mile-an-hour change. In the bottom of the 5th inning, back half of the game, it'll be the top of the Rebel lineup leading it off. Salmon, Rosales, Garcia. The 0-1 on the way from Albright, and it's down and outside. Taylor diving off to his right to knock it down. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cody Albright, a victim of the long ball last year, allowed 7 home runs in his 14 outings. He turns off of second base, or rather off the mound, looking at second base. And the runner, Velasquez, wanted a balk, but the home plate umpire, Brooks O'Hearn, says time was out. You cannot balk if time's not in. So now the umpires are going to get together and talk this one over. It's Brooks O'Hearn, the home plate ump, and Jason Kaminsky at second. These were the 2 involved in the play, and they're going to say time was out, so no balk when time is out. The issue there is that if you're Albright, if you pick up the leg and turn to second like you're going to throw, you got to throw. You cannot fake that one, but with time out, none of that matters. 1-1 the count as he sets here at the belt. Turns to second, now back to the plate. And this one in the dirt, bounces away from Taylor to the third base side. Velasquez able to advance to third. He took a big turn around the base as well. But a wild pitch will move him up just 90 feet. And with 2 outs, that runner could be inconsequential with 1 more pitch. Albright trying to get through 1 more inning. Meanwhile, Caleb Appleby may be done after 4 innings. Aaron Lewis continues to warm up behind him in the pen. Albright set. This one just outside. Man, did not miss by much off the outer third. But miss it did, and the count goes 3-1 to Andres Matias. He extends the inning. TJ Costello due up next. Albright's 3-1 delivery. At the knees, called ball 4. Walk, strikeout, fly ball, and foul ground, and a walk. The 4 batters faced by Albright so far. And in a game where your starter in the first end of an 18-inning doubleheader only gets you 4 innings, you would assume that this coaching staff would love to get Albright through multiple frames. But to get through 2, you got to get through 1. And Albright's got runners on the corners thanks to a pair of walks. Austin Peay still on top, 3-2 as TJ Costello works in for the 3rd time today. A sac fly and a strikeout against Dilloff. Cody Albright checks first. Gives a glance at third and deals. First pitch, grounded to the left side. Berrigan charges. Third baseman's up with it. And the throw to first in time. Albright able to get out of a jam in the 5th. No runs, no hits, no errors, and a pair left through half a ball game. 4.5 innings down. It's the Governors 3, the Rebels 2.
Fans, download the UNLV Game Day app today and stay up to date on all of your favorite UNLV teams with notifications straight to your phone. Get today's game program, schedules, live stats, rosters, streaming audio and video, venue maps, and special offers from UNLV partners. Search UNLV Rebels in the Apple and Google Play stores and download the app today. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. Now pitching for Austin Peay, number 25, Aaron Lewis.
We go to the bottom of the 5th inning, and Austin Peay goes to their bullpen with the Governors on top of the Hustlin' Rebels 3-2. Aaron Lewis called out of the relief corps behind Caleb Appleby. Lewis, the 6', 280-pound right-hander, the senior out of Kearney, Missouri, transfer from Kansas City Community College, ready to go against the Rebels. In the top of their lineup, Jack Salmon, the left-hand batting left fielder, who is 1 out of 2 with a ground out and a sharp ground ball through the right side of the infield for a base hit. Lewis spins him a breaking ball in there for a strike at 77 to begin the outing. And Salmon behind 0-1. Lewis hit after Appleby went 4 innings, 2 runs, 1 earned on just 2 hits. There's a strike. Quickly 0-2 on a 79-mile-an-hour slider. Lewis with some real east-west movement. Now time called by the first base umpire, Alberto Ruiz. I believe he just warned the Austin Peay dugout on the third base side. Looked towards the third base side, heard him say this is a warning, so that's all we have to go off of. Salmon is behind 0-2. Appleby, meanwhile, the Austin Peay starter, struck out 6, walked 2 on 72 pitches, 45 for strikes, did not go long enough to qualify for a win. 0-2 to Salmon, low on a fastball from Lewis. Both of Salmon's at-bats have ended with hard-hit ground balls to the right side. One a base hit. One ground ball. Here's another hard hit ball to the right side and through. Past the diving first and second baseman. In with the base hit to lead off is Jack Salmon. That's the tying run on first in the form of the speedster to get the 5th inning started for the home side. He took a breaking ball and was early. Got on top of it, but pummeled it into right field past the gloves of Johnson and Proctor. That's the first hit since the first inning for UNLV, and with Appleby pulled from the game, Lewis allows a leadoff base hit to Salmon. Brings up Marcos Gonzalez representing the go-ahead run here in the 5th. Infield double play depth. Lewis out of the stretch, gives up a ground ball off the glove of the first baseman Johnson. He recovers in time to get one out. Sliding in there at second base safely is Jack Salmon. Good job by Johnson just to smother that with how hard hit it was. You can kind of just body up on it like a hockey goaltender. Just make sure it stays in front of you and you're going to get at least one out. So for Rosales, while on paper it's a 4-3 tap out, it does advance the runner, and it was hard hit, so you got to give him that. Here's Aiden Garcia, who walked twice against the starter Appleby. No official at bat yet for the DH. First pitch way up and outside. Caught him leaping out of his stance to keep that one from going all the way to the backstop. Outstanding effort there. Last year, Lewis, in 10 appearances, including 4 starts, was 1-4 with a 5.84 ERA. 25 strikeouts, 8 walks in 25 innings. This one high and tight. It's off the glove of the catcher, and it hits the umpire on the hand. Brooks O'Hearn just wore that one off the glove of the catcher, caught him. Austin Peay manager Roland Fanning out to go make sure he's all right. And the Rebel trainer Oscar Lopez Huerta also out there to take an eye on Brooks O'Hearn. I mean, the umpires behind home plate, they do wear the padding. And it is basically the same that the catchers wear. But if you're not expecting, especially in that chest area and the chest guard, if you're not expecting a deflection or something to hit you at 90 miles an hour plus, usually more than 90, not only does it hurt, it catches you off guard. You can get the wind knocked out of you. You can have a lot worse happen. Looks like O'Hearn's all right. Just a casual conversation between Oscar and this umpiring crew. But again, Rebels getting the 2026 campaign started. A 4-game series against Austin Peay. A half-hour break in between games of the doubleheader today, and then a 12:05 first pitch tomorrow. Rebels head to UC Riverside on Tuesday. Next weekend, Bradley Bears come to town for a 3-gamer. 6, 6, and 11 a.m. on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, respectively. UNLVtickets.com to come on out and join us. All right, good to go. Everybody back into their positions. Everybody back in their gear. 2 balls and no strikes. The count to Aiden Garcia. Came around to score on the Johnny Rodriguez RBI ground out in the 3rd. Lewis to the plate. Garcia takes low. Slider in the dirt makes it 3 balls and no strikes. Nin Burns due up next with Jack Salmon on second, a base hit, and an advancement on a ground out. Lewis set at the gut and deals the 3-0. Garcia squared to bunt, pulled it back. He was never going to bunt that one. A 4-pitch walk puts him on first base for the 3rd time via a free pass. That's the go-ahead run on. A tying run in scoring position. Table set for Nin Burns, if nothing else. Dreadlocks flowing out of the back of the helmet for Nin Burns, the 5'11" redshirt senior out of Covina, California. Burns, slightly open stance, holds the bat down by the belt, takes a chest-high fastball for strike 1. Nin Burns in his 4th school in 5 years. I think it is 5th school in 6 years, beg your pardon. Slider inside, nearly clips him on the shoulder, but he's able to turn away for ball 1. Burns started his career at Mount San Antonio Junior College, then went to Cal Poly Pomona, then Texas Southern, spent last year at Northwest Nazarene. Second team all-region last year. He takes high here on another breaking ball, and Lewis falls behind 2-1. Burns was 2 for 4 in the win yesterday. 0 for 1, but he's had a productive day today. Reached on an error and drove in a run on a sacrifice fly. Lewis checks second, turns to the plate and fires. Burns scorches one, but he pulls it foul down the line at third. He was ahead of that 85-mile-an-hour fastball from Lewis, about as fast as he'll ramp it up there. 20 2/3 innings last year for Aaron Rice out of this Austin Peay pen, making his first appearance of 2026. 2 on, 1 down. Here's the 2-2 on the way. And Burns scorches one to short. It's off the glove of Matias. The throw to second's in time for 1. They double him up for 2 at first. Time called, however. Second base umpire Jason Kaminsky wants to make sure that Matias didn't drop it. He's going to say he dropped it on purpose. He's going to take away an out from the shortstop Andres Matias and say that he dropped it on purpose to initiate the double play, which you're, of course, not allowed to do. So hold the phone here. This inning may not be over on the inning-ending double play. Glad I didn't write it in my scorebook yet. What are they going to do here? Jason Kaminsky, the second base umpire, was right there, made the call, and with how hard hit that was, I'm sure Matias could play it off as if he dropped it, because that thing was a rocket. There's an extended conversation here between the umpires behind the mound. Austin Peay yet to leave the field, the entirety of the infield standing in fair ground. So they are going to keep it as a double play. They're going to keep the call on the field, and that is how the 5th inning is going to draw to a close. Burns taps into a 6-3 inning-ending double play, stranding a runner on. No runs on 1 hit for UNLV in the 5th, and after 5 complete, we've got a tight one. It's the Governors 3, the Rebels 2. Hustlin' Rebel Baseball is proudly brought to you by Sierra Air Conditioning and Plumbing. They make quality service their top priority and were voted the best air conditioning company in Las Vegas. Their highly trained technicians will make sure the job is done right the first time. Sierra is here to help you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Call Sierra Air Conditioning and Plumbing today for service that soars above the rest. Matt and Everett here at Earl E. Wilson Stadium on opening weekend 2026. Austin Peay batting in the top of the 6th against Cody Albright with a 3-2 lead. Albright begins his second inning of work, stealing a strike against the catcher Keaton Cottom. And Albright, after a 17-pitch 5th inning, was able to retire the side in 5 batters despite a couple of walks. Cottom smokes this one straight back foul on a 91-mile-an-hour fastball from Albright. And the count's quickly 0-2. Cottom, the number 7 batter for Austin Peay today. Zion Taylor, the left fielder, hitting 8th. Paris Pridgeon hitting 9th, the center fielder. First 3 batters here in inning number 6. There's a swing and a line drive to short. Picked up on a short hop by Cooper Schaff. He's up and the throw to first in time. What a play by Cooper on a ball that was top spinning towards him. He went down into a side slide left, picked it up off the left hip, And the throw to first, elementary at that point with how hard it was hit. So caught him with a rocket of a ground ball, but a better play by Sheff. Results in out number 1. 19 pitches, 10 strikes for Albright. Despite 2 walks, that's a pretty good ratio. Zion Taylor stands in from the left. First pitch swinging. It's a soft roller to second. Picked up by Marco Gonzalez, and he slings one to first in plenty of time. 6-3, then 4-3. The 2 batters quickly 2 up and 2 down in inning number 6. Albright trying to breeze through this inning as Paris Pridgeon works his way in. And he's able to retire Pridgeon. It would be a first. He is yet to be set down this afternoon. An exciting time around UNLV athletics. Plenty going on today. Plenty going on over the weekend as well. Softball currently in action. A couple of 100 yards behind us here at the Earl. As Pridgeon takes strike 1. Women's basketball, the Lady Rebels just now tipping off today. Of course, the running Rebels on the road with a come-from-behind overtime win against Boise State last night. As Pridgeon takes that ball in the dirt. Josh Pastner and company now 8-6 in the conference in sole possession is 6th place going into the weekend. Top 4 teams get that first day bye in the Mountain West tournament at the Thomas and Mack Center. 86-83 for UNLV last night. Second overtime win over the Broncos this year. Albright deals high. Fastball at 91 misses for ball 2. The game last night, the final ever matchup, at least for now, between UNLV and Boise State as conference foes in the regular season. Pridgeon stings one foul. He pulls it down the line and left. And with the bases empty and 2 down, 2 balls and 2 strikes to the number 9 hitter, Pridgeon. Austin Peay on top 3-2. Out hitting the Rebels 4-3. Albright set. He kicks, he deals. Swinging a foul ball off the front foot by Pridgeon. He'll adjust the leg guard on the front left ankle. And batting gloves as well. Step back in ahead of the 2-2. Leadoff man Proctor due up next. Albright would much, much rather face him in the 7th, or better yet, get out of dodge here and potentially go deeper into the pen. Let's try that again on 2-2. Swinging a foul ball, punched out of play down the first baseline. Talking runner Rebel basketball. They've got a bit of a mini bye. There were no bye weeks in the Mountain West slate this year. But with a Friday game on the road last night and then a Wednesday game at home against Colorado State, that's a couple extra days. Ground ball up the middle. To his left goes Sheff. Fields it sidecar left. Sets the feet and fires a strike to first in plenty of time. 3 straight ground outs. Now the Austin Peay Governors are retired in the 6th. Zeros across. And after 5.5, Austin Peay on top of UNLV, 3-2 here at Earl E. Wilson Stadium.
Rebels, number 24, Johnny Rodriguez.
Second inning of work for Austin Peay. Right-hander Aaron Lewis out of the bullpen begins the bottom of inning number 6. Matt Everett here at Earl E. Wilson Stadium on opening weekend 2026. Happy opening weekend to you, however you celebrate. Johnny Rodriguez, the number 5 man, to lead things off for Stan Stolze's team here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Rodriguez, Sheff, and Berrigan, 3 power slots to lead things off as Lewis pulls the string on a breaking ball. Rodriguez waves over top. Down 0-1 to start his 3rd plate appearance. Johnny's driven in a run on a sacrifice, or rather an infield ground out. He's also been hit by a pitch. Left-hand batting first baseman takes up and away for strike 1, or for ball 1, beg your pardon. And the count goes even. Rebels with plenty to look forward to this year. Plenty of unanswered questions as well. Rodriguez taps that one foul straight back for strike 2. It's a number that's going to be mentioned all year long. 27 newcomers, the most of any Mountain West team. Stan Stolte trying to piece it together for a team that finished just over 500 last year in the conference. 19-7 here at the Earl all season long. Lewis tries to bend one in over the back door, but it's not good enough, and it stays outside 2-2. I mean, Carson Lane, the only preseason honor, named preseason Mountain West, and he deserves it. I'm going to guess there's a bat or two that emerges throughout the year. Rodriguez hits this one high in the air, deep down the left field line. Taylor drifting towards the corner. Left fielder looks up, and it's foul off the fence. Rodriguez nearly hit that one over the wall the opposite way on accident. Shows you how much power this big left-hander out of Southern California possesses. You assume Rodriguez will have a big part of the power bats. The guy handing him his bat right now will as well, Cooper Sheff. Figure those two will be a force offensively. Nin Burns as well, Jack Salmon, Reggie Bussey at the top of the lineup, 2 of the table setters with speed. Plenty to work with for Stan Stolte, and a pitching staff as big and physical and are throwing as they've ever had. Rodriguez pulls this one foul the other direction. It's beyond the first base home side dugout. And he lives to see another one. Rodriguez batted a cool .414 at Golden West Community College last year in 40 games. Drove in 47 runs and stole 9 more. 2-2 pitch, and off the end of the bat, off the glove of the first baseman Johnson and into right for a base hit. That'll roll all the way to the fence for extra bases. Rodriguez into second with a leadoff stand-up double to start the 6th. His first extra base hit as a Rebel has the tying run in scoring position here in the middle innings. And now a chance for Cooper Sheff to tie the game at the worst with a base hit. Cooper Sheff against Aaron Lewis with no out and a runner on second here in the bottom of inning number 6. Rebels played it a run in the first on an in-burn sac fly. And Rodriguez drove in Garcia on a ground out in the 3rd. That's been it. All 3 Governor's runs have been scored in the 2nd. Corner infielders drawn in against Cooper Sheff. First pitch from Aaron Lewis. A bit low on an 87-mile-an-hour fastball for ball 1. Nobody warming up in the Austin Peay bullpen. This is Lewis's inning. Right-hander out of Missouri sets on the first base side of the mound. Here's the 1-0. Breaking pitch. Hanging over the outside for a called strike at 77. That thing with up and down movement. Almost like a parabola. That thing stayed in the air for a while. 1 ball, 1 strike the count. Here's the pitch. Sheff takes a fastball over the outer half. He knew that was a gimme pitch for strike 2. You could see him go down to the knees as if to say, oh man, he may not get another one that straight. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count as Lewis sets and fires. Sheff able to stay alive. Chops one straight back into the netting. Cooper batted .281 when all was said and done in his first year with UNLV last year, but that was with a prolonged drought towards the end. He was up near .300 on the batting average for just about the entirety of the season until the last couple of weeks. Really strong start to his college career. Missed his first year with a broken hand at Oregon 2 seasons ago. He swings here and hits one in the air down the right field line. Charging his wisdom. Right fielder can't get it, but it's foul. That drops about a foot to the right of the chalk line. And everybody's got to reset. Rodriguez back to second after a leadoff double. And Sheff slowly saunters his way back to the right-handed batter's box. Rebels have had plenty of opportunities today. Same with last night where they went 3 out of 16 with runners in scoring position. So far today, the Rebels left 5 on. Jeff fouls one straight back, able to stay alive. That 82-mile-an-hour changeup left up in the zone. UNLV just 1 out of 6 with runners in scoring position today. Let's try it again. Another 1-2 pitch. Swung on, fouled back into the mitt. Cottom squeezes it for out number 1. Chef down on strikes. Lewis's first K of the season comes to the number 6 man, the shortstop. Let's see what Drew Berrigan can do to try to score Johnny Rodriguez at the worst. Berrigan making his season debut, a strikeout. He reached on an error in his 2 at-bats so far. Time called as Kierce Kimball, the pitching coach, wants to have a word with Aaron Lewis. Nobody warming up in the bullpen behind him. So this one's strictly strategic to go over it. This is an interesting matchup here as the first ever series between UNLV and Austin Peay continues. Last year's team for the Governors rewrote the record books, becoming the fastest team in program history to reach the 30 and 40 win marks, returning 19 players. They return more players than they lose. Second most wins ever last year, 45 for the Governors. They swept 9 series as well going into the ASUN Championship. ASUN, by the way, very underrated conference in the annals of D1 baseball with plenty of Florida talent. Stetson, Florida Gulf Coast, Austin Peay, Central Arkansas all received first place votes in the preseason poll. Austin Peay picked to finish 3rd. Stetson, the Hatters, the fighting Jake DeGroms, picked to finish 1st. So here we go. The first visit wraps up as Drew Berrigan stands in from the right with Rodriguez on second. First pitch slider in through the front door, but called for ball 1. ASUN in 2 divisions, but not north, not south, not east, not west. It's the gold division and the graphite division. Cool note for the mid-major conferences. Have a little bit of fun with it. As Berrigan takes a strike, fastball clipping the outer third at 86. 1-1 to the number 7 batter. Second baseman keeping an eye on Rodriguez. As this one's hammered deep in the air to left field. Taylor looking up. This one's gone! Kiss it goodbye. Drew Berrigan puts the Rebels on top. His first UNLV home run is a 2-run bomb in the 6th. It's 4-3 UNLV. A line drive missile for Berrigan puts the Rebels back on top. Leadoff double plated. And the base is empty for Gavin Taylor with 1 out. What a screamer that cleared the fence by mere feet, maybe inches. That's the first home run of the year for UNLV. All Rebel home runs brought to you by our friends at NV Energy. Taylor bunts one straight back, and it's grabbed behind home plate foul by the catcher, Keaton Cottom. Great reflexes there by the backstop to throw down to first. Had that been a fair ball, Taylor would have been out. But instead, it's strike 1. Taylor trying to catch everybody napping after the Berrigan blast. After 2 home runs in 30 games last year at Western Kentucky, Berrigan, it's a bomb in his first ever game with UNLV. 4 runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Rebels. 3-4-2 going across for the Governors. So now that puts Cody Albright as the pitcher of record as the bullpen heats up behind him. And Taylor fouls one straight back off the thumbs into the seats. And for Austin Peay, movement but no bodies warming up in the bullpen as of yet. 0-2 the count. Here's the full windup and the pitch from Lewis. Sky to left field. Taylor, the left fielder, creeps in towards the line. Still on the move. He now settles underneath the shade of the light stanchion and gloves it over the left shoulder for out number 2. Taylor, after striking out twice, finally puts a ball in play, but it's a fly out to left. And 2 outs, base is empty. UNLV leads 4-3 in the 6th. Here comes Jaden Sanchez. Sanchez, your prototypical second baseman build physically. Short and stocky, but with a great lower half. Good wheels as well. Good glove to boot. 0 for 2 today at the plate. He takes strike one here from Lewis, who's trying to labor through his second inning of work. 2 runs on 3 hits so far. 1 walk, 1 strikeout for Lewis. As this one's hit on the ground to third. Velasquez fields it off the left tip. Throw low to first, but Johnson with a long stretch able to snare it. And that's how the side is retired in the 6th. However, thanks to a 2-run home run for Drew Berrigan, the Rebels not only get back on the board, they're back in the lead. 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors, and nobody left in the 6th. And after 6 innings complete, it's UNLV 4, Austin Peay 3. Moving along into the late stages. Game 1 of 2 today. UNLV, thanks to a 2-run home run from Drew Berrigan at the bottom of the 6th, holds a 4-3 lead as Cody Albright heads back out on the mound for a 3rd inning of work in relief. Leadoff batter, the leadoff hitter in the lineup, Kyler Proctor, beg your pardon, as he takes a first pitch slider for a strike. Albright needed 17 pitches to get through a 5-batter 5th. Retired the side on 3 groundouts in the 6th on just 11 offerings. Getting more efficient as he cruises along. Can't steal a strike there on the outside. And it's 1-1 to number 1 Proctor, hitting number 1 in the lineup. 0 for 2 today with a ground out and a strikeout. Also bunted a run in on a sacrifice. Takes a bouncer here from Albright on his 30th pitch of the game. And it's 1-1. Parker Dilloff gave up 3 runs on 4 hits while striking out 6 over 4 innings in a no decision. Albright, the pitcher of record as of now. This is just below the kneecaps of Proctor. And the count moves to 3 balls and a strike. Ray Velasquez on deck. Cole Johnson, the first baseman, in the hole here to lead off the 7th. Infield deep, outfield straight up as Albright delivers on 3-1. Grounded to third off the glove of Berrigan. That'll bounce into foul ground in left field. Base hit on a rocket of a line drive to the right side of the third baseman. Very tough play for Berrigan, who did well just to get a glove on it. And for Proctor, that'll be his first hit of the year in 8 plate appearances. 0 for 4 with the strikeout yesterday. 1 for 3 with the strikeout and a sacrifice this afternoon. So there's your tying run on first base. It's also the 5th hit of the game for Austin Peay. And it's Ray Velasquez settling in next. 2 strikeouts and a walk to this point. Cody Albright, telling the first base side, comes set. Throws to first, and while he didn't get the runner, Proctor, he had him frozen for just a moment. Proctor able to dive back in head first and safely ahead of it. 4-3 Rebels into the 7th inning. As Albright deals the first pitch to Velasquez. No, a throw to first again, and Proctor back in there safely. Here's smack dab in the middle of February, Valentine's Day this afternoon. Feels weird to have baseball in mid-February, but we've got some Major League Baseball coming up. That one's outside, and as Taylor was ready to throw to first, he couldn't transfer it from the glove to the bare hand. And it's 2-0. 1-0, beg your pardon. We do have the United States World Baseball Classic team taking on the Rockies in an exhibition scrimmage down in Arizona. Throw to first base, not in time. Talking about Major League rules, one of the differences is the number of pickoff attempts have been limited. That's not the case in the college game. Albright really keeping an eye on Proctor as the tying run. His pitch to Velasquez is upstairs, and it's 2-0. In the pro game, minor leagues and up, you get 3, they call them disengagements. You can pick off twice, no consequence, but if you pick off a third time and don't get the runner, it's a balk. You got to get him on that third attempt. Here's the 4th pickoff attempt to first in this plate appearance, and it's the same as the first 3. Proctor back in there safely. Two 2-0 the count to Ray Velasquez, who has struck out twice and walked. Right-hander swings here and pops this one up into the gap in right center field. Sanchez and Burns communicating. It'll be the right fielder in Burns to make the call and make the catch. Proctor, halfway to second base, has to turn a retreat to the bag at first. Velasquez pops out to right center, brings up Cole Johnson with 1 out and 1 on. And Albright, who has recorded 7 outs in 2 1/3 innings, has recorded 4 of those outs on the ground. 2 in the air and 1 via the K. Would love a ball on the ground here against Johnson, who's flied out and struck out twice. Throw to first, a runner on the move. The throw to second, and now the shortstop, Chef, chasing him down. He'll apply the tag, going back towards first base. A 1-3-6 pickoff, caught stealing. Proctor caught stealing on his first attempt of the year. Give it 1-3-6 on the putout. That's a huge second out, especially with that being the tying run. Now with the bases empty, Albright back to the full wide, and the first pitch to Johnson in the dirt. One 1-0 the count to Johnson, hitting third today. Albright with a high leg kick delivers. Foul ball slapped straight back, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. That last one, 90 miles an hour for Albright. He was sitting about 93 3 innings ago. That's about where he'll comfortably rest on that fastball. Every now and then he'll get it up to 95. That one was certainly the breaking ball at 81 for ball 2 and missed upstairs. There is a right-hander warming up in the bullpen for UNLV down the right field line. Just now throwing some preliminary warm-up tosses. Johnson swings, fouls one straight down. And a foul ball evens up the count at 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs here in the top of the 7th inning. There's certainly action behind Albright in the pen. And for Austin Peay, they got a body on top of the mound, Dylan Casey. But he's not throwing out there as of yet. And Aaron Lewis been charged for 2 runs on 3 hits, including a homer in 2 innings. 2-2 the count. Albright kicks. The righty deals. A check swing on a pitch high. And on the appeal to first, no swings is Alberto Ruiz. It's 3-2, 2 outs, base is empty. UNLV on top of Austin Peay 4-3 in the second game of 2026. Ty Wisdom on deck. Albright on the hill, deals the 3-2. Check swing on a pitch, called strike 3. Fastball freezes Johnson on the outside. And after a leadoff base hit, a pickoff, a flyout, and a called third strike, and the top of the 7th in a 1-2-3 fashion. Nothing going for the Governors, and we've played 6.5 innings at the stretch break at Earl E. Wilson Stadium. It's the Hustlin' Rebels of UNLV 4, the Governors of Austin Peay 3. Coming out of the stretch break into the bottom of the 7th inning, UNLV leads Austin Peay 4-3. What's more, they'll send the top of their lineup up against Aaron Lewis in his 3rd inning of work. Jack Salmon, the nephew of former MLBer Tim Salmon, to lead things off, the left fielder who spent last year at Hawaii, 2 for 3 so far. And at this point, the only Rebel with multiple hits is their leadoff man. Left-hand batting Salmon against Lewis. First pitch swinging. It's one foul into the first base dugout. Salmon, Rosales, and Garcia, the first 3 up for Stan Stolte's team after a 2-run jack in the bottom of the 6th inning by Drew Berrigan has swung the lead back in UNLV's favor. Swing and a miss here as Lewis pulls the string on a changeup, and Salmon, swinging the salmon-colored bat, falls behind 0-2. Base hits in the 1st and the 5th. He stole 2nd in the 1st inning and came in to score. This one inside, and it hits him on the padded right elbow, and Salmon reaches base for the 3rd time in 4 plate appearances. It was Reggie Bussey in the leadoff spot yesterday, but Salmon, after going 2 for 3, was bumped up into the number 1 hole. And so far, the coaching staff has been rewarded for the switch. Your job as the leadoff man is to get on base. Salmon's found a way to do that way more often than not. He represents an important insurance run on first for Marco Rosales. 2 strikeouts and a ground out for the right-hand batting second baseman so far. First pitch from Lewis. Line the other way, but it's foul down the right field line. He was late on 83, which tells you he might have been sitting on something breaking. That fastball surprised him. And a left-hander up and throwing, a sidewinding southpaw getting loose for Austin Peay on the left field line. Lewis came into this inning after 36 pitches in 2 prior frames. Deals from the stretch. And this one pushed foul on the third base side. 0-2 the count to Rosales, with Salmon retreating back to first base. Rebels with 4 runs on 5 hits, nary an error yet. 3 runs on a matching 5 hits for the Governors. The 0-2 on the way. And Rosales waves and misses at strike 3. He went down to a knee to try to pick that one out of the dirt. Rosales set down on strikes for the 3rd time today. First time he swung at strike 3 for what it's worth. 1 out, 1 on here in the bottom of the 7th. Aiden Garcia, who has walked not once, not twice, but 3 times today, steps in next from the left side. That was one of the major things that especially Corey Vanderhook told us going into the year that this team lacked last year, was the ability to work a walk. We've seen almost nothing but that from Garcia so far. He takes in the dirt here. In fact, Garcia was 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts yesterday. Did have a 5th plate appearance, but walked. 4 walks in 7 plate appearances to start the young season. I'd say that's the ability to take a walk, especially in the middle of the lineup. Very short lead for Salmon off the base at first, held on by Cole Johnson. 1-0 changeup outside from Lewis. 2 balls and no strikes to Garcia. Garcia, Salmon, and Rodriguez, the only 3 lefties in the lineup today, at least in game 1 for Stan Stolte. Take a half-hour break between games 1 and 2. Play another 9er. It's a fastball high and tight. Twists Garcia away, but it's called for strike 1. Meanwhile, Cody Albright, if he is indeed done after 3 scoreless innings, you tip your cap to him in his first outing of the year. 42 pitches in 3 innings. Very, very good stuff. Salmon extends the lead. There goes the runner. The pitch, a called ball, a double clutch from the catcher, and the throw off the glove of the shortstop and into center field. Around second, into third is Salmon. He slides in safe. The throw gets past everybody, but bounces off the padded wall. Gives Salmon credit for a steal and a throwing error on the catcher. And Matias, who got tied up with the base runner, came up a little bit worse for wear. Again, stolen base for Salmon. E2 on the catcher. It's going to be the 3rd error of the game for Austin Peay. And now the concern shifts to the shortstop Matias, who waves off the trainer, waves off his head coach. He says, I'm good to go. At least for the time being. Matias grabbing at the left wrist, and it might have just been a situation where it got twisted up as Salmon slid into the base. And I mentioned it, but Keaton caught him likely had Salmon dead to rights. Without that double clutch, it was the second pause that allowed Salmon all the time he needed to get underneath. So now with the count 3-1, the infield draws in, creeping in close all the way around. Aaron Lewis set. The righty's 3-1 delivery is pulled foul right past the first base coach, Nick Rush, in the box. Look out. So the lefty continues to warm for the Governors, and this might be it for Lewis. He's unable to get the out here with Garcia. The only question is, with Nin Burns a righty on deck, what would you do then with Rodriguez, the lefty, batting after? We'll see. Here comes the 3-2 payoff from Lewis. And it's pulled foul down the line and right. Alberto Ruiz had to get out of the way of that line drive screamer, straddle the chalk, and then make the call all in one motion. East German judge gives him a 10 for that movement. Count full again as Garcia tries to extend this Rebel advantage. 4-3 UNLV in the bottom of the 7th inning. Salmon on third with one down. The count full. The pitch from Lewis on the way. Swinging a chopper off the glove of the first baseman Johnson and into right. RBI base hit for Aiden Garcia makes it 5-3 Rebels. That's an insurance run to boot in the 7th. First RBI in the scarlet and gray for Aiden Garcia. Scores Salmon for the second time this afternoon. And in a game where the runs have been hard to come by, that's how you manufacture one. Hit by pitch, stolen base in an air, and then a rocket of a ground ball with the infield shaded in, enough to score the run. Lewis looks like he will stay in to face off against Nin Burns, but you would imagine a very short leash at this point for the veteran right-hander. First pitch to Nin. Blasted in the air, deep down the left field line, but well foul. Home run distance for Burns, but he was early. That's putting it lightly. A righty up and throwing now as well. Double barrel action for Austin Peay down the line and left in the bullpen. Burns today has driven in a run on a sac fly, grounded into a double play, and reached on an error by the third baseman. Makes a breaking ball outside here to even up the count. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out to Burns. Austin Peay, who now trails by 2. In the 8th, will send up the middle third of their lineup. Wisden, Matias, and Costello. Lewis out of the stretch, fires. Burns hits one off the end of the bat, foul. He pulled that one on a breaking ball. Righty on righty with 1 on and 1 down here in the 7th. Rebels scoring a run in the first, a run in the third, 2 in the 6th on the Berrigan blast. And 1 so far here in the home half of the 7th coming out of the stretch break. Garcia off first. Next pitch to Burns, lifted in the air, deep left field. Taylor back, left fielder looks up. This ball is gone. Nin Burns leaves the yard for the first time this year. That's a 2-run jack, and the Rebels have blown this one open. They lead at 7-3. Burns was all over Lewis the entirety of that at bat. Hard hit foul ball after hard hit foul ball. It only takes 1, and he got it. 3rd run batted in of the day, and the Rebels lead by 4. That's going to do it, it looks like, for right-hander Aaron Lewis, as Kearse Kimball, the pitching coach, heads out to the mound, and he'll take the ball from Aaron Lewis. We'll step aside for the pitching change. Back with more in the bottom of the 7th inning. After this Valvoline instant oil change, UNLV leads Austin Peay 7-3 in the bottom of the 7th. Austin Peay dips deeper into the bullpen here in the bottom of the 7th inning. A 2-run home run for Nin Burns. Bounces Aaron Lewis from his first appearance of the year. He'll give way to the left-hander Dylan Cuzzy, a hometown product out of Clarksville, Tennessee. 5'11", 195-pound senior transfer from Columbia State Community College. First pitch against Johnny Rodriguez. Scooped up just off the inside by the catcher Keaton Cottom for ball 1. And Rodriguez starts this one out ahead 1-0. Lewis done after 2 1/3 innings. He is the pitcher of record for the visiting Governors, clad in gray. Rodriguez swings and fouls a running fastball back into the mitt for strike 1. Meanwhile for Lewis, 2 1/3 innings, 5 runs all earned on 5 hits, including a pair of home runs. He walked 1. He struck out a pair on 53 pitches, 37 of which were for strikes. Front door slider stays inside, and Rodriguez twists away from ball 2. Cuzzy, a side-winding southpaw, spelled K-A-Z-E-E on the last name. Didn't play last year for the Governors. This is his first appearance for his hometown college. Rodriguez takes a healthy cut at an elevated fastball, but comes up empty. And the count goes 2-2 against the first baseman. He's been hit by a pitch. He's driven in a run on a ground out, and he's doubled and scored. And his 3 at-bats so far in that order. Cuzzy trying to limit the damage with 1 out, and the base is empty in the 7th. Here's his 2-2. And it's down and in off the leg guard of the catcher Cottoman all the way into the first base dugout. You don't see it skip that far too often. For Cuzzy, he's brought the count full to the first batter he squares off against. Cooper Sheff staring him down in the on-deck circle. Here's the payoff pitch from the lefty, Dylan Cuzzy. Swing and a miss. Rodriguez down on strikes. Cuzzy, who did not play last year, back in his first outing in almost 2 complete seasons. And he strikes out Rodriguez to put 2 outs on the board. Nobody on ahead of Cooper Sheff. Sheff with a base hit, a ground out, and a strikeout through 3 at-bats in the 2026 campaign today. 2 for 4 yesterday, 3 for 7 to start the year. That's an average that'll play. Second baseman Proctor shading up the middle against the right-handed batter. And the shortstop takes a letter-high fastball for a strike from Cuzzy. Most recent action 2 years ago was 4-1 for Columbia State. Started 12 games, throwing 40-plus innings. Sheff watches low. Count goes even. 41 strikeouts in 40 1/3 innings. Especially for a shorter lefty that throws from a funky arm slot. That's a pretty high rate. There's a funky slider that clips the black of the outside for strike 2. Sheff knew it right away. Cuzzy gets the sign. Watches the second baseman go behind the base. 3 infielders on the left side for the Governors. The 1-2 to Sheff. Down low, blocked by Cottom on his knees. 2-2 with 2 down, and the base is empty for Sheff. Thanks to the home runs from Berrigan and Burns, UNLV with 5 runs in the last 2 innings. It's 7-3. 2-2 delivery on the way from Cuzzy. Sheff hits one sky high right in front of home plate. The catcher Cottom loses the mask, called off by the third baseman Velasquez, who makes the catch battling with the sun over the left shoulder. Sheff skies out as Cuzzy retires both batters he faces. But in the inning, coming out of the stretch break, the Rebels played 3 runs on 2 hits, including a Nin Burns blast. There was 1 error and nobody stranded on in the 7th. Through 7 innings complete, UNLV 7, Austin Peay 3.
Fans, don't forget, Game 2 of this doubleheader will begin 30 minutes after the conclusion of Game 1. So stick around.
Hustlin' Rebel Baseball is presented by our friends at Parkway Tavern, official partner of UNLV Athletics, and your home of the Rebels on the road with over 250 beers, 24/7 gaming, and 7 Valley locations. There's no better place to catch the game than Parkway Tavern. Matt and Everett with you from Earl E. Wilson Stadium. So far, so good for the Scarlet and Gray. UNLV leads Austin Peay into the top of the 8th. Cody Albright back out for a 4th inning of work in relief. And his first pitch to Ty Wisdom, the left-hand batting right fielder for the visitors, is outside for ball 1. Wisdom hitting cleanup today. First game of 2 here on the afternoon. Swings here. It's a cap shot ground ball right back to the mound. Picked up on 3 hops by Albright, who underhands it to Rodriguez, covering the base in first. Quick and easy for out number 1 in the 8th. And Albright really settling in after a shaky first inning of work where he didn't give up any runs, but he walked a pair. Needed 17 pitches against 5 batters to get out of Dodge. But since then, he has faced the minimum. Went 1-2-3 in the 6th, 1-2-3 on the 7th. On a pickoff, followed by a fly out and a strikeout. His first pitch here is a called strike to Andres Matias, a shortstop who got tangled up with Jack Salmon at second base on a stolen base in the bottom of the 7th inning. But Matias good to go here in the 8th. Albright dealing outside, evens up the count. Reese Lewick, the expected starter in game 2. Felix Ong is going to make his Rebel debut tomorrow in a Sunday start. There's a swing and a pop fly straight back. That'll find the seats and go as strike 2. Really excited to get a look at both of those guys. Lewick for the improvement. Coaching staff told us that between him and Cooper Sheff, those are the 2 guys that took the biggest steps forward in terms of maturity and leadership. And Felix Ong at 6'5", 210, a hard thrower out of Florida. The ground ball left side over the glove of Berrigan and into left field for a base hit. Hard hit ball by Matias is his 2nd hit of the day. And what's more, the shortstop has reached in 3 of his 4 plate appearances. A base hit, a double, a walk, and a ground out. In a 4-run game, you would assume Albright gets a little bit longer of a leash than if it were just a 1-run lead or a tie game. They'll try to get a ground ball here against the portly TJ Costello. Definite double play potential for the big body DH who has grounded out, struck out, and drove it in a run on a sacrifice fly. Big swing, big miss for the big man, and it's 0-1. Costello had 8 home runs, 42 batted in last year. Making his season debut today, he was not in the lineup on opening night last night. Albright set, the 0-1. Popped up right over our heads in the press box, and the count's quickly 0-2. If Albright can get through the 8th, that would be massive, because it'll allow the Rebels to do basically whatever they want with the 9th inning. Here comes his 45th pitch of the outing. It'll have to wait as a quick throw to first base sends Matias diving back in head first and safely. Albright climbs back atop the hill ahead of the 0-2. He comes set towing the first base side. The righty kicks, the righty deals, and it's swung on and chopped to third. Berrigan picks it up in fair ground. Only play is to first, and he beats Costello by a step on a laser beam strike. That was always going to be the only out with that one. A big chopper down the line. Costello hustled it out, but he's only able to advance Matias from first to second on a 5-3 ground out. Keaton caught him, the catcher. We'll try and extend this top half of the 8th inning. All of a sudden, time running out for the Governors. Just 4 outs left to give, trailing by as many runs. 7-3 UNLV with 2 outs and a man on second in the top of the 8th. Albright's first pitch, line straight back, held in by the netting. As Keaton caught him, falls behind, 0-1. Got him single to drive in a run in the 2nd. Later came around to score on a Proctor sac bunt. Meanwhile, a pickoff to second. Barely able to get that right hand in there was Andres Matias. Bang, bang play with Rosales, the second baseman, swooping in there for the tag. Caught him since that first inning base hit has struck out and grounded out to short. Albright's 0-1, a wave and a miss. He got him to chase, and he's ahead, no balls and 2 strikes. Can feel the energy coming from the first base dugout. 4 outs away from starting the 2026 campaign, 2-0. Albright set on 0-2. The pitch. That's high. Trying to stretch the zone even more, but Cotta wouldn't oblige. Didn't want to climb the ladder there. In the bottom of the inning, Berrigan, Taylor, and Sanchez due up for UNLV. Here's Albright's 1-2. Just high on a hanging breaking ball. Man, he strutted towards that first base dugout like he had just ended the inning. Instead, he's got to throw at least one more with the count even at 2. Eye on Taylor watching in the on-deck circle. Albright's 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Fastball blown by Keaton Cottom, and that's how the side is retired in the top half of the 8th. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and a man left for Austin Peay. UNLV due up next for what they hope is the final time. After 7.5, it's the Rebels on top of the Governors, 7-3. The UNLV Sports Network from Learfield is brought to you by Intermountain Health, here to help you live the healthiest life possible. As the official health partner of UNLV Athletics, Intermountain Health is dedicated to promoting health and wellness in the Las Vegas community. Hustlin' Rebels on top 7-3. That was the final last night in the season opener between UNLV and Austin Peay. That's the same score we enter into the bottom of the 8th with today. Second inning of work for Dylan Cuzzy begins with ball 1 low to Drew Berrigan. Nice flyover to start the inning, as is pretty regular here at Earl E. Wilson Stadium, located just a couple of blocks away from Harry Reid International Airport, 4th busiest airport in the country. That next one outside, fastball way away from the right-hand hitting third baseman. And it's 2-0. Cuzzy came in with the bases empty and 1 out after an in-Burns home run in the 7th, extended the lead to 7-3. Struck out Rodriguez, got Sheff to pop out to the third baseman. And he gives up a hot shot liner to straightaway center here. Pridgeon ranging back. Center fielder can't get it. It's over his head and off the fence on 1 hop. Around first and into second, standing is Berrigan. He follows up a home run in the 6th with a double in the 8th. Back-to-back extra base hits for the third baseman. And the Rebels rolling here on opening weekend. A screamer off the bat that just kept on carrying. Backspin galore as it hung up over the head of the speedy center fielder. So Berrigan having an outstanding season debut after playing off the bench yesterday. Gavin Taylor, the catcher, trying to get something started offensively to follow. He has struck out twice and flied out to left. Corner infielder is about halfway in. Guarding against any craziness here, up 4. Taylor takes high as Cuzzy misses for ball 1. Cody Albright able to get through 4 innings in 56 pitches. did not allow a run, surrendered only 4 base runners, 2 walks, and 2 base hits. Really nothing hit hard against him either. Taylor takes a ball. 2 balls and no strikes to the right-hand hitting catcher with Sanchez on deck. See some bodies moving around down the right field line. The way the bullpen is constructed here at the Earl, the big screen with the black covering kind of blocks our view from the press box. As Taylor ropes this one down the left field line foul. That'll go as strike 1 to move the count 2-1. Austin Peay does have a right-hander up and throwing just in case because he's unable to escape the 8th inning. And then for the Rebels, 3 up and 3 down, and that's it. About a half-hour break between games 1 and 2. Keep it locked right here on the stream you're on, UNLV Athletics on YouTube. It'll be the same stream, same announcer, same 2 teams. Taylor squares to bunt, and he pulls it back as it nearly clips him on the ankle. He's able to watch ball 3 here to move ahead. So that fake bunt has been a weapon utilized by both sides today. Always interesting to see the strategy very beginning of the season, basically spring training for these hitters, versus the end of the year in May. Taylor, who's square to bunt, pulls it back on a pitch that hits him. Would have been ball 4 anyway, but Cuzzy puts him on via the hit batter. And if you're Austin Peay, that's almost the preferred result. Because what it does is it sets up a double play anywhere around the infielder for the number 9 hitter in the lineup, Jaden Sanchez. And on paper, you know, you'd rather face the 9-man with runners on than the top of the lineup. With that in mind, Corey Vanderhoek's going to call the center fielder in. Having a conversation with him beyond the right-handed batter's box. And a lot of times in these meetings, it's more so as opposed to technical talk. Hey, your elbow here, your hip's doing this. It's a lot of mentality, a lot of reminding hitters, especially at the college level, to have an approach. He's going to try to pitch you like this. What's your response going to be? A lot of times, it's just to get the hitters to stop, take a moment, and really think about it. Now after Sanchez steps back into the box, time called by Kierce Kimball, and they're going to go to the bullpen. Austin Peay not wasting any time as they're going to go with a right-hander coming out of the pen. So we'll step aside for the pitching change. Back in a moment from the Earl with 2 runners on and nobody out of the 8th. With the pitching change coming up, UNLV on top of Austin Peay, 7-3. Emerging from the Austin Peay bullpen, the 6'6" senior right-hander Brody Lanham, a product of Clarksville, Tennessee, playing for his hometown Austin Peay Governors. He'll go up against Jaden Sanchez with Drew Berrigan on second and Gavin Taylor off first. Dylan Cuzzy lifted after 2/3 of an inning. Not charged for any runs yet, but he is responsible for both runners on base after a walk, a hit batter, and a double, all of which given up in a 4-batter stretch. Sanchez squares to bunt, drops a picture-perfect one down the third base side. Charging is Velasquez. Everybody safe on a bunt base hit. You couldn't roll a bunt better than that down the third base side. Sanchez, with his first hit of the year on a bunt, loads the bases. Sacks full for the leadoff man, Salmon. Fans of old school baseball appreciate what Sanchez did just there. With runners on first and second and nobody out, that used to be almost an automatic bunt in college baseball. And while that's not quite as often the case anymore, Sanchez showing you why that's a weapon. You want to make a third baseman make a decision like that. And Velasquez had no options. Sacks full. Salmon in from the left. First pitch from Lanham. On the way and outside for ball one. Lanham, OVC all-freshman team at Tennessee Tech. It's been his first 2 years of college ball there before coming home to his hometown of Clarksville at Austin Peay last year. Out of the stretch, the 1-0 pitch. Poke foul straight back from Salmon. First outing of the year for Lanham. 13 relief appearances last year. 1-0 record, a 4.5 ERA and 14 innings of work in his first year at Austin Peay. Salmon, meanwhile, has reached in 3 of his 4 plate appearances today. And he swings here and chops one to the right side. To his left is the second baseman, Proctor. He bobbles it. The throw to first is late. Everybody's safe, and the Rebels extend the lead. 8-3 UNLV on a fielding error by the second baseman, Proctor. Might not have been a double play ball from the start, but as he turned to try to get the out at second base, it popped out of the glove. By the time he recovered, everybody was safe. Salmon reaches, Berrigan scores with Taylor to third and Sanchez to second. That run charged to Cuzzy, and it brings up Rosales with the bases loaded again. Still nobody out in the 8th inning for the Rebels. First pitch swinging. He chops it to short. Picked up on 2 outs by Matias. The feed to the bag at second for 1. Proctor's turn and throw to first is there. Rebels trade 2 outs for the run. No RBI for Rosales on that 6-4-3 ground out. And it brings up Aiden Garcia with UNLV on top 6. Sanchez at third with 2 down as Salmon's wiped out 6-4 up the middle. Rosales is 0 for 5. But every run matters, and the Rebel lead is now 5. And what's more is that at least these last couple of innings have taken away any chance of a save in the 9th. First pitch to Rosales, down and inside from the right-hander Lanham. And it's ball 1. Garcia is yet to be retired today after going 0 for 3. 0 for 4, beg your pardon, with 3 strikeouts last night. 3 walked and an RBI base hit so far for the designated hitter. Lanham's 1-0, fades in there in the upper 70s for a called strike. UNLV with an offensive onslaught in the late innings. 2 in the 6th, 3 in the 7th, 2 more in the 8th as Garcia fouls it out of play for strike 2. Austin Peay with all their offense concentrated around a 3-run, 2-hit second inning. Outside of that inning, they have no runs and 4 base hits. And I'm trying to limit the damage to 2 here in the 8th. He rocks and fires. 1-2 pitch line right back at him, but the shortstop Matias behind the bag at second. Gloves and throws to first in time to retire the side and stop the bleeding. The Rebels with a pair of insurance runs. They scored 2 runs on 2 hits with 1 error and a man left in the home half of inning number 8. We go to the top of the 9th inning. Last steps for the Governors. The Rebels 3 outs away from locking up their 2nd win in a row to start the year. Through 8 complete, it's UNLV 9, Austin Peay 3.
27, Cal Barna. When it's time for a change, trust the performance professionals at Valvoline.
It all comes down to this. Top of the ninth inning, UNLV on top of Austin Peay 9-3. A 6-run cushion for Cal Barna, who's going to make his Rebel debut. The redshirt junior out of Piedmont, California at 6'3", 200 pounds. Peers over the top of that bright red glove and deals a first pitch fastball in the dirt to Zion Taylor. Barna, the transfer from UNC Asheville, facing off against the 8-9-1 hitters for the Austin Peay Governors. Taylor hitting 8th, a walk, a base hit, and a ground out in his 3 at-bats. Same story for Paris Pridgeon, by the way. The on-deck man has this one down and nearly hits him in the foot. And it does. It clipped Taylor in the top of the foot. And Barna starts out his time at UNLV with a hit batter. So it's the 3rd time today. 3rd different way that Zion Taylor has reached base. With a 6-run lead, Cal Barna's got as much wiggle room as he wants. But that first out of the last inning is often the toughest to get. Of course, we are in the first end of a doubleheader, so with a 6-run lead, the Rebels trying to take care of business and turn to the nightcap. About a half-hour break in between games. Keep it locked right here on this stream. Same feed for both ends. This one to the backstop. Never closes. Barna misses way high and outside. And the wildest of wild pitches moves Zion Taylor from first to second. 16 appearances in the 2025 season for Cal Barna. Before we can tell you about that, here comes Jeff Opalewski, the pitching coach. He did not like what he saw in that one from Barna. He went out there quickly as Barna clipped that last one all the way to the backstop. One of 2 former Hawaii players on this Rebel roster. Redshirted and didn't play his true freshman year on the islands in 2022. Pitched in 1 game in a redshirt year at Folsom Lake College before transferring to UNC Asheville. 21 games over 2 seasons. 12 innings total over 2 years. Struck out 12 over 9 2/3 innings last year. Up in the mountains of North Carolina, Asheville, one of the beautiful areas up there in the Blue Ridge Mountains on the East Coast. So Coach O back to the first base dugout. Second visit he's used up today. And the count of 1-0 to Paris Pridgeon. First pitch following the visit's a fastball, crackling the top of the zone for a called strike 1. For Barna, it's a legacy. His dad, Tim, played for UNLV as well as Oklahoma State in his college days. Played some semi-pro ball in Japan and Australia as well. Baseball family. Breaking ball in there for a strike to Pridgeon. And the count goes 1-2. Barna trying for that all-important first out of the 9th inning. Righty on righty as Pridgeon stares him down. Barna set at the belt. Kicks and deals. And a beautiful pick on the backhand by Gavin Taylor on a pitch way down and way out. Tyler Proctor in the on-deck circle. Pridgeon, who is 1 for 2 with the walk, ahead 2-2. Here's the pitch. In the dirt by the catcher Taylor all the way to the backstop. Another wild pitch advancing Taylor from second to third. And Pridgeon's got himself a full count as well with nobody out. Barna just trying to get out number 1. Taylor hit by a pitch, moved to second, moved to third. It's more or less 3 wild pitches if you want to call the hit by pitch. There comes the 3-2 from Barna. And it's outside on a breaking ball. Ball 4. And with a 6-run lead, again, plenty of cushion, but still got to find a way to get that first out again. Well, and especially in the first end of a doubleheader. You want to get out of Dodge, get into game 2, and give Reese Lewick and the offense a chance to continue their hot-hitting ways to start the year. 16 combined runs in the first 2 games of the year for UNLV. They gave up 3 last night. They've given up 3 today so far. And with nobody out and 2 on, runners on the corners for Kyler Proctor. Proctor watching all the way, takes one up and outside. One of those situations here for Barna where you can tell he's juiced up. You can tell that the emotions are high. Guy who's pitching at the D1 level for the first time in his career. Barna to the plate. Here's the 1-0. That's a strike, a hard thrown heater at the top of the zone. Evens it up at 1. Barna definitely straight up and down in terms of the plane. Guys like that, when they can get a little bit off plane, they're hard to hit. He's hard to hit no matter what. 1-1 pitch, waved on and missed for strike 2. Barna with a true 2-pitch mix. Fastball in the mid-90s and a very high RPM slurve. 3,000-plus rotations per minute on the mid-80s slider. On an up-and-down movement as well. He was almost unhittable in the fall scrimmages. Barna deals. And there's the slurve. It's outside. Jeff Opalewski told us before the game that in his fall appearances against other teams, including Cal State Fullerton, he faced 22 batters, 12 strikeouts, 9 walks, 1 ball put in play, and it was a ground out. Here's the 2-2 from Barna. Swung on, popped up foul, out of play down the line and right. And what's more, out of those 22 hitters, only 1 of them put a ball in play. It was a ground out in the last at-bat that he faced in the fall season. So while Barna has been shaky to start, a hit batter and a walk, he has the potential to be not good, not great, but outstanding when he's on in relief. Going to be one of the true relief aces this year if he's at his best. Here comes another 2-2. That's outside. That's all the way to the backstop. Both runners advance. Taylor scores from third on another wild pitch. Pridgeon into second, and it's 9-4 Rebels in the 9th. So Taylor completes it. Hit by pitch. Wild pitch moves him from first to second, from second to third, and from third to score. And Barna's got the count full against Proctor. With Ray Velasquez in the on-deck circle. Runner on second, nobody out in the 9th. Trying to get something started is Barna. Here's the 3-2 payoff delivery on the way. High and away, ball 4 on the fastball. Not the worst walk in the sense that it sets up a double play anywhere around the infield, but 3 straight batters put on without the benefit of a ball in play even. Hit batter and back-to-back walks. Ray Velasquez had to put a ball in play. He did put the one rather. Flat out to right. He's walked and he struck out twice. Barna looking for some semblance of success here as he throws a fastball over the inside for a strike. That's one way to start it. Barna's thrown 6 strikes out of 16 pitches. I'm sure the nerves and the excitement are a part of it here in the early stages. From the stretch, here's the 0-1. To the backstop on a fastball. Barna understandably upset with himself there. And he's been all over the place here today. Fourth wild pitch of the inning for Barna. He moved Taylor from first to home on 3 wild pitches. That one moves Pridgeon to third and Proctor into scoring position at second. 9-4 UNLV. Out hitting the Governors 9-6. Barna to the plate. The 1-1 offering is high. And here comes Stan Stolte. He's not messing around. He's going to make the call in the middle of the at-bat. It's a 2-1 count to Ray Velasquez, and the new arm coming in out of the bullpen will face off against him with that same count. So 2 balls and a strike with runners on second and third, nobody out. The Rebels lead 9-4. Cal Barna with an outing to forget in his debut as the Rebels. With the Rebels, we'll be back with the pitching change and the conclusion of the ninth with the Rebels on top of Austin Peay 9-4. Back in a moment from the Earl. With UNLV on top of Austin Peay 9-4 in the top half of the ninth inning. Stan Stolte not messing around after Cal Barna walked 2 batters and hit another one. He started off Ray Velasquez 2 balls to a strike. Then he goes and calls in Colton Sundloff, the funky throwing right-hander who misses high to Velasquez for ball 3. Sundloff into the game with Proctor on second and Paris Pridgeon on third. Those two responsible for the responsibility of Cal Barna, who did not record an out. Sundloff steps behind the mound, whips a 3-1 fastball outside for ball 4. So while the last 2 balls of that at-bat were thrown by Sundloff, Barna does get credit for that walk. So that'll be the 3rd walk and a hit batter among 4 faced by Barna. He is responsible for all 3 runners on base. There are still no outs in the ninth. And here's the big man, Cole Johnson, the powerful batting first baseman in from the right. Sunloff, 6'5" senior out of Erda, Utah, deals up and inside. Johnson trying to convince home plate umpire Brooks O'Hearn that it hit him, but he's not going to win the Emmy for that one. Doesn't bait the call, and Sunloff working quickly. Check out this funky delivery. Really not a lot of moving parts as he steals strike one. You see a lot of Asian pitchers will step back behind, have that little pause, thinking of Daisuke Matsuzaka, Yu Darvish. So he steps back here, and basically when he engages, everything falling forward towards the mound. A long arm action, and the fastball in there for a strike because of it. Sunloff in his second year with UNLV. Spent his first couple of years as a San Diego Torero in the West Coast Conference. 1-2 on the way to Johnson. Fouled off of his front foot. Ouch. He goes down in a heap in the right-hand box. Even with the leg guard on, you could hit that thing square on the button of the guard, and it still stings. Johnson's going to walk this one off. He's trying to walk off the results of his last 3 at-bats. He flied out to right to start the day. Since then, he has struck out not once, not twice, but 3 times. He's good to go. He waves off the manager, Roland Fanning. UNLV trying to hold on to this 5-run cushion. Sunloff back atop the mound. He takes the sign from Taylor and delivers on 1-2 out of the full wind. Slider outside. Johnson evens up the count at 2. Sunloff will throw in the mid-90s with the fastball, topping out at 96. Also employs a 2-seamer, a changeup, and a slider. See what he goes with here on 2-2 with the bases loaded. Fastball outside, called ball 3, and that'll load him up. Full count, bases loaded. Nobody out for Colton Sunloff, who made 1 appearance last year in relief. Here we go, the payoff pitch. Foul back into the mid. Taylor squeezes it for the out. Johnson with the healthy hack, set down via strikes for the 4th time today. And with 1 out and the bases loaded, Sunloff with the right results, 1 pitch away from blocking up the 2nd win of the year for UNLV. Pridgeon on 3rd, Proctor on 2nd, Velasquez on 1st after a walk. And here's Ty Wisdom, the left-handed batter. Watching all the way, takes a first pitch strike. Fastball clipping the black of the outer half. The right fielder is walked, popped out to the infield twice, and grounded out back to the mound. It was Albright pitching in the 8th inning. The 0-1. Swung on, grounded, foul down the first base side. And it's 0-2 to Wisdom. Parker Dilloff in his first start went 4 innings, giving up 3 runs on 4 hits while striking out 6. No decision one way or another right now. Albright, who went the next 4 scoreless, the pitcher of record. Here's the 0-2 from Sunloff. Just off the outside, trying to locate a fastball. Couldn't quite get that to go over the outside edge. One ball, 2 strikes the count. If Wisdom reaches, Matias due up next. The pitch. Fouled straight down. Taylor couldn't get a glove on it. That one might have got him on the inside of the leg as well. Well, however this one wraps up, we're going to take about a 30-minute break. They're going to address the field. Rebels will change uniforms, and we'll get it started in the nightcap. Reese Lewick makes his first start of the year. Really sharpied into the rotation this year. After a foul ball, Sunloff's got a new one, and he'll deliver. That's outside, trying to change up there. Right now, Albright, the pitcher of record. Lewis on the hook for the loss if the score holds for the Austin Peay Governors. Sunloff takes the sign. Out of the full wind, the 2-2. Swung on and pulled foul down the line at first. As of yet, Cal Barton has only been charged for the 1 run. That was on a wild pitch, scoring Taylor while he was still in the game. But all 3 runners, his responsibility if they were to score. Sundloff with another 2-2 on the way, and here it is from the right-hander out of Utah. Inside, nearly got him on the kneecaps. Wisdom backs away as the count goes full. Nowhere to put him with the bases full. And the count loaded as well, 3-2. Payoff pitch from Colton Sundloff. Here it is. Swinging a high fly, but pulled foul. That's way beyond the clubhouse in right field. Get that one towards the Fertitta football complex. Dan Mullen and the Rebels on the gridiron, the #1 group of 6 recruiting class so far. Here comes another 3-2 from Sundloff, and it's in the dirt, ball 4, and it got a piece of the umpire Brooks O'Hearn on the way by. Otherwise, that one would have got to the backstop. Yikes. So that run is charged to Barna, responsible for both of them this inning. It becomes the 4th walk and 5th free pass issued in the inning combined between Barna and Sundloff. Wisdom earns an RBI the easy way by watching ball 4. He's down to first. And with the bases still loaded and 1 out of the 9th, it's now 9-5 UNLV. Brings up Andres Matias as the tying run. Righty on righty with the bases juiced. First pitch just inside. Taylor trying to frame up a fastball but couldn't. All of a sudden, this one getting tight. Game that the Rebels seem to have in the bag in the opener of a doubleheader. And 1-0 pitch right there on the outside, crackling onto the outer half. 1 ball, 1 strike with 1 out to Matias, who doubled, singled, grounded out, and walked at his 4 plate appearances so far. Here's Sundloff on the way with the 1-1. That's low on the fastball. Just with the way that the arm comes through and the way that he grips it, you know he's not, but it almost looks like he's throwing everything as a palm ball coming straight across. While there's a lot of linear up and down movement, there's a lot of east-west profile on these fastballs. 2-1 fastball swung on and missed. And the count goes even at 2 to Matias. Matias, the 7th batter of the 9th inning. Ground ball here would likely end it. 2-2 on the way from Sundloff. And it's low, barely, but low it is. And for the 2nd straight batter with the count full, rather the bases full, the count goes full as well at 3-2. Proctor off 3rd, Velasquez off 2nd. Wisdom off 1st as Sundloff rocks and fires on 3-2. Fouled straight back by Matias. That's a way to fight that one off. A heater in on the ankles, and he just was able to get a piece. 3-2 again in a 4-run game with the bases loaded. Here we go. Sundloff takes the sign. The righty rocks. The righty on the way. High and tight, ball 4 again. Back-to-back bases loaded walks from Sundloff. And that puts Matias to first as the game's tying run with the bases loaded. Proctor scores. Charge to Barna. Bases still loaded, still 1 out, with TJ Costello standing in as the 8th batter of the inning. And time is called as Jeff Opalewski, rightfully so and smartly so, goes out to have a word. It's a game of baseball, but it's just funny the opposite nature of the first 2 Rebel arms. Dilloff and Albright went 8 outstanding innings. Outside of a 5-batter stretch in the second where Dilloff gave up all 3 of his runs. And 2 of the 4 hits that he gave up over the game as well. They've been outstanding, including Albright, who went 4 scoreless and is in line for the win if the score holds. However, Cal Barna came in and walked 3 and hit 1. Didn't get it out. And now Sundloff, despite striking out Cole Johnson, has then walked back-to-back hitters with the sacks full. And things are getting tight late. Matias on first is the tying run with Wisdom and Velasquez ahead of him. And TJ Costello, who stands in now, is the go-ahead run. Barna and Sundloff have combined to throw 43 pitches. Just 18 of them have been for strikes. And all 3 of the runs so far in the ninth charged to Barna. So after the visit, TJ Costello with a deep breath as he gets ready to bat from the right side. 3rd visit out of 7 used up by UNLV. Bases loaded, 1 down. There have been 6 different governors to reach this inning. Nobody's put a ball in play as of yet. First pitch in a right-on-right matchup hits him. Costello fires the bat towards the dugout as it's now a 2-run lead. Velasquez scores. And Keaton Cottom is the 9th batter to hit for Austin Peay here in the 9th inning. And Costello going to be pinch run for Mason Pangborn. Running for him at first base. Pangborn now is the designated hitter, running for Osborne. Pangborn, a very important run. That's the go-ahead run here in the 9th inning. Tying run in scoring position on second base with 1 out for Keaton Cottom. Sundloff desperately trying to figure out a way to limit the damage. First pitch to the catcher. In there, right down Broadway, called for strike 1. So it's Panghorn on first. Matias on second and Wisdom on third. Here's the 0-1. Sundloff takes a deep step back. That's in the dirt. Count goes even. Cottom has struck out twice, grounded out once, and began his day with an RBI base hit. A tense situation in the top half of inning number 9. 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2. Rebels have already grounded into 2 double plays today. Austin Peay is yet to tap into a twin killing. Sundloff looking for something on the ground. Steps back, deals the 1-2. Swung on, grounded to second. Rosales to his left. Second baseman's throw to second is in time. 1 run scores. 1 out on the board. Wisdom comes in to score. Outstanding play by Rosales to knock that thing down with a bunch of side spin. He'll reach on a fielder's choice. Give him credit for the RBI. And it's now 9-8 Rebels. The Governors have come storming all the way back. They've batted around in the 9th inning. Zion Taylor led the frame off, hit by a pitch by Cal Barna. Barna, meanwhile, responsible for 4 runs in the inning. Sundloff responsible for the other one. And after going into the top half of the 9th inning, leading by a 9-3 tally, the Rebels had to have felt really, really good about where they were. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't. But with Barna and Sundloff struggling to get outs, that ball hit to the second base side is the first one put in play in 9 batters in the inning. It had been walks, strikeouts, and hit by pitches for the first 8 batters that came up. And now with a 1-run lead, Sundloff can try to slam the door if he's able to retire Zion Taylor right here, right now. Panghorn, the pinch runner, wiped out 4-6 up the middle. So it's Matias on third and Cottom on first. And now, timeout called by Coach Ope again. Coach Opalewski going out to have a word. And they're going to make the call to the pen. The Rebels going with the left-hander. That'll be number 38, Jacob Gomberg, on to try to close this one out. Gomberg getting in the save situation. He'll be back with the top half of the 9th inning. 2 outs, 2 on. UNLV on top, 9-8. You want to talk about a high-leverage situation for the lefty Jacob Gomberg, a Florida transfer to enter into the game, too. Well, look no further. UNLV in the top of the ninth inning leads 9-8, but that's with the Governors posting a 5 spot so far. They've sent 9 men to the bat against Cal Barna and Colton Sundloff. They have scored 5 runs on no hits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 walked and a hit batter. And with runners on the corners and 2 down, it's up to Zion Taylor to try to stretch the game. Gomberg, the lefty, wearing 38, delivers. And a first pitch fastball clips the black of the outside for a called strike 1. Gomberg pitching for the first time as a Rebel. Pitched 2 times in 2 years for Florida. And he's as explosive a back-end bullpen piece as there is in the Mountain West Conference, according to Coach Opalewski. He sets checking first. The 0-1. In there. Sinker over the outside. Crackles for strike 2. Taylor led the inning off, hit by a pitch by Cal Barna. Gomberg and the Rebels hope that he both begins and ends the 9th inning. Gomberg trying to lock down his first save of his collegiate career. The 0-2 on the way to Taylor. Swing and a miss. He got him on strikes. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. A 3-pitch strikeout for Jacob Gomberg. Save number 1 in a Rebels uniform, and UNLV wins it 9-8 despite the late comeback from Austin Peay. You got to give him credit. They fought, they scratched, they clawed tooth and nail, but when all was said and done, Gomberg came in and slammed the door. 3 pitches, 3 strikes. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night to Zion Taylor. UNLV wins it 9-8, out hitting the Governors 9-6. Austin Peay commits 4 errors to UNLV's 0. Rebels stranded 6 to Austin Peay's 9 on base. Cody Albright with the win. 4 scoreless innings to go to 1-0 on the year. Aaron Lewis charged for 5 runs on 5 hits and 2 1/3. He takes the loss to go to 0-1. Gomberg with the save. We played today's game in 3 hours and 28 minutes. And we've got the nightcap coming up in about a half an hour. Reese Lewick against a starter to be determined. UNLV starts out the 2026 season 2-0, and we'll see if they can make it 3 straight to start the year in about a half an hour. The nightcap of our doubleheader coming up. Keep it locked right here on the UNLV Athletics YouTube channel.
sixth, the designated hitter, number 34, Cole Johnson. Batting seventh, the catcher, number 2, Trevor Conley. Hitting eighth at first base, number 36, Keaton Cottom. And batting ninth in center field, number 6, Paris Pridgeon. On the mound for the Governors, number 23, Cade Shatwell. And now the starting lineup for manager Stan Stolte's Hustlin' Rebels. Leading off in left field, number 4, Jack Salmon. Batting second, manning the hot corner, number 5, Drew Berrigan. Hitting third, behind the plate, number 2, Aiden Garcia. In the cleanup spot, ranging right field, number 21, Nin Burns, the second. In the 5-hole at first base, number 24, Johnny Rodriguez. Hitting sixth at shortstop, number 22, Cooper Shep. Batting seventh, the designated hitter, number 3, Jaden Hurdle. In the 8-hole, the second baseman, number 14, Nicky Garitano. And batting ninth in center field, number 11, Jaden Sanchez. On the mound for UNLV, number 30, Reese Lewis.
For the second time today, we welcome you back into Earl E. Wilson Stadium for the nightcap of a twinville between UNLV and the Governors of Austin Peay. It's a beautiful Valentine's Day evening. Let's play 2. UNLV starts out the 2026 season 2-0 with back-to-back wins last night and in the early game today against Austin Peay. 7-3 winners last night, holding on by the skin of their teeth in a 9-8 victory in the early game. Cody Albright with 4 scoreless innings in relief to earn the win on the mound. Jacob Gomberg came in a 1-run game with 2 runners on base in the 9th and slammed the door in a 1-2-3 at bat against Zion Taylor to close the door on the Rebels' second win to start out the 2026 season. Matt Everett with you from the Earl as we get it set for the second game of 2. And it'll be the 2026 season debut on the mound for right-hander out of Las Vegas, Reese Lewick. 3-2 record and a 4.13 ERA for Lewick last year. The 6'2", 205-pound senior out of Palo Verde High School, really making his first time around in the rotation. This is the first year where he's got into it knowing that he is going to be a prominent part of this pitching staff for Stan Stolte and company coming into the year. Lewick ready to go against that Austin Peay lineup that reads as follows. Bit of a shakeup for fourth-year head coach Roland Fanning. Ray Velasquez bumped up to the leadoff spot. Velasquez will play at third base with no Kyler Proctor in the lineup for this one. Zion Taylor, the left fielder, hitting second with TJ Costello hitting third and playing at second base defensively. Ty Wisdom sliding into the cleanup spot. He'll be in the 4th hole playing in right field defensively. Andres Matias stays in his traditional 5-hole playing at shortstop defensively. Cole Johnson, who was at first base earlier, now the designated hitter batting 7th. Trevor Conley, the only new addition to the lineup. Conley catching and hitting 7th with Keaton Cottom, who was catching in the earlier game, moving to first base, getting out from behind home plate and hitting in the 8th spot. Paris Pridgeon, same spot in the lineup, same spot defensively, hitting 9th and playing in center field. Reese Lewick making his 6th start in the last 2 seasons, ready to go as the Rebels not changing the uniforms in between games of the doubleheader. The officiating crew, the umpires, will rotate. Alberto Ruiz behind home plate. Brooks O'Hearn down the third base line. Our crew chief, Jeff Hendricks, behind second base with Jason Comiskey currently straddling the first base line right behind the base. Aiden Garcia doing the catching and filling up the battery this evening for Reese Lewick. And we are ready to go just after 4:20. It is a beautiful Saturday night, 66 degrees, not a cloud in the sky. First pitch from Lewick in there for a strike, and we are underway at 4:22 on a beautiful night. Series finale tomorrow in the afternoon, 12:05 first pitch. Join us right here on the UNLV Athletics YouTube channel. Ray Velasquez starts out the at-bat 0-1. And he swings here and hits one down the third base side. Off the glove of the third baseman, Berrigan. He's able to recover, sets his feet, and rips a rocket across the diamond in time as one third baseman grounds out to another to begin the contest. A hot shot, but Berrigan up to task defensively. Johnny Rodriguez at first base once again. Nicky Garitano, the glove for second baseman, makes his first start of the year at second base with Cooper Sheff at short. Drew Berrigan at third. Jack Salmon in left. Jaden Sanchez in center. In Burns, the second, roaming the range in right field. Jaden Hurdle, going to be your designated hitter here in the nightcap of the only twin bill at the Earl this year. Zion Taylor, the left-handed batting left fielder, takes outside. Reese Lewick starts him out, 1 ball and no strikes. Taylor was hitting 8th in the earlier game this evening. Was hit by a pitch and walked, along with a base hit, a ground out, and a strikeout. On 1-0, he takes down from Lewick. He goes ahead, 2 balls and no strikes. Taylor also hit in the 9 spot yesterday, so definitely shuffling around the lineup. He was 2 for 3 yesterday, finished 1 for 3 in that game, so a whopping 3 out of 6 with 2 walks to start the year. Out of the stretch, a 2-0 breaking pitch in there for a strike. Reese Lewick going to mitch up his pitches pretty dependably. Fastball, changeup, cutter, slider, his 4-pitch arsenal. He'll throw the cutter more than the slider. In fact, that fastball, changeup, and the cutter about 90% of his pitches. There's the change. It's in the dirt, and it's taken for ball 3 by Taylor. He batted .425 last year at Division I Mobile College. Infield deep, playing him to pull as the sun sets behind the third base bag. And on 3-1, Lewick gets a foul ball twisted out of play down the third base line off the facing in front of the dugout. So after a leadoff ground out, Taylor in the hole at 3-2. Lewick's got the count full with T.J. Costello, the big-bodied second baseman, awaiting in the on-deck circle. He takes the side from the catcher, Garcia. The bespectacled righty, Reese Lewick, deals. And he's way outside on a slider. Nowhere close there on ball 4. So Taylor down to first. Yeah, that'll be the game's first base runner with 1 out in the top of the inaugural frame. Austin Peay, named after former Tennessee Governor Austin Peay, located in Clarksville. Peay was the governor from 1923 to 1927. And his hometown of Clarksville named their university after him because of that. T.J. Costello batting with 1 on and 1 down in the first. He swings and misses at a first pitch slider, tailing down and away from him at 79 from Reese Lewick. Costello was the designated hitter in the opening game. Didn't record a hit, but had a productive day nonetheless. Hit by a pitch with the bases loaded to drive in the 4th out of 5 runs in the 9th. Also drove in a run on a sac fly in the early stages. Taylor, a big lead off first. He's not going anywhere as this pitch is outside. Lewick spins that one away at 89 to Costello. Jeff Opalewski told us that Lewick in general, much more mature this year, taking on much more of a leadership role with the arms, but his pitches in general have gotten better. He's done a great job of pitch shaping and said there's more depth on all of his pitches, including the fastball. Before the 1-1, a throw to first, gets away from Rodriguez up the line. That takes a big bounce off the padded wall as Taylor takes a round at second. He wants third. The throw on a couple of bounces from Garitano is stopped by Berrigan, who had to come off the bag. That'll be a throwing error by Lewick, advancing Taylor from first to third. So all the Rebels played their first 9 innings today without an error, and 1 error in their first 18 innings on the year. A throwing error moves Taylor 90 feet away with 1 out. Costello, meanwhile, back in from the right ahead of the 1-1 pitch. Ty Wisdom in the on-deck circle. Lewick set. The righty's 1-1. Swung on, knocked straight back off the thumbs and into the seats for strike 2. T.J. Costello, not your average build for a second baseman. 6'1", 260. Big body, slightly close stance from the right. Swing and a miss. Strike three. Lewick got him on a slider in the dirt. Costello down on strikes. And with Taylor on third, there's two away in the first. Bill for Property Restoration, the sponsor of the first Rebel strikeout of every game. No score. Top of the first inning in the game two of a nightcap, or game two of a twin bill, I should say. Here's Ty Wisdom from the left side. Wisdom takes a bouncing breaking ball from Lewick. Lewick, a culinary studies major. Perfect city to learn about that industry. Las Vegas, especially on Valentine's Day weekend, no shortage of restaurant options. That one fades just a bit low as Lewick falls behind 2 balls and no strikes. Sure, everyone's got planned for them and their loved ones here this weekend. We appreciate you making Hustlin' Rebel Baseball a part of your Valentine's Day weekend. First series of the year around the country. Here's the 2-0. Swing and a foul ball pushed down the third base line. Lewick steals a strike and it's 2-1. Lewick burst onto the scene back in 2023 in his freshman year. Won Conference Freshman of the Year 2 times that year. Still trying to get back to those heights here in his senior season. On 2-1, he sets and delivers. Backdoor slider stays outside for ball 3. Lewick born in Wisconsin, but graduated from high school at Palo Verde. Started 7 games and pitched more out of the bullpen. 2.4 ERA. First team All-State as a senior in high school. 3-1 pitch is outside for ball 4. Wisdom works a walk. Second walk and 4 batters for Lewick to start off the game. And with runners on first and third and 2 down, it brings up Andres Matias. Matias, the right-hand batting shortstop in a pressure situation. A .307 hitter in 56 games last year. Returning starter for Roland Fanning and company. 2 walks, a base hit, and a double. 2 out of 3 with an extra base hit in the opening game. Taylor off third, Wisdom off first. They both reached via a walk. Lewick trying to keep a 0 on the board in the first. First pitch slider, high, ball 1 as the shade starts to encompass the area around home plate. Sun sets behind the third base visiting side dugout here at the Earl. So the shadows will creep from the left field corner all the way to the right field side. Usually a right fielder, the last one bathed in sunlight. Lewick misses away for ball 2 here. As you get later in the season, into April and May, that sun and heat can make a big difference, but for now, Burns enjoying it. Time called as pitching coach Jeff Opalewski wants to go out and have a word with Reese Lewick. He hasn't liked what he's seen from his starter so far. Lewick, after missing on the first 2 pitches he's thrown, Andres Matias now rests at 19 pitches, just 8 of them for strikes. The Rebels needed 5 pitchers, rather, to get through the opening game today. Parker Dilloff and Cody Albright got up through the first 8 innings. Dilloff charged for 3 runs on 4 hits while striking out 6 in a no decision. Albright went 4 scoreless. 2 hits, 2 walks, a hit batter, and 3 strikeouts. He got the win. Cal Barna, Colton Sundloff, and Jacob Gomberg combined to get all 3 outs in the 9th. Barna didn't get an out and surrendered 4 runs. Sundloff got 2 outs but gave up a run with 2 walks. And Gomberg came in and, I don't know, slammed the door is fair. He went 1-2-3 on 3 pitches against Zion Taylor to close out a save. So Coach Joe back in the dugout. Matias back in from the right. Lewick set on 2-0 and the pitch. Breaking ball down the middle for a called strike 1. It's always the interesting mental game after a mound visit. Oftentimes, that first pitch will be a fastball right down the middle. Wisdom leads off first. Taylor is speedster off a third. 2-1 breaking ball, high and tight. Ball 3 from Lewick to Matias. Cole Johnson on deck. A dangerous threat out of the 6th spot. No score yet in the top of the first inning. Lewick brings the hands together. Here's his 3-1 pitch. Fastball low, ball 4, loads the bases. Rebel pitching in the early game issued 10 walks in 9 innings. That's 13 walks for Rebel pitching today in less than 10 innings on the mound. That doesn't even include the handful of hit batters. Bases loaded, 2 down, and a scoreless first inning for Cole Johnson. Bright pink sleeve up and down the right arm, bright blue batting gloves to boot. He checks the swing on a first pitch fastball inside. Ball 1 from Lewick. And when he's gotten himself in trouble, not only today but in the past, it's the first pitch outside the strike zone. Here's a swing and a blast deep in the air to left field. Jack Salmon back, left fielder at the wall. It's gone. A grand slam off the scoreboard for Cole Johnson. The first home run as a team for Austin Peay blows this one wide open in the first. After giving up 4 home runs in 48 innings of work last year, Johnson leaves the yard against Lewick on a grand slam home run to start the scoring in the first inning. That thing was a no-doubter from the second it left his bat. Walks will come back to hurt you. 2-out walks especially will come back to hurt you. 2 of the 4 runs just plated on that one swing were because of the 2-out walk. So a 2-out grand slam empties the bases and opens up the scoring. Trevor Conley, the left-hand batting catcher, takes the first pitch he sees of the season for a ball. Conley, one of 3 catchers on the roster. A former Texas Tech Red Raider watches a strike. 4-0 Governors, all in support of Cade Shatwell, who's yet to throw a pitch. He's going to have at least 4 runs of support before he even goes out to the hill. A swing and a ground ball pulled foul on the first base line. And it's 1-2 to Conley. Conley originally from Mount Carmel, Ohio, in his 4th year with Austin Peay after playing just his freshman year in Lubbock with the Red Raiders. Lewick trying to limit the damage. The 1-2 pitch. Hit on the ground is short. Picked up on 3 hops by a retreating Cooper Sheff. Long throw deep in the hole in time. And Conley, in his first at-bat of the year, grounds out to end the frame. However, thanks to a grand slam from Cole Johnson, Austin Peay plates 4 runs on just the 1 hit. 1 error with nobody left on. After half an inning of play, Austin Peay on top 4-0. Jack Salmon to lead off against Cade Shatwell in the bottom of the first next. Back with the bottom of the first inning. Matt Everett with you from Earl E. Wilson Stadium. UNLV batting for the first time in the nightcap of a twin bill, already trailing by a tally of 4-0. Thanks to 3 walks, an error, and a Cole Johnson grand slam, the Governors of Austin Peay have staked themselves to an early multi-run advantage as Cade Shotwell takes the mound. Shotwell, right-hander wearing number 23 out of Edmond, Oklahoma, with the pant legs pulled up high, getting ready to square off against Jack Salmon. Time called before the first pitch of the game as Trevor Conley, the catcher, having an issue with the PitchCom device in his helmet. Now the pitching has been communicated now from the dugout onto the field of play in college baseball for a couple of seasons. But Shotwell, long and lanky at 6'4", 190 pounds. He stayed in Oklahoma for basically his entire collegiate career. Started at Oklahoma State, then was at Oklahoma City before transferring to Austin Peay last year, where he posted a 2-2 record and a 9.7 ERA in 16 appearances. This is his 4th start for the team from Clarksville. First pitch to the lefty, Salmon. Slapped straight back, and a foul ball begins the top half, making the bottom of the first inning. Salmon getting off to a hot start already. 5 hits in 8 at-bats to start this season. Stolen base. 2 stolen bases, actually, in that opening game today. He hits a hot shot grounder to second. Picked up on one big hop by T.J. Costello. And the second baseman's sidearm flip to first base is in time. Salmon pulling everything. That one just happened to be right at the chest of Costello on a tailor-made bounce right to him. So far, so good for Cade Shotwell, who in 27 innings last year struck out 22 batters and walked 10. However, he surrendered an opponent batting average against of 360. 42 hits allowed in 27 innings. Just 3 of those 42 for home runs. So he got knocked around, but kept it in the yard more often than not. He spikes this one to the backstop against Drew Berrigan. Berrigan hitting second, playing third in the nightcap for Stan Stolte. Aiden Garcia catching and hitting third. And in Burns after a 2-run homer earlier in the cleanup spot again, playing in right. Fastball down the middle from Shotwell, in there for strike 1. After Burns in the cleanup spot, Rodriguez, the first baseman, batting 5th. Cooper Sheff, number 6 in the lineup, number 6 on the card as well at short. Jaden Hurdle doing the DHing. Here's a ground ball left side, picked up on 2 hops by Ray Velasquez. He's able to set the feet and throw Berrigan out at first. As one third baseman grounds out to another, both Berrigan and Velasquez starting out their evening with groundouts to the hot corner. 4-0 Governors, thanks to a top of the first inning grand slam. And with 2 outs and the bases empty, here's Aiden Garcia. Garcia, who started the first 2 games of the year at the designated hitter role, doing the catching here in the nightcap tonight. First pitch swinging, ground ball to the right side, and it sneaks through into right. A cap shot off the end of the bat, muscled into right field for Aiden Garcia, the former FAU Owl, with his second hit as a UNLV Rebel. 3 walks and a base hit in the early game today. Garcia puts a runner on for Nin Burns with 2 outs in the bottom of the first inning. Burns, a righty, blasted his first home run. And his last at bat is the throw to first, not in time. Burns with a 2-run shot in the 7th. The Rebels able to score 7 runs from the 6th, the 7th, and the 8th. It ended up just being enough as he slices this one foul on the right field line. Got quickly 0-1. But for Austin Peay, even more so, if you consider the 9th of the opener and the 1st of this game. They've scored 9 runs in their last 2 at-bats with 1 hit. That's right, 1 hit. It was the Johnson grand slam. Here's a swing and a liner to straightaway center. And Paris Pridgeon dives straight in for it. Did he make the catch? No ruling. Yes is the call. None of the 4 umpires made a ruling one way or another. Eventually, the crew chief, Jeff Hendricks, just kind of shot a fist in the air as if to say, sure, I guess he caught it. And that's how the inning will come to a close on a Nin Burns lineout to straightaway center. No runs on a 2-out base hit. No errors and a man left on. And they're going to look at this one. Hold on. Before we go to a break, Austin Peay being summoned back out onto the field by this umpiring crew. But meanwhile, Corey Vanderhook and Aiden Garcia walking hip to hip back to the first base dugout. They are going to take a look at this one. And I will say, whether or not Pridgeon actually caught it, he did not do a good job of selling it. He kind of looked at the umpires like they looked at everybody else as if to say, I guess he caught it. So as it stands, it's a line out from Burns to end the inning. They're going to take a look. Crew chief review, not a challenge. So we did get word between games that because of issues elsewhere with the replay system, it's no longer an umpire going over and looking at a monitor. There is one central umpiring decision hotspot, the epicenter, if you will. One official watching every game in the country, allegedly. And as the crew chief, Jeff Hendricks, goes to the phone, we'll get a decision one way or another. Of course, we're here on one of our single-cam broadcasts. We'll have plenty of full television-style broadcasts of the Mountain West Network as we go on throughout the season. Just about all the non-con games, though, going to be streamed just like this on the UNLV Athletics YouTube channel. Myself, Matt Neverett, Drew Neverett, and Wyatt Topchek also going to be on the call for some games this year. Heard Wyatt last night filling in for me while I was on the road with Runnin' Rebels in Boise, an overtime victory for Josh Pastner and crew. Only reason I would miss one of these games. This is a long review. It tells you that there's something to be looked at. And Burns sliced that one. And Pridgeon, who was shaded deep with 2 outs, didn't get a good start. Now he closed because of outstanding foot speed. But the call on the field was that he picked it up off the shoe tops and robbed Nin Burns of a 2-out base hit here in the bottom of the first inning. Man, this is a very long review by review standards. Again, the call on the field is out. There has to be 100% indisputable video evidence to overturn the call on the field of an out. If we don't have that, it's going to stand. It's going to be upheld as the verbiage goes. Here we go. Jeff Hendricks hands the phone back, and here's the call. And they're going to confirm it. He's out. And we'll step aside after a scoreless bottom of the first for the Rebels. On to the second. It's Austin Peay 4, UNLV nothing. Matt Everett with you from Earl E. Wilson Stadium here on the campus of UNLV. We go to the top of the second inning in the nightcap tonight. Austin Peay on top of UNLV 4-0 thanks to a grand slam in the first off the bat of Cole Johnson. Reese Lewick trying to limit the damage, and his first pitch in there for a strike to Keaton Cottom. Catcher by trade playing at first base here in the nightcap. And Lewick rather behind 1-0. That one just missed. Righty on righty matchup as Cottom fouls it out of play down the right field line. 8-9-1 for the Governors here. Cottom followed by Pridgeon, then Velasquez. Cottom, a .302 batter in 22 appearances last year for head coach Roland Fanning. He swings here, fouls it straight down, and it's strike two from Lewick. It took Reese 28 pitches to retire the side as part of a 7-batter first inning. Meanwhile, his counterpart, Cade Shatwell, much more efficient. Gave up a 2-out base hit to Aiden Garcia on a little roller through the right side. 8 pitches, 7 strikes, facing off against 4 batters. This one swung on and poked in the air deep to left center field, but playable for Jaden Sanchez. Center fielder drifting back in front of the track, makes the catch for out number 1. Cottom got a hold of it, got under it as well, and with no wind to speak of, it hung up there in the night sky. And he flies out with Sanchez able to track that one down. There is Pridgeon. Going to bat from the right side of the bottom of the lineup as he steps up for the first time tonight. Pridgeon, a .222 hitter a year ago, was 1 out of 2 with a pair of walks and a run scored in the opening game this evening. Third baseman Berrigan creeps in front of the bag just in case. Pridgeon does square to bunt, pulls it back on a strike, a fastball on the outside. Final game of this opening 4-game series tomorrow afternoon at 12:05, the scheduled first pitch. Come out here and join us. UNLVtickets.com. Pridgeon takes a slider. That's in there for a strike, and it's quickly 0-2. Full slate of action around the rest of the country. Mountain West Conference, no exception. Just about everybody in action right now. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on and twisted straight back on a foul ball. 2 other games in progress right now around the Mountain West. Fresno State trails Utah 5-2 in a game at Biden Field in Fresno. Bennett Stadium plays host, top of the 5th in Albuquerque. It's New Mexico 10, Fordham 6. Pridgeon takes down, 0-2 miss from Lewick, moves the count 1-2. Fresno State playing just the 1 game today. New Mexico already knocked off the Fordham Rams 18-8 in the earlier game at Santa Ana Star Field. 1-2 from Lewick. Swung on and missed. Fooled him with a breaking ball. Pridgeon down on strikes. Lewick's got a pair of Ks, and that's now 3 straight set down following the Johnson home run. 4-0 Governors as Ray Velasquez bats for a second time atop the lineup. A chunk of games already final around the conference, including a doubleheader already concluded in Tuscaloosa. Alabama downs Washington State back-to-back games, 8-1 and 11-1, after the Cougars beat the Tide yesterday in a surprise. Velasquez takes a strike, fastball over the outside. Ole Miss playing at home against UNR, 5-1 winners. Rebels, the other Rebels, defeating the Wolfpack back-to-back games to start the year. There's Velasquez swinging and fouling one back into the seats for strike 2. Grand Canyon playing at Salt River Field in Phoenix, just outside Phoenix. Fell 9-3 to Penn State earlier this afternoon. 3 games yet to begin. San Diego State hosts the Sharks of Long Island in a game just about underway. As Velasquez pops this one straight back again into the seats. Iowa and Air Force getting set to do battle from Salt River Field. And San Jose State in SoCal taking on the Dirtbags of Long Beach State at Blair Field in your Mountain West Conference look around. 0-2 the count from Lewick to Velasquez. Trying to go 1-2-3 here in the second. Lewick sets the 0-2. Swung on and ripped left side and through. A couple of bounces before it hits the glove of Jack Salmon in left field. Velasquez stung that one. He was early on that breaking ball, no doubt about it. 76 in, 95 out. And it's just the second hit of the game so far for Austin Peay. In fact, in the last 7 innings for Austin Peay, They have a total of 3 hits. But they found a way in those 7 innings to plate 9 runs. So it has not been consistent base hit after base hit. It's been about manufacturing runs for the Governors. 2 out, runner on, and a big lead for Velasquez. As Lewick calls time and steps off the back of the mound to reset himself. Zion Taylor batting from the left side, walked. Advanced from first to third on a throwing error on an errant pickoff from Lewick, and then scored on the home run. Throw to first, just not in time. Rodriguez slaps the tag on Velasquez a half a second late. After a caught fly out and a Pridgeon strikeout, Velasquez poked a shot between Berrigan and Sheff on the left side. Governors lead 4-0 as Lewick set. And the first pitch to Taylor on the way. No, a throw to first, and it bounces, but Rodriguez picks it out. At that point, the focus for the first baseman has nothing to do with slapping a tag on the runner. Especially when Taylor went first to third on an errant pickoff through earlier. You're just trying to get in front of it. Keep it from getting behind you. Third baseman Drew Berrigan in front of the bag, guarding against a bunt with 2 down. And another throw to first. This one on the money as Rodriguez holds the tag on Velasquez, who's back in there safely. Austin Peay has certainly found ways to manufacture runs over the first couple of games. Velasquez did have his first steal of the year in the early game. He's got a huge lead as well. No movement on the first pitch. It's popped up deep down the left field line, but twisting towards the corner. That'll land in the visiting bullpen for strike 1. Nothing but a long, loud strike here with 2 outs in the top of the second. And as the sun starts to set, the lights starting to turn on here at Earl E. Wilson Stadium. Lewick takes the side from Garcia, laboring here in his second inning of work. The 0-1. Crushed down the right field line, but it's foul on a line drive shot. 0-2 on a couple of long foul balls from Zion Taylor. And Reese Lewick just trying to find a way to keep a 0 on the board in the second. Next pitch will be his 44th. He's facing off against his 11th batter. He's set. The 0-2 on the way. Here it is. That's high. Catcher Garcia had to spring up out of the squat. Not the worst miss on 0-2, but Taylor wouldn't climb the ladder with him. Taylor was 2 for 3 on Friday night on opening day with a pair of runs batted in. He was 1 out of 2 with a walk and a hit by pitch in the early game today. Takes that slider away. Lewick tried to fade it over the back door, but no dice. And the count goes even. Deuces wild here in the second. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and a runner on first. 4-0, the early lead for the visitors. Lewick set at the belt. The right-hander kicks and fires. No, it's a throw to first instead. Not in time once more as Velasquez back in there head first and safely. They've been all over Velasquez, but he has not shortened up that lead. Extending it even further as Rodriguez holds him on. He takes another step towards second base. There he goes. Lewick misses outside. The throw from Garcia, not in time. A swim move on the slide from Velasquez, and he's in there safely on his second stolen base in as many tries this year. And is becoming a part of every base runner's arsenal at every level of baseball now. That swim move with the left arm. Anytime that tag is going to come towards the front of the bag, we're seeing base runners pull that left arm back, wrap around with the right on a hook slide, and catch the corner of the bag. But with that last one missing, a 3-2 pitch down and inside to Taylor. That's ball 4. That's how you win a battle, as Taylor earns his second walk of the game, and Velasquez would have moved up to second base anyway. 6 plate appearances so far for Zion Taylor here on Valentine's Day. He's either walked or been hit by a pitch 4 times out of those 6. First and second with 2 down for Costello, who struck out swinging in the first. First pitch from Lewick in the right on right. Over the outside, a fastball clipping the black at 87. Lewick, kind of a guy without a role for these last couple of years on this Hustlin' Rebel pitching staff. Guy that started with a splash in 2023 as a freshman. Didn't make his first starts until last year. 3-2 in 12 appearances. Out of the stretch, a fastball knocked straight back to the screen. And it's 0-2 to T.J. Costello. At Chabot College last year, a .381 average with 8 homers and 42 batted in for the portly middle infielder. Oh, 2 as Lewick tries to strand a couple on here in the second. The Vegas-born righty on the way. And Costello lifts one down the right field line with plenty of side spin, but it hooks into the corner and takes a bounce foul into the bullpen. Lewick with another long battle on his hands. Next pitch will be his 50th of the ball game, and he's yet to get through 2 innings. Oh, 2 as Lewick takes the sign from Garcia. The UNLV starter kicks, he deals, and Costello takes low. 50 pitches, 28 strikes for Reese Lewick. Off of second is Velasquez. Zion Taylor off of first after his second walk of the ballgame. Meanwhile, a quick throw back to second, keeping Velasquez honest. He's not in time. Velasquez certainly going to need to get that jersey washed after this one. He is all shades of red and brown from the dirt already. Look ahead 1-2 as Costello climbs back in with a closed-off stance. Keeps an eye on the runner. Now to the plate. Costello swings and misses at strike 3. He's down swinging for the second time in as many bats. Lewick strikes out a pair for the Governors in the second. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 2 left after an inning and a half of the nightcap. It's Austin Peay 4, UNLV nothing. The 5, 6, and 7 spots to lead things off for UNLV here in the bottom of the second inning. Austin Peay leads 4-0 on the strength of a first-inning grand slam from their DH, Cole Johnson. Cade Shadwell's had a couple of long layoffs. They'll deal to Johnny Rodriguez to begin the second. And he backs away the left-hand batting first baseman on ball 1 inside. Shadwell needed 8 pitches to set down the first 4 batters he faced. Aiden Garcia with a 2-out single, the only blemish against him otherwise. Here comes his 10th pitch of the game on 1-0. Rodriguez waves and misses. Tried to stretch that one up for a fastball above the eyes. 1 ball, 1 strike from Shadwell. Meanwhile, Reese Lewick has thrown 52 pitches, including 30 strikes through 2 innings of work. A 28-pitch first and a 24-pitch second. Rodriguez flops one foul. A line drive shot that bounces beyond the first base home side dugout. 1-2 count to Johnny. A .414 average last year at Golden West College. 1 for 3 with a double and a run batted in the opening game today. Rodriguez figures when he's healthy to slot in at first base, hitting in the middle of the lineup every game. 1-2, pulled foul again off the foot of the first base coach, Nick Rush. No worse for wear. Rushy kind of looked to the dugout as if to say, what? You want that to hurt me? I think any coach would say, if you want to hit me, at least make it hurt. Rodriguez, after fouling one off of his first base coach's foot, back in on the 1-2. Here's the pitch. High and tight, look out. That one twists him away at 96. Cade Chatwell with legitimate mid-90s fastball stuff. Cooper Chef on deck. Jaden Hurdle, the designated hitter, in the hole to start the second. Out of the full wide, Chatwell's 2-2. Pulled foul off the facing in front of the first base dugout again. Four runs, 2 hits, no errors for Austin Peay. 0, 1, and 1 across for the Rebels. Early hit by Aiden Garcia. Their only error on an errant pickoff throw from Lewick. Rodriguez takes strike 3 on a fastball. He knew it right away. Chatwell earns his first K of the day. And after sitting down Burns on a replay review line out to end the first, he gets Rodriguez looking to start off the second. 1 out, base is empty as Cooper Chef works his way around to the right-hand batter's box. Chef playing at shortstop this year, more traditional role for him. When he played third base last year, it was really the first time in his baseball career he had played at the hot corner. Chatwell working quickly, induces a swing and a foul ball back into the mitt. Chef couldn't catch up with 85. Chatwell, a hard thrower who's certainly ramped up that velocity throughout his 5-year college career. Number 23 spins one low to number 22, and it's 1-1. 17 outings, 4 starts for Chatwell last year. First appearance is a start this year. Chef backs away from a heater in on the kneecaps, and it's a called strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes to the right-hand batting shortstop. Chef was 1 for 4 in the earlier game today. A base hit to lead off. The 1-2. Hit in the air, softly towards right. Wisdom on his way in. It takes a bounce in front of the right fielder. Chef with his second hit in as many games. Puts a runner on first with 1 down for Jaden Hurdle. Great piece of 2-strike hitting there by Cooper Chef. Got a changeup on the outside. Didn't try to get around it, just hit it where it was pitched the opposite direction. And now here's Jaden Hurdle, the Fresno native, stepping in for the first time this year. A right-hander, designated hitter on the evening, wearing number 3. Out of the stretch, Chatwell delivers. Hurdle's first pitch is swung on and hit in the air down the right field line, but it's foul, hooking towards the warning track. Jaden Hurdle, guy who, as the year went on last year, got more and more run, more and more playing time, and had more and more success. He's also put on some weight in the offseason. You can definitely tell. 6'1", 205-pounder out of Clovis North High School in Fresno. 3 out of 9 with an RBI, a walk, and 2 runs scored last year in 11 games as a freshman. Before the 0-1, Chatwell throws to first, and it's off the glove of Cottom and down the first base side. Chef advances up to second base on a throwing error by the pitcher. And Austin Peay with their 5th error in the last 2 games combined. They've been lighting up the radar gun. 95, 96, but Chatwell lit up the radar gun there on his first baseman. That thing just kept on rising above the glove. So now with the runner on second, job becomes a bit easier for Jaden Hurdle. He swings and chops one up the middle. Chef on his way to third. It's grabbed by Matias, and the throw to first beats Hurdle to the bag by a step. An advancing ground out, it moves Chef from second to third base. Hurdle grounds out 6-3 on the card. And with a 4-0 deficit, it'll bring up Nicky Garitano for the first time. No batting gloves for Garitano, the old school look for an old school type of player. Batted .393 in 14 games as a freshman last year. A native Las Vegans, swings and misses at an elevated fastball at 95. Nicky, the pride of Green Valley High School, the former Gator, went and played for his dad, Nick, the head coach at College of Southern Nevada before coming to UNLV. He swings here and pops one up behind home plate. Catcher Conley loses the mask, but will watch it land amongst the fans. Count quickly 0-2 to Nicky Garitano. Garitano wearing 14 at 5'11", $190. He taps back in. Shotwell working with some tempo. Out of the full wind, the 0-2 pitch. That's high. 96. That's about all he's got in the tank. Meanwhile, in the third inning, Austin Peay will send up the middle third of their lineup. Wisdom, Matias, and Johnson. Meanwhile, the 1-2 way up and outside. Good take there by Garitano. Jaden Sanchez due up next. Four runs, 2 hits, 1 error for the Governors. No runs on 2 hits and a matching error for the Rebels in the nightcap of a twin bill. Here comes a 2-2 from Shotwell. Swing and a miss. Blown by Garitano on an elevated heater. For UNLV in the bottom of the second. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 man left. On to the third we go. Austin Peay leads 4-0. Hustlin' Rebel Baseball on the UNLV Sports Network from Learfield is brought to you by Intermountain Health, here to help you live the healthiest life possible. As the official health partner of UNLV Athletics, Intermountain Health is dedicated to promoting health and wellness in our community. Matt Everett here at Earl E. Wilson Stadium. UNLV trails Austin Peay 4-0. And as Reese Luke begins his third inning of work against the lefty Ty Wisdom, he starts him off with ball 1 high on a fastball. Wisdom followed by Andres Matias and Cole Johnson, the 4, 5, and 6 batters for the Governors. Wisdom a walk back in the first. Looks 1-0, a swing and a miss. Slider underneath the bat at 80. Austin Peay from Clarksville, Tennessee, out of the A-Sun Conference. With the likes of Stetson, Florida Gulf Coast, Central Arkansas, really good underrated baseball conference. They were the regular season champs last year, 26-4. Lewick fades a heater outside, and it's 2-1. Now the Governors, very unique nickname. If Austin Peay were in California, they might have changed it to the Governators after Arnold Schwarzenegger. 2-1 changeup outside at 80 on the gun. 3 balls and a strike to Wisdom. Spent last year at Kansas. The former Jayhawk played in 22 games, batting .235 last year in the Big 12. He's in a 3-ball, 1-strike hitter's count here. Lewick's fastball by him, and the count goes full. Matias keeping a close eye in the on-deck circle. Turns to the dugout, has a couple of words with the coaching staff. Meanwhile, Lewick set the 3-2. High up for ball 4. 5th walk of the game for Reese Lewick through 2 innings plus. However, that's the first leadoff man to reach against him. Say what you will, but he had retired each of the previous 2 leadoff men. And despite falling behind and being anything but efficient in terms of the pitch count, he's really 1 swing away from this one being a tie game at 0. There's his 58th pitch of the game as Andres Matias takes it for a ball. Breaking pitch low. Meanwhile, Lewick's counterpart, Kate Shotwell, has been just about the model of efficiency. 26 pitches, 20 strikes through 2 innings of work. Shotwell working quickly, throwing in the mid-90s. A lot to like about the Austin Peay starter on the mound. There goes the runner as the 1-0 pitch is fouled straight down off the ankle of Matias, who goes down right behind home plate. He's able to get up under his own power, but Matias is going to be banged up one way or another. Had to play defensively in the earlier game today where Jack Salmon in the 7th was attempting to steal second base, and as he slid, the body got tied up with the wrist on the glove hand of Matias, and he was definitely shaken up afterwards but stayed in the game. That one, self-inflicted. And it looks like he fouled it off of his right foot, which would have been the back one in the stance. That tells you he was really leaning out in front of that 80-mile-an-hour breaking ball. To have all your weight out in front like that, knock it straight down off the back foot. It's only a matter of time. So we've seen the padding and the protective armor increase over the years. Only a matter of time until guys start wearing it on both legs when they're batting. Get everybody out there in full catcher's gear eventually. So Matias good to go back in from the right side. Lewick set on the right, and here's the 1-1 to the shortstop. That's low at 80. Matias, a walk and a run scored back in the first inning. Cole Johnson on deck, drove in 4 on 1 swing on the grand slam. Lewick checks first, takes the sign, and comes set with the hands at the belt. Next one blocked. A good job by Garcia. Had to slide to the right on the knees to keep that one from rolling to the backstop. So after 5 walks in the first 13 batters of the game, Lewick behind 3-1 with Johnson on deck. Here's the pitch. Instead, a soft throw to first base. That one not his best move. He's more so letting Wisdom know that he's thinking about him over there. Action in the Rebel bullpen down the right field line as Lewick brings home the 3-1 delivery. Swing and a miss on a breaking ball, and the count goes full to Matias. With no outs and a runner on first, it's an inevitability that Cole Johnson, who's on deck, will have an at-bat here in the 3rd. It's just a matter of how many runners on base, if any. Here we go, the 3-2 payoff from Lewick. There goes the runner to second. The pitch, a call, strike 3. Garcia's throw on a bounce, kicks off the body of the second baseman, Garitano. Moving from second on his way to 3rd is Wisdom. He's in there safely. Give him a stolen base and a throwing error on the catcher, advancing him to 3rd. That one bounced, and Garitano couldn't keep it in front. Matias down on strikes, however. 4th K of the day for Reese Lewick compared to his 5 walks. And with a runner on 3rd and 2 down, let's see how he approaches this at-bat against Cole Johnson, who took him deep off the video board in left field in the first inning. It was not a cheapie. It was a bomb. First pitch swinging, ground ball foul, right past the skipper in the third base box. Roland Fanning reached out to make a play on it, but couldn't. A grand slam from Johnson comes on the heels of an 0 for 5 performance in the opening game today, including 4 strikeouts. That colloquially known as the golden sombrero for Johnson. He started 0 for 3. That home run, his first hit of the year in 3 games. After a foul ball, Lewick ahead 0-1. As Johnson fouls this one off again, this time straight back amongst the spectators. And this would be a win for Lewick, regardless of anything else. He can get Johnson here. Keep it at 4-0. With the lights taking effect, Lewick stares down Johnson and deals. 0-2 pitch fouled straight down. And that'll trickle beyond the right-hand batter's box. And the at-bat continues. Lewick did a good job last year of limiting damage. 4 home runs in 48 innings. He allowed just a .270 opponent batting average against. Any damage he had was more often than not self-inflicted. Here's the 0-2 again. And it's just outside. That is a tight take and a very hard one to watch with 2 strikes for Cole Johnson. There's a reason he's in the spot that he is, and the reason he batted .356 last year for the first place Governors. He's still behind 1-2. Now the count even at deuces. 4 runs on just 2 hits for the Governors. 5 Reese Lewick walks certainly don't help that either. A pair of stolen bases, a pair of errors also. Austin Peay finding ways to manufacture runs outside of the Grand Salami. Lewick buries that 2-2 fastball in the dirt. That'll get by Aiden Garcia, and Plate Wisdom from third base scored as a wild pitch, and it's 5-0 Austin Peay in the third. Wisdom walked, stole second, moved to third on a throwing error on the throwdown from Garcia, the catcher, and scores on a wild pitch. That is your wheels making an impact and manufacturing a run almost single-handedly. Lewick was ahead 1-2. Now the count full at 3-2 with 1 out and the bases empty to Cole Johnson. Lewick on the way with the payoff pitch. Swinging a ground ball right side. Picked up forehand right by the first baseman Rodriguez. He'll turn to the left, swiveling when he does so, and he'll win the foot race against Johnson himself. Good job by Rodriguez, who we were told coming into the year was going to be one of the best defensive first basemen in the Mountain West, and he legitimately has a shot to be one of the best first basemen defensively in the country. So with 1 across in the inning, it's 5-0 Austin Peay, and Trevor Conley bats for the second time this year. Left-hand batting catcher grounded out to shortstop, wrapping up a run scoring first. Lewick will try to get him to end another run-scoring inning. The base is empty. First pitch swinging. He pops one straight down. Conley behind 0-1. Berrigan at third. Off the bag and even with the line. As Conley hits a tapper to the right side, diving and making the stop is Garitano. Second baseman up and the throw to the base at first in time. A web gem for the glove first second baseman Garitano, but not before another run scores for the Governors. They played a run with no hits, 1 error, and nobody left on. After 2.5 innings, it's Austin Peay 5, UNLV nothing. The bottom of the Rebel lineup set to lead things off in the bottom of the third inning. Rebels trail Austin Peay 5-0. Grand slam from Cole Johnson in the first, supplemented by Ty Wisdom scoring on a wild pitch against Reese Lewick, who's been anything but clean in his 3 innings of work. 5 walks and 5 runs charged to the UNLV starter in the first 3 frames. Here's Jaden Sanchez against Cade Shatwell. First time these two have squared off today. Sanchez in from the right, squares to bunt, pulls it back on a pitch that misses high for ball 1. Sanchez batting at the bottom of the lineup with Jack Salmon on deck. Drew Berrigan in the hole leading off in the third. Nothing going for the Rebels here in the early stages as Sanchez squares to bunt again. And this one misses high again after he pulls it back. Sanchez batted a cool .391 last year in 31 games at Chaffey College. And 1 for 4 in the early stages here in the doubleheader. He takes outside, and it goes 2-0. Shatwell, 28 pitches, 20 strikes. He's been uber efficient and really effective in his first 2 innings of work. Right-hander working with tempo, misses outside. A 4-pitch walk. Sanchez had no inclination of thinking of a swing there. So that'll put a runner on for Jack Salmon as the lineup flips back to the top. Salmon, one of those guys who just always finds his way to make an impact in the young season so far. Salmon batting from the left side, the nephew of former MLBer Tim Salmon. Watching all the way, takes a first pitch fastball outside. And now time called as Austin Peay pitching coach Kearse Kimball goes out to have a word. Typically after a 4-pitch walk to begin an inning, you're going to be instructed as a batter to take some more. You want that pitcher to at least throw 1 strike in there. You're going to take a strike more often than not. We're here in the opening 4-game series for UNLV. And while Austin Peay is going to finish this one up and head on the road, and continuing a long road swing to begin the year, UNLV with a quick roadie on Tuesday. Non-conference matchup against UC Riverside out of the Big West. The Highlanders play host in a 2:05 first pitch. Then the next 5 home games for the Rebels are here over the next week. Bradley comes to town Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Then a Tuesday, Wednesday midweek non-con showdown against Western Michigan. The Broncos out of the MAC. Non-conference home games against Northern Colorado, UC Riverside, Cal State Fullerton, Utah Tech, and Cal State Bakersfield, along with Milwaukee in the non-con slate. There's the first pitch following the mound visit, and it's right down Broadway at 86. A changeup from Shatwell to Salmon, taken for strike 1. Shatwell working out of the stretch, a position he hasn't been in a ton tonight. He'll miss up and outside there. 2-1. 7 pitches in the inning. 6 of them have been outside the strike zone. Salmon grounded out sharply to the second baseman Costello to start off the home half of the first. Drew Berrigan due up next on deck. 2-1 delivery. Popped up left field side. And out of play beyond the third base visiting side dugout. 2-2 to Salmon with the Rebels trailing 5-0. Shortstop Matias shaded up the middle. Holding on at first is Cottom. Velasquez pushed away from the bag at third base. Shatwell's 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Changeup underneath the bat of Salmon fools him, and it's the 3rd strikeout in the last inning and a half for Cade Shatwell. And it's the first time in 7 at-bats today that Salmon has been set down back-to-back. 1 out, 1 on, following a leadoff walk and a strikeout for Drew Berrigan, who clubbed a 2-run moonshot in the early game. All of that with a double. In fact, was only retired once in 4 at-bats thanks to an error. Swinging a ground ball to short. 2 steps to the right goes Matias. He feeds the bag at second for 1. The turn and feed to first by Costello is in time. A hard hit, quick developing double play wraps up the third in a 1-2-3 fashion for UNLV. Scored 6-4-3 on the inning-ending twin killing. And with that, we've played 3 innings complete. Austin Peay on to the 4th, leading UNLV 5-0. As we go to the top of the fourth inning, this pitching change brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil. UNLV summons Tate Foxen, wearing number 33 out of the bullpen. 6'5", 200-pound righty out of Venice Beach. Spent his previous 2 seasons at Butler. And the hard-throwing righty will go against the 8-9-1 batters in the lineup for the Austin Peay Governors, leading 5-0. Foxen's first pitch as a Rebel, 96, down the chute, call for strike 1. Caught him. 0 for 1 with the flyout against the starter Reese Lewick, who leaves stake to a loss if the score holds. Give you his final line in a moment. Foxen misses up at 98. Tate Foxen with a fastball, a four-seamer, a sinker, and a curveball. That fastball will top out at 98, 99 miles an hour. See if he can tickle triple digits this year. There's 98. It's over the outer edge. It's a called strike 2. Foxen, described by Jeff Opalewski, the pitching coach, as what a player would look like if you were to create a reliever in a video game. That was the curve at 82. It tumbles down and away for a called ball 2. But everything he does and everything he throws is hard. Foxen with the full wide and the 2-2. Fouled out of play. Good job by Cottom of catching up to 97. Man, that is a heavy 97 as well from Tate Foxen. First man out of the pen behind Reese Lewick, who gave up 5 runs on 2 hits and 5 walks over 3 innings. Fastball swung on and missed. 98, pure petrol, blown by Cottom for the first out. So far, so good for Tate Foxen in his Hustlin' Rebel debut. They'll try to keep that momentum going against Paris Pridgeon. Again, the final line for the starter Lewick, who leaves in line for the loss if the score holds. 5 runs on 5 walks and 2 hits over 3 innings with 4 strikeouts. 73 pitches, just 41 or 41 of them, beg your pardon, for strikes. Fox's first pitch at 98, high and tight to the right-hand batting Pridgeon. Foxen on the way, and that one up and in again at 96. 2-0 the count. Foxen started 5 out of 18 games last year as a Butler Bulldog in the Big East. 31 2/3 innings, 28 strikeouts, 2-2 with a 10.2 ERA. High leg kick and the 2-0 fastball at the knees for a strike at 95. He started his first 5 appearances last year for Butler and then was pulled from the rotation, made 13 relief outings following. Leaves that one up at 97 for ball 3. I mean, you can see just the pure athleticism and the velo that Foxen possesses. It's been about consistency and dependability in the bullpen. 3-1 fastball just outside, barely missing if it did. And you hear the 3 true results. Foxen, your prototypical 3 true result pitcher. A strikeout, a walk, or a home run, the 3 true results. Well, so far, he struck out a batter. He's walked a batter. Doesn't give up a lot of home runs, if any. Career high 4 innings for Foxen. We'll see how many he's called on tonight for. Ray Velasquez wraps the lineup back to the top as the leadoff man settles in for the 3rd time in nightcap. He takes high. Catcher Garcia ready to throw to first, but Pridgeon dives back in before any throw. Velasquez against Lewick, grounded out to 3rd to start off the ball game. Singled and stole 2nd in the 2nd. And was stranded when Lewick fanned Costello to end the frame. Before the 1-0, an errant pickoff throw goes by Rodriguez all the way to the padded wall. Advancing up to second base is Paris Pridgeon on another throwing error, this time from Foxen. That's now 3 errors for the Rebels in the game. 1 more for the Governors. Austin Peay committed 4 alone in the opening game. So in 12-plus innings of baseball, we've seen 8 errors. It's got to be opening weekend around D1, right? Foxen working out of the stretch on 1-0. There goes a runner to 3rd. The pitch is high, called for a ball. Garcia's throw, he got him! Berrigan slaps the tag on the back of Pridgeon for out number 2. And right away, Austin Peay wants a review. Pridgeon never really left the area around the third base bag. And the head coach, Roland Fanning, kind of agreed. He said, well, let's take a look. They already did lose a challenge earlier in the game. So if they do challenge, and they will, and they'll be out of challenges the rest of the way. So they're going to take a look. If it stands, again, phenomenal caught stealing on a high fastball that Garcia popped up, and in one motion, jumped up, caught it, didn't really even plant the feet, just kind of settled the heels in, pushed off and threw the runner out at third. So the crew chief, Jeff Heinrichs, and I believe that's first base umpire Jason Comiskey, over, and can't say at the monitor, you can't say on the headset, they're on the phone. We're calling into the replay review center. We'll call it that. Maybe not the one in Chelsea, New York that MLB uses. I'm going to guess it's not the same technology either, but maybe we'll get some more clarification there. That'd be a fun feature to do on our YouTube channel. Because from what we were told, this was a recent development in the last week as far as umpires on a cell phone during the game. Make sure you keep those things charged up. So this is a long one. The call on the field is out. And Tate Foxen using this opportunity to get some extra warm-up tosses in. You'll see that way more often at the beginning of the year than the end, with the arms still fresh and players still jockeying for time in a rotation and a bullpen. 5-0 Austin Peay here in the top half of inning number 4. Doubleheader that started some 5.5 hours ago. And this is really the only issue and really the only negative with the replay review coming into the college game is because, unlike in Major League Baseball, there's not one central spot, very standardized, organized technology. It can take a while. You see it at the college basketball level, especially some of those games. UNLV against Fresno State a couple of weeks ago, one of them. 9 replay reviews, 4 of which ended up being nothing. Looks like a decision has been reached, but the phone yet to be put down. And we'll have to get the exact terminology as far as who the NCAA or the umpires want us to call. Again, this is a new development in the last week. The visual of the umpires on a cell phone down the first base side. And out of the handful of reviewed calls that we've had today, this one by far the longest already. And Tate Foxen, who's a pretty jumpy and animated guy on the mound already, through some warm-up tosses, he's tucking in the jersey on the mound. He's saying, let's go, one way or another. He just wants to get back up on the hill and keep tossing. Can only imagine, especially for a relief arm like him in the upper 90s. You get going, you throw a handful of pitches, and you got to sit on your hands. All right, now the huddle is broken up, so to speak. Henricks and Comiskey return, and here's the call from the crew chief. And it's going to stand. Aiden Garcia catches Paris Pridgeon stealing. First time he's been gunned down this year. Score that one, caught stealing 2-5 on a phenomenal throw by Garcia, and the original call on the field stands. So now there's 2 outs and the base is empty for Ray Velasquez. And with that last pitch missing, the count 2-0. That last pitch missing about 10 minutes ago in real time. Foxen after the long layoff misses high. Didn't follow all the way through there. And the count goes 3 balls, no strikes to Velasquez, who's 1 for 2. Out of the full line, Foxen deals. And hits the top of the zone with a fastball at 93. That's taken something off of it for Tate Foxen. Foxen out of Palisades Charter High School in Venice Beach originally. One's in there, called for strike 2 from 3-0 to 3-2. Count goes full after back-to-back strikes. If Foxen ends the inning, Rebels will be ready to go in the bottom of the frame. If not, Zion Taylor due up next. The 3-2 payoff, line to second. Garitano picks it in the air for out number 3. It turns into a 1-2-3-4 for Tate Foxen. Review and all. Nothing going for the Governors. no runs, no hits, 1 error, and nobody left through 3.5. It's Austin Peay 5, UNLV nothing. Bottom of the 4th inning here at the Earl. Matt Never joining you for opening weekend action as UNLV tries to remain undefeated against Austin Peay, trailing 5-0 into the 4th tonight. Austin Peay, right-hander Cade Shatwell starts out the inning with a fastball stolen for a strike against left-hand batting Aiden Garcia. I beg your pardon, that one called high, and it's 1-0. Garcia with a base hit through the right side of the infield in the 1st inning. And he takes a strike here to even up the count. Tate Foxen needed 17 pitches to retire the side in a 3-batter 4th inning. That was anything but conventional, but hey, you'll take it however you can get it. Garcia pops one up off the end of the bat down the line and left. Heading towards the foul ground is Ray Velasquez, and the 3rd baseman runs out of room. And the count goes 1 ball, 2 strikes to Garcia. Meanwhile, for Shatwell so far, 3 pitches into this at-bat, 39 pitches. As his 40th is popped up in the air, playable to left field for Zion Taylor. Taylor underneath it, makes the catch off the left shoulder for out number 1. Garcia late on a 94-mile-an-hour fastball, and he skies out to open up the 4th. And then Burns in from the right side. The right fielder lined out to center to wrap up the 1st inning. That was the play on a falling liner that Paris Pridgeon reached down and grabbed it off the shoe tops. They reviewed it. Call was upheld, not confirmed, and Burns was, in fact, out in his 1st at-bat of the game. Curled up in the back of the right-hand batter's box. He checks the swing, and more in self-defense than anything, gets a piece of this one and fouls it back. Burns out of Northwest Nazarene College, where he batted .338 last year. 15 home runs and 53 batted in. Great numbers at the D2 school. That one in the dirt, and it's even at 1. Meanwhile, top of the 2nd at Tony Gwynn Stadium. San Diego State hosting Long Island, and the Aztecs lead the Sharks 2-1. Arizona, or rather Air Force in Arizona, trails Iowa 1-0 in the 2nd as Burns watches high. 2 balls and 1 strike the count. Burns hitting in the cleanup spot. Snaps off a breaking ball, and Shatwell in there for strike 2. Count goes even. Only other live game around the conference. Fresno State trails Utah 5-4 in California's Central Valley. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Burns twisted up as he's set down swinging. 5 strikeouts and 3 2/3 for Shatwell. And the last 4 batters, he's recorded 5 outs, including a double play off the bat of Berrigan. 5-0. Austin Peay leads UNLV in the 4th. And here comes Johnny Rodriguez. I'm going to guess this walk-up song going to be a fan favorite by the end of the year. No, it's a press box favorite already. Rodriguez, a strikeout victim in the second by Shotwell, one of his 4 Ks in the night. And he starts out his second at bat, 0-1. Watching that beautifully snapped off breaking ball. Shotwell working with Trevor Conley, both of their second year in the battery. As Rodriguez swings and fouls a fastball straight down at 96. He just got a piece of that one. Now the question for any pitcher, especially those that can throw mid-90s, if you got a power hitter like Rodriguez late on your fastball, do you speed up the bat and throw him anything breaking? For my money, no. Let's see. 0-2 fastball, fouled straight back at 95. You could hear a little extra grunt there from Shotwell as he tried to push it by Rodriguez. But he's able to get a piece and live to see another one. Rodriguez, left-hand batter, left-hand thrower. Shotwell the righty on the way. And a breaking ball in the dirt, caught on and missed by Johnny. Strike 3 for out number 3. Back-to-back Ks, and it's a 1-2-3-4. Spun up by Shotwell and the Governors. We've played 4 innings complete. It's Austin Peay 5, UNLV nothing. We go to the top half of inning number 5. Tate Foxen back out for his second inning of work out of the Rebel pen. Zion Taylor, T.J. Costello, and Ty Wisdom, the 3 that'll go against him first here in the top of the 5th inning. And before we can throw his first pitch, Aiden Garcia calls time. It'll ask for a new PitchCom speaker. A PitchCom device is a really, really cool new addition to not only the MLB level and the minor leagues where it had been tested for a couple of years before inclusion in the big leagues. But now to the college game, you're starting to see it a lot easier for these schools. That little speaker, almost like a strip of Velcro, maybe 6-7 inches, maybe 2 inches tall. It just goes in the lining of the inside of a cap. You don't even know it's there. Garcia's got a new one, and the first pitch Foxen throws is fouled straight back by Taylor. He goes ahead 0-1. Taylor with 2 walks and 2 plate appearances tonight. Somebody, whether it's in the dugout or a lot of times in the big leagues, the catcher will have the device, or the remote, so to speak, as that curveball misses high. You can pre-program it. You can record your own voices. It's not just fastball, slider, changeup. You can say fastball down, fastball up and in. You can control that all. This one's tapped straight down off the left leg of the catcher. Ouch. Garcia, no worse for wear, pops back up. And it's 1-2 from Foxen to Zion Taylor. 4 runs in the first inning for the Governors on a Cole Johnson grand slam. Ty Wisdom scored on a wild pitch in the third to make it 5-0. UNLV has 2 hits and no walks, rather 1 walk so far, but it was wiped out as part of a double play almost immediately. So far, Shotwell has faced 2 over the minimum through 4 innings complete. Meanwhile, Foxen's 1-2. Hit in the air deep down the left field line, but foul and well out of play. Foxen and Shotwell, similar arsenals and a similar dilemma once you get into a count like this. With 2 strikes, batters have been late on the fastball. Do you speed the bat by throwing something off speed? There's the off speed. There's a swing and a miss. Oh, what a whiff for strike 3. Taylor down swinging. He was all sorts of twisted up on that 79-mile-an-hour curveball from Tate Foxen for out number 1. Whoa, what a pitch. Costello, who has struck out twice already, both against Lewick, now in for a third at bat. And Foxen improving that curveball throughout the fall and the winter. As this one's twisted foul on the right field line. Strike 1. Coach Jobe says that curveball is a little too soft for what he'd like, especially when you get 95 coming at you with some hair on it. You want to be able to have a really sharp breaking ball, not just a floater up and down. There's another fastball. This one corkscrewed to the gap in right center. Sanchez can't get it as the center fielder cuts it off in the gap to limit Costello to a seeing eye base hit. That was a hard hit ball, 96 coming in. And Costello did a great job of keeping the hands inside the baseball and taking it where it was pitched to the opposite field. Didn't try to do too much. That's an example of letting the velocity of the pitch do some of the work for you, especially with the flex on these 2-piece aluminum bats nowadays. You just need to get it somewhere near the sweet spot, and the bend will do the rest. 1 out, 1 on for Ty Wisdom, who's walked twice, both against Lewick. Starts his 3rd plate appearance high. Went for ball 1. Costello certainly a candidate to get doubled up from first to second. A slow runner with Wisdom, about average wheels and right. Rodriguez holds the runner on at first. And the 1-0 pitch right down the middle. Count goes even at 1 ball, 1 strike. DJ Costello off first base after just the 3rd hit for the visitors and just the 5th hit in the game. We're here in the 5th inning of a 5-0 contest. High leg kick out of the stretch, and Foxen's fastball over the outside for a strike. That's the sinker at 92. He'll throw a 4-seamer mid to upper 90s, and that sinker a great weapon because it's not quite a changeup, but moves like one with arm side run away from a lefty. See what Foxen comes back with here on 1-2. He kicks and deals, and it's the curveball just off the outside. Oh, man. Foxen, along with just about half the ballpark, thought it was strike 3. But instead, it's 2-2 to Wisdom, who's walked and scored twice, along with a stolen base. Costello with a good-sized lead. Foxen on the way home with the 2-2. Caught him swinging. Curveball by Wisdom, who set down on strikes for the first time in the game. And it's 3 strikeouts in an inning and 2/3 for Tate Foxen. Beautiful, vicious hook at 77. Wisdom early trying to catch up to the fastball. Strikeout, single strikeout of the 3 batters have gone against Tate Foxen in the 5th inning as Andre Matias works in from the right side. The shortstop leans away from a 2-seamer in on the chest at 94. Talked a little bit about the running Rebels and their win in overtime last night on the road in Boise. They've had the luxury of being able to watch the rest of the Mountain West tonight. That pitch high. Garcia ready to throw to first, but holds it, putting it in the back pocket on ball 2. One game going on right now on the hardwood around the Mountain West. Utah State in a weird and rare non-conference matchup this late, hosting Memphis. The D. Glenn Smith Spectrum in Logan. 30-28, the Aggies on top. About 4 minutes left in the first. As the sinker rides high for a called strike. UNR getting set to take on San Diego State at Viejas Arena in about an hour. The only game that hasn't started yet or finished. For the 2-1, quick snap throw to first, keeping an eye on the runner Costello, who falls back in safely. Colorado State at home, upends Wyoming, 79-68 at Moby Arena. Grand Canyon puts up 94 and blows out San Jose State in California, 94-79. Fresno State, 30-point winners over Air Force, 93-63 the final. Foxen misses high, 3 balls and a strike to Andres Matias. UNLV's next game this Wednesday at the Thomas & Mack Center. Colorado State makes the return trip. UNLV trying to get vengeance after a loss in January in Fort Collins. There goes the runner. The 3-1 pitch is a called strike. The throw to second. Not in time. Ball dropped out of the glove of Nicky Garitano. Looked like the throw beat him to the base, but he was unable to squeeze it. And Costello, who stole 13 bases last year, swipes his first of 2026. Tell you what, Costello listed at almost 260 pounds. Good wheels, great first step. Counts full at 3-2 with first base open. Don't have to come right down the middle here. Foxen on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Matias down on a curveball. Foxen strikes out the side. In the 5th for Austin Peay. No runs on a hit. No errors and a man left. And with that, we've played half a ball game in the nightcap of our twin bill from Earl E. Wilson Stadium. On to the bottom of the 5th we go. Austin Peay leads UNLV 5-0.
Download the UNLV Game Day app tonight and stay up to date on all of your favorite UNLV teams with notifications straight to your phone. Get tonight's game program, schedules, live stats, rosters, streaming audio and video, menu maps, and special offers from UNLV partners. Search UNLV Rebels in Apple and Google Play stores and download the app tonight. Leading off the bottom of the 5th, the shortstop, number 22, Cooper Chef.
Officially in the back half of tonight's action, Game 2 of the nightcap goes into the bottom of the 5th inning. And for the Hustling Rebels of UNLV, they're trying to get something, anything started against Cade Shadwell and Austin Peay if they want to remain undefeated to start the campaign. Rebels scored 7 runs between the 6th, 7th, and 8th in the early game. They have yet to put one runner past second base in the nightcap. Cooper Chef in from the right, first pitch swinging, fouls one down the right field side and out of play. And Chef, who's been the only runner to reach second base for UNLV against Shadwell, 1 for 1 with the seeing eye base hit back in the 2nd inning. He swings here, comes up empty as Shadwell pulls the string on a changeup. And Shadwell, who has retired the last 5 batters he's faced, is ahead of Chef 0-2. Jaden Hurdle, the designated hitter on deck. Nicky Garitano, the second baseman, in the hole to begin the 5th inning. Shadwell with the full windup and a high fastball misses up. Looked like he tried to speed things up there. Not quite a quick pitch with the bases empty, but just kind of changing up the look. Shadwell peers over the top of the glove, drops the hands and delivers. And Chef takes that one low. Catcher Conley was ready to snap a throw down to third base. He thought it was strike 3. Instead, it's ball 2. Tate Foxen quieting the Tide after Reese Lewick was up and down over his 3 innings of work. Foxen hasn't allowed a run in 2 frames. Chef fouls one straight back off the mitt and stays alive at 2-2. So far for Tate Foxen, 2 innings, 4 strikeouts and a walk, but no runs and just 1 seeing eye base hit allowed by him. I don't see any reason why he wouldn't get at least the 6th inning in relief. 35 pitches as well through 2 frames. Really efficient for the right-hander. Meanwhile, here's Shadwell giving up a line drive foul and out of play over the right field clubhouse building. Rebels trying to find some continuity in the early stages of the season. 27 newcomers, the most of any Mountain West club. Washington State officially in the Mountain West this year, gives the conference 8 teams. Chef takes down. Shadwell bounces a changeup. 3 balls and 2 strikes to the Las Vegas product, Cooper Chef. Shadwell had not gone through 5 innings complete in any of his outings last year. And they get Chef to swing and miss at strike 3 for the first out of the 5th here tonight. third straight strikeout for Cade Shotwell. That's his 6th of the game. And in innings 2, 3, 4, and 5, that's all 6 strikeouts. 6 of the last 10 outs via the K as Shadwell starting to miss a ton of bats here in the middle innings. Jaden Hurdle, a ground out victim in the second, tries to put something in play again. He does so here, but it's fouled straight back. That'll clear everything and move the count 0-1. Stan Stolte told us before this season that Jaden Hurdle's a guy who's going to play all over. Made a handful of appearances, a couple of starts last year at the infield, second base and shortstop, but Stan says he'll play some outfield this year. Very versatile and a guy that's willing to do whatever it takes to get into the lineup. Cap shot, ground ball, knocked straight down, goes his strike two. And again, it's worth mentioning for a second time that just a noticeably thicker Jaden Hurdle coming into this year. He took the offseason training seriously. Nicky Garitano in the on-deck circle watching. 0-2 pitch bounced by Chatwell. Chatwell came into the inning having thrown 49 pitches in 4 complete. Really efficient overall. Professional approach and a pro tempo for a guy who throws in the mid-90s. 1-2 pitch smoked into the third base dugout foul. Look out. A couple of Governor's bench bats springing out of the way. Everybody looks to be all right. 5 runs, 3 hits, 1 error for Austin Peay. No runs on 2 hits with 3 errors for the Rebels. A 1-2 pitch. Fouled straight back off the end of the bat. Hurdle gets a piece and stays alive. Hurdle, the designated hitter, batting 7th in his 12th ever college game. Infield deep, outfield straight up with no wind to speak of. And Hurdle, it's a ground ball to the left side, past the outstretched glove of the third baseman Velasquez and into left field. A base hit, the first of the year for Hurdle, and the first for the Rebels since the second inning. A 1-out knock breaks up a streak of 6 straight batters retired by Cade Shotwell following a walk to Jaden Sanchez in the third. Sanchez on deck with Nicky Garitano tapping in from the right side. Shotwell out of the stretch for just the 3rd time in the game. This is high on a first pitch fastball. Tell you what, there's only been once this game where Shotwell has pitched out of the stretch in back-to-back hitters. It was Hurdle and Garitano in the earlier part of the game, and as he checks a throw to first, he sails it high. Hurdle to second, he wants third. He's going to be in there standing and safely. A 2-base advancement on a throwing error by the pitcher. Bears repeating a number of times today, at least 3 or 4 times. Errant pickoff throws have sailed the first baseman. And if I'm recalling correctly, all but one of them have resulted in the runner going from first to third. It was only when Paris Pridgeon only advanced up to second in the 4th that it didn't. This one off the glove of the catcher, Conley, all the way to the backstop. That'll trickle to the fence as Hurdle comes in to score. Rebels on the board on a passed ball. That'll score Hurdle from third. Well, it's not an RBI. It does go as a run all the same. And now here comes Kears Kimball, the Austin Peay pitching coach. And with nobody warming up in the pen, this one to calm down Cade Shotwell, who had been nearly sterling through 4 innings and a third. Struck out Sheff to lead off the frame, but during the course of the Hurdle and Garitano at-bats, he started to unravel a bit. Just some uncharacteristic throws, a pass ball from the catcher. I'm sure part of the reason why they're having this visit right now, trying to get everybody on the same page. Shotwell, by the way, has thrown 13 pitches in the 2.5, let's call it 3 batters he's faced here in the inning. First mound visit used by the Governors here in the nightcap of our twin bill this evening. And Garitano back in with a 2-0 count against him. Shotwell out of the full line deals, and Garitano leaves that one high for ball 3. Jaden Sanchez, who walked on 4 pitches in his only plate appearance, watching on deck. Shadwell brings home the 3-0. And Garatano watches it all the way for a strike. First baseman caught him. Away from the bag as this one swung on and blasted in the air straight away center field. Pridgeon ranging back. Center fielder turns and makes the catch over the head for out number 2. Garatano put a shot into this one. That was a 95-mile-an-hour fastball that he laser beamed to straightaway center. Pridgeon tracked it down. And again, a rarity here. It's a rare game with no wind whatsoever here at Earl E. Wilson Stadium. If you followed Rebel baseball for any amount of time, you know the ball flies out of here. And just about every game, especially during the day, the wind blows out to straightaway center. But not tonight, though. And that one kept it in the yard. 5-1 the deficit. The base is empty and 2 down for Jaden Sanchez, the right-handed batting center fielder. Shadwell's first pitch in there for a strike on the outside at 86. Shadwell, regardless of the outcome, trying to get through 5 innings to be able to potentially qualify for a win. I haven't seen that from either side yet on the season. Neither team's been able to get a starter through 5. Ground ball, pulled foul between the bag and the third base coach, Corey Vanderhook. 0-2 the count to Jaden Sanchez. And game 1 today, 1 out of 4 with the base hit. 0 for 1 with a walk back in the third tonight. The 0-2, foul down the first base side. A late decision to swing on a slider that came back over the inside. Sanchez reacting more so than attacking there. 2 strikes, you can take that. Here's another 0-2. Another foul ball on a late swing. Sanchez just able to get a piece there. 96, so the velo still holding strong for Cade Shadwell. No dip in the velocity from the right-hander wearing 23. He's got a new ball, he's got a new sign. And out of the full windup, here comes another 0-2 on the way to Sanchez. Swing and a miss. Got him on a slider down and outside. The Rebels do get on the board for the first time. Jaden Hurdle with a base hit. Coming in to score on a pass ball. 1 run, 1 hit, 1 error, and nobody left. Through 5 innings complete. The Rebels on the board, but still trailing 5-1.
Trust the performance professionals at Valvoline. Now pitching for UNLV.
A new arm atop the mound for UNLV as we go to the top of the 6th inning. Austin Peay leads the Rebels 5-1. UNLV on the board in their last at-bat. They'll give way to the right-hander out of Reno, Dylan Rogers, the 6'2", 295-pound junior, coming in against the 6'7", and 8 batters for the Governors. Cole Johnson will welcome him to the game. Johnson with a grand slam and a ground out to first in his 2 at-bats. Watching all the way, takes a first pitch slider over the outside for his strike, and Rogers starts out his first appearance of the season, 0-1. Fastball slider change, the 3-pitch mix for the right-hander. And out of the full windup, he steals another strike. This one on a changeup, tickling the outside at 81 for a called strike. Rogers, the 3rd pitcher of this one. Tate Foxen went 2 scoreless innings. Reese Lewick, the starter, on the hook as of right now. Johnson waves and misses at strike 3. A 3-pitch strikeout for Rogers. Welcome to the mound. That's the 3rd straight strikeout and the 4th in the last 5 hitters for Austin Peay as Tate Foxen finished strong. And Rogers picked up where he left off. How about it? Trevor Conley, 0 for 2 with a couple of groundouts back in from the left side. Conley did not face off against Tate Foxen. In fact, in the 2 innings of work, he was one of only 2 he didn't face. Cole Johnson, the other. First pitch, a strike at the knees. 4 pitches, 4 strikes from Rogers. Far cry from last year where he issued 7 walks over 9 innings of work in 7 appearances. Conley squares to bunt, pulls it back, and it's down. Last year, a 6 flat earned run average for Rogers. 6 earned runs in 9 innings. Pretty easy math there. 10 hits and 5 strikeouts along with those 7 walks. Here's the 1-1. Down and inside, and it hit him in the foot. Conley jogging down to first. That one barely clipped him, but hit him it did. And Rogers, after striking out Johnson, hits Conley and puts an insurance runner on. Keaton Cottom, the first baseman, ready to bat for a 3rd time. Cottom played catcher in the early game. First baseman tonight is 0 for 2 with a fly out to center and a strikeout. Final line, by the way, for Tate Foxen, who leaves with a no decision. 2 scoreless innings, 1 run, or 1 hit, I should say, no runs. 1 walk and 4 strikeouts, 35 pitches, 20 for strikes. Good job in his Rebel debut. Rogers gives up a line drive, shot foul on the right field side, 0-1 the count. Keaton Cottom. In 22 games, batted .302 for Austin Peay last year. 1 for 5 with a couple of RBIs in the early game this afternoon. Open stance on the right side as he swings and hits one the other way to deep right field. Backing up, tracking it down, and making the grab for out number 2 is Nin Burns. Meanwhile, no tag for Conley off of first, so he's got to retreat on a hard hit ball off the bat of Cottom and into the glove of Burns and right for the out. Number 9 man Paris Pridgham, who is hitless tonight. The center fielder 0 for 2 with the walk, steps in next. 5-1 Austin Peay. 4 runs in the first inning, the big difference. Since then, it's been tied. Throw to first base, and on a bang-bang play, Conley able to get back in head first and safely. Yeah, but a game like this underscores what a difference 1 pitch or 1 swing can make in a baseball game. Without the Johnson grand slam, we'd be tied at 1. There's a swing and a ground ball up the middle. Chef has it. And the feed the short way to Garitano standing on second base ends the inning with a 6-4 fielder's choice tapped into by Paris Pridgham. No runs, no hits, no errors, and a man left. After 5.5, it's Austin Peay 5, UNLV 1. The UNLV Sports Network from Learfield is brought to you by Findlay Toyota. After the game or anytime, visit or click Findlay Auto. Findlay Toyota is the largest Toyota dealer in Nevada. Ask for John Barr. He'll do anything to sell you a car. Also brought to you by Heaven Hill Brands, proud sponsor of UNLV Athletics. Matt and Everett here at Earl E. Wilson Stadium as Austin Peay leads UNLV 5-1 in the nightcap of a doubleheader. The third game of the 2026 season just getting underway. And as we go to the bottom half of the sixth inning, Riker Walton, the right-hander from Missouri. It's the outing out of the bullpen, making his season debut against the top of the Rebel lineup. First up, it'll be Jack Salmon, former Eastern Kentucky Colonel. Riker Walton comes into this one, 6'2", 213-pound senior out of Potosi, Missouri. Spent the last 2 years at Eastern Kentucky, combining for 26 starts and 30 appearances. He's pitching out of the pen in his new digs, his true senior year after transferring from Mineral Area Community College in Idaho. First pitch, fouled straight back by Salmon, and we're underway in the sixth. Riker Walton, first man out of the pen behind Cade Shatwell, who gave up 1 unearned run in 5 solid innings of work. Well, a 12-6 breaking ball curves outside, and Salmon's got the count even. Shadwell's final line, 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 unearned run on 1 walk, and 7 strikeouts. 72 pitches, 50 for strikes. Line drive deflected by the pitcher. Off the glove of the shortstop, Matias, and into left center field. A hard hit single for Jack Salmon. And a sigh of relief for Riker Walton. That thing was a missile right back at him and looked like it was all glove. Deflecting it off of him and towards center. And Matias made a dive. He was very, very close to making a play on that. Now that Cade Shatwell is out of the game, it makes a big difference for UNLV. Shatwell almost untouchable. Didn't face more than 4 batters in any of his 5 innings. But here's Drew Berrigan, the Rebels with new life in the late stages. Berrigan takes outside, a small but consistent zone by Alberto Ruiz behind home plate. Very short lead off the base at first for Salmon as Berrigan watches a strike. And third baseman grounded out to third in the first and tapped into a hard hit 6-4-3 double play to end the third. Was an outstanding play by Andres Matias going to his right. Dominican-born shortstop has shown off tremendous leather in the early stages. Salmon extends the lead. Walton out of the stretch, keeping an eye on him. Now rocks and deals. He throws high for ball 2. Walton last year struck out 55 hitters in 57 innings for EKU. He's pitched as many as 8 innings in his college career. 6 strikeouts and 2 earned runs in 8 innings against Lipscomb last year. Another member of the A-Sun. Here's a fastball fouled straight back. 90 mile an hour off the thumbs of Berrigan, beg your pardon. Salmon off first after a leadoff rocket of a base hit. Now Drew Berrigan with the Rebels down 4, back in from the right, trying to cut into this deficit. Walton set, the 2-2 on the way. And it's inside, somehow missing the jersey of Berrigan, who tried to lean out of the way. Berrigan wearing number 5 out of Western Kentucky, so you got a battle of 2 guys who were in the same state last year for their college ball. Now both matched up here at Earl E. Wilson Stadium in the opening series of 2026. See if the runner goes in motion, and he will. The 3-2 fastball's high for ball 4, and the Rebels, for the first time in this game, put back-to-back base runners on consecutively. A leadoff base hit followed by a walk. And that'll bring it in. Burns on deck as the tying run. Got to get there first, as it's Aiden Garcia to try to take a bite into this Governor lead. Garcia with a base hit and a fly out in his 2 at-bats. Former FAU Owl ready to go from the left side. Salmon off second, Berrigan off first. Matias keeping an eye up the middle at short. Third baseman Velasquez creeps in case of a bunt. Here's Walton's first pitch to Garcia. No bunt. Instead, he takes that one over the outside for a called strike 1. It's a cat and mouse game for sure with the runners on first and second and nobody out. Yeah, you want to move them over. And then Burns, a perfect run producer, but you don't want to take the bat out of the hands of your number 3 hitter, Garcia, here. Walton checks second, turns to the plate and fires, and he takes high. Garcia able to even up the count at 1. In the early game, Aiden Garcia took 3 walks back-to-back to start his afternoon. A walk here would load him up. That'd be massive. Next pitch, just off the inside. Again, a tight zone by Alberto Ruiz, but consistent behind home plate. That's all you can ask for throughout the course of a game. 2-1 to Garcia. And keeping the game situation in mind, you're almost treating this like 3-1. You're looking for your pitch in your spot. And not the pitch, not the spot, and it's low for ball 3. So now that it is 3-1, you might think about automatically taking here, if you're Garcia, to set up your cleanup man with the bases loaded as the tying run and Nin Burns. All predicated on this next offering by Riker Walton, who brings the hands together and deals on 3-1. Right down the middle, called for strike 2. Looks like Garcia was watching 8 days a week. Now you got to treat this like a brand new at bat. Full count, nobody out. Salmon and Berrigan on base ahead of you. Riker Walton to the plate on 3-2. Swing and a fly ball foul down the third base side beyond the base, and that'll find the seats as Ray Velasquez runs out of room. Third baseman chasing it down. So now that you've fought off a 3-2 fastball, if you're Garcia, you're ready for anything. You're thinking breaking ball, reacting fastball in this spot. Here comes another 3-2 from Riker Walton. In the dirt, ball 4. Bases loaded, nobody out. And here comes Nin Burns representing the tying run out of the cleanup spot. We talked about lineup construction earlier. This is what you want. Your best hitters to come to bat late in the game with runners on. You cannot put any more runners on for Nin Burns here. Knowing the magnitude of this at bat right here, Trevor Conley, the catcher, goes out to have a word as the bullpen starts to heat up down the line and left for Austin Peay. A right-hander up and throwing in earnest quickly. Believe that's 55 Gavin Alvetti, but we'll have to double check. Here we go. Bases loaded, nobody out for Nin Burns the second. A line out and a strikeout so far. First pitch in the dirt and a run-saving block by the catcher Conley. Keeps everybody at bay. I mean, it's better to be lucky than good, especially in this town. He might have been very lucky there as it hit off the kneecap and bounced straight down. Nowhere to put Nin Burns the second. And after a 2-run home run to put the Rebels on top in the 7th inning of Game 1, Burns could tie this game with one swing. Time called now, and what's this? Roland Fanning, the head coach for Austin Peay, comes out and a couple of words with Alberto Ruiz. Trying to listen in on the crowd mic here. I think they're having an issue with the pitch comm speaker, yeah. He just wants to make sure that his pitcher and catcher are on the same page. You know, not only a competitive thing, it's a safety thing. Catcher's got to know what's coming. They're on the same page, and Burns takes a breaking ball in the dirt for ball 2. All of a sudden, Riker Walton struggling to find the zone. He's now thrown 18 pitches to 4 batters. Just 7 of them have been in the zone. Here's the 2-0. Burns hits a ground ball up the middle. Matias has it. The shortstop steps on second for 1. His throw to first is in time. UNLV trades 2 outs for a run on a 6-3 ground out. No RBI there for Burns as Garcia's retired 6 unassisted. Berrigan up to third as Salmon scampers home to score. It makes it 5-2. And with 2 outs and a runner on third, it brings up Johnny Rodriguez. So, hey, with the runs as hard to come by as they've been here in the nightcap, you'll take it, but especially if the Rebels don't score any more this inning, you can't help but feel like there's some meat left on the bone there. And of course, if Johnny Rodriguez leaves the yard here, all is forgotten as he takes that one down by the ankles for ball 1. I mean, heck, for Johnny, he'd like to just put one in play. Strikeouts in 3 straight at-bats dating back to game 1 tonight. That one bounces, and Conley with another block, this time with the chest. Phenomenal stuff for the catcher. He saved multiple runs tonight, no doubt about it. Scrambling around back there. Out of the full line. This one fouled straight back for strike 1. That's what Rodriguez was looking for. Breaking ball left up in the zone. After 5 innings from Cade Shatwell, Riker Walton gives up a ground ball here in his first inning of work. In shallow right center, TJ Costello gloves, and the second baseman's throw to first is in time. Rebels had bases loaded, nobody out. They're only able to scratch across 1 run in that situation. Back-to-back ground balls, a double play, and an inning-ending roller from Rodriguez end the threat after 5 hitters in the 6th. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 man left. We've played 6 innings complete as Austin Peay leads UNLV 5-2 here from the Earl.
Rebel fans, grab your game day essentials today and walk around in style. Go to UNLVgear.com for merchandise all season long. That's UNLVgear.com. For the Governors, number 7, Ray Velasquez.
Top of the 7th inning, top of the Governors lineup as Austin Peay hold on to a 5-2 lead over UNLV. Rebels with single tallies in the 5th and the 6th. Dylan Rogers, who was a 4-batter 6th inning, starts out his 2nd inning of work on the mound with his 10th pitch, and Ray Velasquez banks it foul on their line and right, and we're underway in the final third of the game. Austin Peay has not scored since a wild pitch in the 3rd brought home Ty Wisdom. They've been limited by Foxton and Rogers ever since. A swing and a miss by Velasquez moves him behind 0-2. Velasquez bumped into the leadoff spot here in the nightcap with Kyler Proctor enjoying a game off. Velasquez with a base hit, a stolen base, a line out to 2nd, and a ground out to 3rd. Rogers working quickly, deals the 0-2, and it's high. Zion Taylor on deck, TJ Costello in the hole to begin the inning. Rogers needed just 9 pitches to retire 3 of the 4 he faced in the 6th inning. Trying to stay efficient here in the 7th. The 1-2 popped up behind home plate. Garcia loses the mask. The catcher runs out of room as that'll land literally in the 1st or 2nd row behind home plate. A mad dash for the souvenir ensues, and An older gentleman with the sunglasses on at night comes out with it. Let's see, he's got it. Kid asking for it. Is he going to give it to him? And yes, you do get called out if you don't. Yes, he does. All right. 1-2 pitch. Hits Velasquez in the hand on a check swing. Rogers saying he might have gone around or potentially hit the knob of the bat. But it doesn't look like there's going to be any argument coming from the first base home side dugout. So Rogers hits his second batter out of the 5 he's faced. Dylan Rogers, who hit 2 batters in 9 innings last year, hits 2 batters in the first 5 that he faces again. 1 out, or 1 on, I should say. Nobody out for Zion Taylor. First pitch to the left-hand batting left fielder was right down the middle. Called for a strike. Dylan Rogers out of DeMonte Ranch High School in Reno. 3rd-year junior, a rarity nowadays in college athletics. A 6.23 career ERA coming into tonight. Before the 0-1 to Taylor, throw to first, not in time. Barely able to get in there safely. Ahead of it is Velasquez. And they are really keeping a close eye on the third baseman anytime he's on tonight. They don't want that extra 90 feet to be the difference of a run, especially when the runs have been hard to come by here in the middle innings. Out of the stretch, Rogers rocks and fires. And that one at the knees, misses low. Rogers pitching for the 22nd time in his career. 20th time out of the bullpen. 1 ball, 1 strike pitch on the way. It'll come after a throw to first. Just not in time again. Man, Rodriguez seemed to be convinced that they got Velasquez. But right there, eagle-eyed, was Jason Comiskey, the first base umpire. I mean, he is 3 backwards paces away from the bag. Nobody on the planet's got a better angle than him. Now here's the 1-1 from Rogers. Oh, again another throw to first. This time, Velasquez shortens up his lead and is able to get back in there easily. Congrats to the Lady Rebels. Wyatt Tomczyk filling in for me last night on these airwaves. Got a chance to call a home game this afternoon against Grand Canyon. 74-65 the win. Right, another big game from Meadow rolling. This one punched foul on the line at first. And that's strike 2. Meadow Garland with her 10th double-double of the year to lead the Lady Rebels with 27 points and a season-high 15 rebounds. Lindy LaRock and company now 17-8 on the year, 12-3 in the conference. Meadow rolling with another outstanding game. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count with a runner on and nobody out here in the top of the 7th inning. Rogers to the plate. Swung on and line straight back from Taylor, who lives to see another one. Felix Ong slated to start tomorrow for Stan Stolte's club. Really excited to get a look at the former Florida Gator, one of 2 former Florida arms on this roster. Ong a legit 6'5", 210, legit mid to upper 90s heat on the fastball. Rogers, the Reno native. 1-2, gives up a line drive, sliced out of play. Third baseman Berrigan, deep and away from the bag. Rodriguez at first holding on with the outfield shaded deep, and the wind picking up a bit here in the later innings. And blowing out towards left as Rogers brings the hands together in the set. Here's the 1-2 once more. Swung on, hit high in the air, but playable to shallow right center. Burns coming in. Garatano going back. It'll be the right fielder's call, and Burns makes the catch for out number 1. With a runner on first, Velasquez retreating. That's a big out. Any ground ball off the bat of Costello could be a twin killing. 5 runs, 3 hits, 2 errors for the Governors. In fact, they don't have a hit since a seeing eye 2-out single in the 2nd inning from Ray Velasquez. Beg your pardon, there was 1 in the 5th. Other than those 2, the home run, the only hits in the game. A pitch out, the throw down to first. He's safe. Oh, barely able to get back there again is Velasquez. And credit to UNLV. They are trying everything in their disposal to try to get him off the base paths. They've tried pitch outs. They've tried to pick off a number of times. Velasquez knows his extent on that primary and the secondary lead for that matter. There goes the runner. Ground ball up the middle. Garatano grabs it. Second baseman steps on the base himself. Throw to first in time. Garatano, one of the best defensive infielders in college baseball. Shows you why right there. Two-time JUCO Gold Glove winner for a reason. And Dylan Rogers out of his second inning of work scoreless, this time in a 1-2-3 fashion, thanks to the web gem from Garatano. We've reached the stretch break after 6.5 innings. Austin Peay leads UNLV 5-2. Coming out of the stretch break in the bottom of the 7th inning, Matt Neverett with you at Earl E. Wilson Stadium. Third game of the year for the Hustlin' Rebels as they trail Austin Peay, who they defeated both last night and in the earlier game today. UNLV looking for a comeback to remain undefeated, trailing 5-2. Gavin Alvetti, sidewinding right-hander wearing number 55 onto the mound, facing off against Cooper Sheff. And before the Arkansas native can throw his first pitch, he's got an issue with the PitchCom speaker in the hat. Gives us a chance to give you the final line on Riker Walton, who gave up a run in the 6th inning, his only inning of work. 1 run, 1 hit, 1 inning. 2 walks and no strikeouts, 23 pitches, 10 of which were for strikes for Walton. As of now, Cade Shotwell, the starter, in line for the win after 5 innings, allowing just 1 unearned run. Alvetti, transferred from Central Arkansas, 6-foot-tall senior, pitching in his first year with Austin Peay. Out of the full wide, his first pitch outside on a slider, and Sheff starts ahead, 1 ball, no strikes. Again for Walton, 1 inning, 1 hit, 1 earned run on 2 walks and no strikeouts, 23 pitches, 10 for strikes. The 1-0. Sheff takes it all the way, watching a softly placed fastball up in the zone for a strike. Sheff with a base hit in the 2nd inning against Shotwell. He struck out against the starter back in the 5th. It was the 6th of his 7th Ks. Cooper squares to bunt. He'll pull it back on a pitch missing low for ball 2. And Sheff ahead in the count with Jaden Hurdle on deck. Nicky Garatano in the hole. How about that outstanding defensive play up the middle from Garatano? 4-3 twin killing to wrap up the top of the inning. Sheff hits a cap shot, ground ball to second. Down to Inigo's Costello. He doesn't field it cleanly, but he's able to recover in time and snap a throw off to first base ahead of the speedy Sheff. Walton ended the 6th with a ground out to Costello. Alvetti begins the 7th by doing the same. Time running out for the Scarlet and Gray. Just 8 outs left to give here in the nightcap of a doubleheader. The dream of an undefeated regular season on the line here in Game 3. Tongue-in-cheek, of course. First pitch high. Hurdle watching that one for a called ball 1. Alvetti, the funky delivery for a righty. Typically, you see the southpaws drop it down and come almost sidearm like this. But for Alvetti, it's a unique look, especially against right-handers. There's that running fastball that misses just in off the kneecaps for ball 2. Alvetti pitched 20 games last year for Central Arkansas, 19 of them in relief. 1-0 with a 5.71 ERA in 41 innings, rather. He steals a strike of the knees here for strike number 1. As part of the A-Sun Championship team at Central Arkansas, 7 strikeouts in a matchup against Lipscomb. As this one swung on, twisted down the line and right, but it's foul by just a couple of feet off the bat of Jaden Hurdle. 2-2 the count to the right-handed batting designated hitter. Grounded out to short in the second. And one of the 3 hits against Shatwell. A line drive through the left side of the infield in the 5th. He came in to score on a passed ball off the glove of Conley. Out of the stretch. Alvetti deals, and Hurdle hits a cap shot grounder up the middle. To his right goes the second baseman, Costello. Scoops, transfers, and throws all in one motion, and it's all in time. 2 ground outs to Costello here in the 7th. An easy one right at him. That one much harder up the middle. And what's more, that's the 3rd consecutive infield assist by Costello, the second baseman. That's the 4th straight batter retired since a walk by Walton in the 6th. Marcos Rosales going to pinch hit here for Nicky Garitano. Garitano phenomenal with the glove, but Rosales gives you more pop with the bat for sure. Garitano done after 2 plate appearances. A strikeout and a hard hit line drive into the glove of the center fielder in the 5th. Rosales, meanwhile, batting with 2 outs and the bases empty. Started at second, batted second in the early game today. 3 strikeouts and a pair of groundouts. He swings here and unloads on one deep in the air to left field. Taylor back. This one's got a chance. He's at the wall. It's gone. Kiss it goodbye. A pinch hit solo home run with 2 outs. And Marcos Gonzalez has made this a 2-run game in the 7th. His first blast as a Rebel makes it 5-3. NV Energy, the presenting sponsor of all Rebel home runs. That one didn't get out of here by much, but leave the yard it did as Rosales makes Stan Stolte look really smart. Anytime you get a guy in a pinch hit situation and he leaves the yard, that's a good feeling as a coach or a manager. So now it's a 2-run game. Jaden Sanchez stands in and watches this one to the backstop. Slider way high from Gavin Alvetti. You want to do everything in your power to get it to a 2-run game if you're down a handful of runs. That can change with literally 2 pitches as Sanchez watches low on ball 2. Here the term a bloop and a blast. Base hit and a home run could change the complexion of this game. The 2-0 to the number 9 hitter over the inside. Sanchez watching a strike all the way. So far the center fielder has walked and struck out. He was the final batter faced by Cade Shatwell to end the 5th. Big swing, big miss, and Sanchez has the count even at deuces. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the 7th. Base is empty with Jack Salmon, the leadoff hitter, on deck. Here's the pitch. Outside on a slider, and the count goes full. Austin Peay leads at 5-3. 5 runs, 3 hits, 2 errors for the roadside. 3 runs, 5 hits, 3 errors for UNLV. The payoff pitch, high and away for ball 4. That'll bring up Jack Salmon as the game's tying run here in the bottom of the 7th. Nobody throwing in the bullpen for Austin Peay. This is Alvetti's inning one way or another as it currently stands. Jack Salmon with an opportunity to change this game with 1 hack. 1 for 3 so far in the nightcap. Left-hand batting left fielder. It's a ground ball up the middle. Charging is Andres Matias. Throw off the back foot to first in time. And Salmon strands a 2-out walk on base. But thanks to a pinch hit home run from Rosales, The Rebels creep a bit closer. They score a run on a hit with no errors and a man left. Through 7 complete here at Earl E. Wilson Stadium. It's Austin Peay 5, UNLV 3.
Austin Rebel fans, don't forget the series concludes tomorrow afternoon. First pitch set for 12:05 p.m. For tickets for tomorrow's game and for the rest of the season, go to UNLVtickets.com or call 702-739-FAN. That's 702-739-3267. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. Staying in the game is now playing second base for the Rebels, number 6, Marcos Rosales.
Getting into the late stages of this one as we go to the top half of the 8th inning. Dylan Rogers back out for a 3rd inning of work. So far, so good for the Reno native. Rogers has been nearly perfect. He is not allowed a hit. He's hit 2 batters. Those have been the only base runners against him thanks to a double play. Here in the 8th, Ty Wisdom leads things off from the left side, and Rogers begins his 3rd inning of work with a ball missing up. 83 on the gun as Wisdom goes ahead 1-0. Left-hand batting right fielder has walked twice and struck out in his 3 plate appearances tonight, and Rogers falls over as he delivers that pitch. It is a ball, but the fact that it was that close to the plate is a miracle. I mean, if he didn't fall, you would just take that as, he might have missed his spot off the outer edge by an inch or 2. Hey, that was not bad, all things considered, and he was taking a tumble on the hill. He is behind 2-0, and he'll try to come back, and stays upright. This one grounded right back to him and up the middle for a base hit. He might have gotten a piece of that one on the way by as well, as it went sizzling underneath the mitt, and Wisdom with the leadoff base hit reaches to start off the 8th. 3rd time he's been on in 4 plate appearances. The Governors trying to add on to a lead that they've held since the 1st inning. Andres Matias with a walk and 2 strikeouts due up next. See how active Wisdom is on the move as he extends the lead off first. Rogers from the stretch takes a look in that direction. Matias squares to bunt, but pulls it back on a pitch high and off the glove of the catcher Garcia. Just looking out towards the flag beyond the fence in center. This is really the first time in what's now almost 7 hours of baseball that the wind has been blowing to straightaway center. See if anyone lifts anything in these late innings. Wind-aided poke. Rogers throws down, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. Matias yesterday 0 for 3 with the walk. Had a pair of walks and a pair of hits in 5 plate appearances in the opener. Rogers steps off the back of the mound. He wants to reset the pitch clock ahead of the 2-0. Takes a look at first, now brings the hands together in the set. Here's the pitch. A bit up, maybe a bit inside as well, as Andres Matias goes ahead 3 balls and no strikes. On deck, Cole Johnson, who broke this game open with 1 swing, a 1st inning grand slam with 2 outs. Wisdom off first. Rodriguez holds him on. 3-0 on the way from Rogers. That's low, ball 4. Leadoff base hit, followed by a 4-pitch walk, and smartly, Aiden Garcia goes out to have a word with Rogers. Not only because of the results of the last 2 batters, but with Cole Johnson standing in, he could absolutely change this game. Once more, Coach Hope, the UNLV pitching coach, goes out to have a word as well on the mound. Garcia was already jogging back behind home plate. Checking in around the rest of the Mountain West Conference. Everybody else either finished or in progress with some late starts. Bottom of the second in Long Beach. Long Beach State on top of San Jose State, 3-0. Bottom of the fifth at Salt River Fields at Talking Stick Park. Split site of the Diamondbacks and Rockies spring training. And in my opinion, the single best Arizona spring training ballpark. Air Force doubling up Iowa 2-1. And in the top of the fifth, Long Island trails San Diego State 7-2 at Tony Gwynn Stadium. Fresno State couldn't mount the comeback as they're upended by Utah for a second straight game. That one just now going final 5-4. Utes on top of the Bulldogs. Everybody else final. Give you those updates in just a moment. Here in Vegas, it's 5-3 Austin Peay, but the Governor's threatening with 2 on and nobody out for Cole Johnson, who's hit a grand slam, grounded out to first, and struck out swinging in 3 at-bats. Righty on righties. Rogers looks for a ground ball, but before the first pitch, he'll step off the back of the mound. Still 7 seconds left on the pitch clock, so that one not to reset anything. Maybe just resetting himself. Rogers takes a new sign from Aiden Garcia and comes set. Here's the first pitch to Johnson. That's in for a ball. A doubleheader in Tuscaloosa today between Washington State and Alabama. Alabama sweeps the Cougars, winning by 8-1 and 11-1 scores, 19-2. A combined deficit after Washington State upset Alabama yesterday. Johnson, it's a ground ball to short. This could be 2. Chef down to Winnie. He fields, feeds Rosales, and the new second baseman's throw to first is in time. Just what the doctor ordered, a 6-4-3 double play. And Rosales, who came in as a pinch hitter and hit that solo home run in the bottom of the 7th, able to turn the double play. Wisdom moves from second to third in the exchange. And it brings up Trevor Conley, who's grounded out twice and been hit on the tip of the shoe by a pitch. Other scores include UNR falling 5-1 to Ole Miss. Second straight day that the Rebels have downed the Wolfpack, the other Rebels. First pitch swinging. Conley stings this one to center. Ranging back goes Sanchez. He's able to make the catch a couple of feet in front of the warning track for out number 3. So an inning that could have gone bad turns out smooth as Rogers retires the side in 4 batters. Rebels running out of time, though. After 7.5, it's Austin Peay 5, UNLV 3.
Scan the QR code on the video board right now to support the Hustlin' Rebels with a gift today. A donation to baseball directly
Here we go, bottom of the 8th inning. UNLV trails 5-3 as Drew Berrigan leads things off. The sidewinding righty Gavin Alvetti. Spin one's outside, and we're underway in the home half of the 8th. 1-0 the count to the number 2 batter, Berrigan. A couple of groundouts, including a double play, along with the walk and 3 at-bats. Alvetti fires this one back to the backstop off the glove of the catcher Conley for ball 2. UNLV, though, adding to that picket fence. You've heard us talk about it in years past, and it continues to bear true. Innings 5, 6, and 7. Single tallies have made this a 2-run game, whereas Austin Peay scored 4 of their 5 runs on one swing in the very first inning. Sustained balance offense, and a big-time explosion at 2 opposite sides. Watching all the way, Berrigan takes a strike. A 2-0 fastball in on the knees, and it's 2-1. Garcia and Burns, the 3 and 4 hitters, on deck and in the hole, respectively. There's a foul ball back into the mitt. Berrigan with a healthy cut, but he comes up empty on 85 from Alvetti. 2-2 the count to the leadoff man. The Rebels out hitting the Governors 5-4. But where it counts, they trail 5-3. 2-2 pitch. Pop straight back. That's foul amongst the fans beyond the first base bleacher seats. Come on out and join us tomorrow. Final game of 4 between UNLV and Austin Peay in their first ever series against each other. And finishes at noon, a 12:05 first pitch. UNLVtickets.com. Here's a swing and a line drive up the middle. Matthias dives and makes the catch. The shortstop picking that one up off the shoe tops for out number 1. Berrigan kind of fisted it up the middle. Plenty of backspin on it, but Andres Matthias able to get in front of it and get a glove under it for out number 1. And Rosales' pinch hit home run was followed by a Sanchez base on balls, but since then, back-to-back ground ball and a line drive to shortstop. First pitch in there for a strike to Aiden Garcia. Garcia behind 0-1 in his 4th at-bat. Single in the first inning, followed up by a fly out to left in the 4th. He walked and was put out as part of a double play in the 6th. And watch this one just off the outside. A good discerning batting eye for the former FAU Owl out of Conference USA. From Boca Raton to Vegas, I'm with Aiden Garcia. He knows how to pick these locales. Here's a cap shot ground ball, hits a third. Velasquez to his right. Throw from the corner in plenty of time, and it's quickly 2 up away. 2 up and 2 away, I should say, here in the 8th inning. For Alvetti, the outing could have gone completely different after giving up that pinch hit 2-run home run to Marcos Rosales. He's really bared down, locked it in since then. Retiring 3 of the next 4, including both outs in succession here in the 8th. And Burns will bat from the right with the bases empty and 2 down. And Burns came up in a big-time situation in the 6th and couldn't produce. Takes a ball outside here. He did drive in a run, but he didn't get credit for an RBI on a 6-3 ground out up the middle on a double play. A healthy cut, but he comes up empty, and the count's 1-1. Burns also was robbed in center field to wrap up the first inning by Paris Pridgeon. And a running, stabbing shoestring catch. 1-1 pitch. A chopper snared by the pitcher Alvetti. He underhands it to first, and that's how the 8th inning draws to a close. Look what I found as Alvetti wraps up this 8th in order, and the Rebels with just 3 outs left to give, trying to keep it at 5-3 in the 9th. Dylan Rogers back out for a 4th inning of work through 8 innings complete. UNLV trails Austin Peay 5-3. Top of the ninth inning. Dylan Rogers back out there for a fourth inning of work. Rogers given an opportunity to stretch it out by the coaching staff. UNLV trails 5-3, but they trailed 5-0 going into the fifth inning. So they've been slowly but surely mounting a comeback, and Rogers gets a first pitch chopper off the bat of the number 8 hitter, Keaton Cottom. That goes right to the third baseman, Berrigan, on 2 hops, and is thrown to first in plenty of time. That's quickly 1 away here in the top of the ninth inning. Cottom hitting out of the 8 spot tonight, 0 for 4 with his strikeout. And how about Dylan Rogers? He has faced 2 over the minimum in 3 1/3 innings. He's gotten 2 double play balls, the only 2 of the 2 games for UNLV. Paris Pridgeon batting with the bases empty out of the 9 spot. Rogers noticeably faster on the tempo as he's gone on through the outing. He steals a strike at the top of the zone here. Strikeout, walk, and a fielder's choice so far tapped into by Pridgeon. Defense first center fielder at the bottom of the lineup. He'll take low. Count evening up. 1 ball, 1 strike, and 1 out. We appreciate those of you who tuned in yesterday with Wyatt Tomczyk on the call for the season opener. We appreciate those of you who spent your Valentine's Day here with us. We love baseball, and we hope you love our broadcast. Time called is there's something going on with Dylan Rogers. Trainer Oscar Lopez Huerta out there, and here comes pitching coach Jeff Opalewski as well. These situations are always interesting because more often than not, it's not going to be the player saying, hey, something's up. It's going to be some call from the dugout, some call from the coaching staff, or even just the rhythm could be disrupted. And Oscar, who gets rave reviews from this coaching staff about his intuition and the way he, feels when he sees certain things out there. Talking to Coach Hope. They're both talking to the home plate umpire, Alberto Ruiz. And Coach Hope heads back to the dugout. Looks like Dylan Rogers convinced them he's well enough to continue. And they are going to pull Dylan Rogers. Teammates giving him pats on the back. Rogers kind of flexing that right hand as he leaves the mound. You never want to see a pitcher leave the mound early, hip to hip with the trainer, but that's what we've got here is Oscar's going to walk Dylan Rogers out. It's a shame, too, because this was the best collegiate outing for Dylan Rogers in 3 years, bar none. There was no argument for it first place until tonight. So now, because it's an injury-related timeout, whoever's going to come in is going to have as much time as he needs to warm up. And we're in the top of the ninth inning. It's a 1-1 count with 1 out, and the base is empty against Paris Pridgeon in a 5-3 game. We got a high-leverage spot, so it's a real tough decision for Stan Stolte. We'll step aside. We'll be back with the new pitcher, give you Rogers' final line, tell you the name and the numbers on the new pitcher making his season debut. 5-3 Austin Peay. Be back in a moment after this pitching change-related timeout. So we're back after an extended layoff. Again, Dylan Rogers had to leave mid at bat against Paris Pridgeon. Got to a 1-1 count, then had to leave due to an apparent injury. And then it was a matter of who was going to be called on to pitch next. It took a while, but the coaching staff settling on Gavin Bowen, the lefty out of Wisconsin. First pitch from Pridgeon, or to Pridgeon, I should say, in their first strike. And it's quickly 1-2. Rogers, it's a darn shame that he had to leave due to an injury. 3 scoreless innings. 1 run, 1 hit, and 1 strikeout on 34 pitches. Big looping breaking ball. Up and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes now. Bowen making his first appearance as a Rebel. The lefty at 6'2", a $185. The junior out of Waukesha, Wisconsin. Takes the sign from Garcia. The 2-2. In the dirt. A check swing. Did he go? Yes! On the appeal, says Jason Comiskey. What a way to make your debut for Gavin Bowen. 2 pitches and a strikeout puts Pridgeon down for the second time via the K on the appeal. 2 up and 2 away in the 9th between Rogers and Bowen. And with the Governors on top 5-2, Ray Velasquez in from the right side to lead things off. Bowen does get credit for that strikeout. And he gets credit for strike 1 here as he blows a heater by Velasquez at 84. Bowen pitched at State College of Florida. Manatee Bradenton over the last 2 years. Very good junior college program on the Gulf Coast of Florida. Spent 2.5 years and about 7 seasons going down to spring training in Bradenton. So I know that area very well. SCF, one of the best junior college teams in all of Florida. Ground ball pulled foul down the third base side, barely outside the chalk. But Drew Berrigan giving it a look, and the count's 1-2. Bowen, one of 6 lefties on the roster, was the opening day starter at State College of Florida last year. Fastball in the low 90s, along with the slurvy slide and the changeup. There's the slurvy slide, and it's yanked foul. Coach Ope and the staff love the stuff from Bowen. He says he's got great stuff. Not always the most consistent with it, though, as evidenced by some of the inconsistent numbers at the junior college level. 13 games, including 8 starts last year. 2-0 with a 7.3 ERA. Now with UNLV, he'll deal on 1-2. That's high. Velasquez wouldn't climb the ladder as he takes ball 2. Deuces wild here in the 9th. 2-run game, 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. The number 2 man, Zion Taylor, on deck. Bowen on the way with the 2-2. Swung on, line back up the middle. Picked up on 1 hop by Marcos Rosales, second baseman, with a long throw, and it's in time. That's out number 3. So Bowen picks up where Rogers left off. He retires the 2 that he faces, and the tandem takes care of business in the top of the 9th inning. Now for the Rebels, the job is simple. Score 2 to tie, 3 to walk it off and win in the nightcap of a doubleheader. We'll see if they can do it next. It's Austin Peay 5, UNLV 3, bottom of the 9th, coming up on the other side. It all comes down to this. Bottom of the ninth inning in a 2-run game. UNLV trails Austin Peay 5-3 as Gavin Alvetti out for a save situation. Johnny Rodriguez to start off the bottom of the ninth, the left-hand batting first baseman trying to get something started for UNLV. They'll shift on it with Andres Matias, the shortstop, on the right side of the bag. And the first pitch from Gavin Alvetti wrinkles right down the middle for a called strike one. Rodriguez, Sheff and Hurdle the first three to try to get it going. 2 runs ties it, 3 runs walks it off and win to keep the Rebels undefeated if they're able to do so. Rodriguez lifts the hands on a pitch riding inside at 84. Count goes even at 1 to the first baseman. 2 strikeouts and a ground out to second tonight. Rodriguez, a slow start to the year after an outstanding offensive year at junior college last season. Swinging a foul ball straight back, and it's 1-2. Gavin Alvetti came in the 7th inning. Only hit that he's allowed has been a home run. And the only 2 base runners he's given up have been the home run and a walk immediately following. 4-pitch walk to Jaden Sanchez has been the only blemish otherwise. He's ahead here as he deals. Rodriguez just able to get a piece of that breaking ball out the outside. He reached, no doubt about it. But Johnny Rodriguez using every bit of that 6'2", 220-pound frame to get a piece of that one. Alvetti set. Rodriguez stares him down. Here's the 1-2 again. And it's laced to shallow center field. That's down for a base hit. Rodriguez with a leadoff hit in the 9th, and the Rebels have life. Cooper Sheff is the tying run. Will work his way into the right-hand batter's box. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. If you tune into our basketball broadcast last night, you heard me refer to the running Rebels as the cardiac Rebels. We may see the same here from the hustling Rebels under Stan Stolte the very next day. Cooper Sheff with a chance to tie the game with 1 swing. A base hit, a strikeout, and a ground out to second thus far for the shortstop. Watching all the way, he takes a first pitch fastball over the outer half at 86 for a strike. Cade Shadwell in line for the win if the score holds. Reese Lewick as of now on the hook for UNLV. 0-1 slider in there for a strike. Beautiful backdoor pitch from Alvetti as he faded that thing across the entirety of home plate. 0-2 to Sheff. Alvetti gives a glance at the runner on first. A very short lead for Rodriguez. 0-2 pitch, poked straight back as Sheff gets a piece to stay alive. Cooper had plenty of pop in his first year of collegiate ball last season. .281 average with 6 home runs, 12 doubles, and 30 batted in. The 0-2, fouled straight back. And the catcher Conley unable to squeeze it. Heart rate's rising down the first base side as Jaden Hurdle gets loose in the on-deck circle. All of a sudden representing the go-ahead run should Sheff reach. Rodriguez off first after a base hit to center to lead off. Here comes another 0-2. Sheff pokes this one into foul ground on the first base line. Caught him the first baseman towards the dugout. He stops on the turf, reaches up and makes the catch. Checks a throw to second base that's not in time as Rodriguez is able to scamper back. So for Cooper Sheff, an inopportune time to pop out in foul ground. Not only is it the first out of the 9th inning, sets up a double play up the middle with Hurdle working in. Jaden Hurdle stands in from the right side, 1 out of 3 thus far. First pitch in the dirt as he takes low. Hurdle's grounded out to short and second, along with a base hit and a run scored in the 5th. The Fresno native, watching all the way, takes a called strike 1. Hurdle, the designated hitter tonight, getting an opportunity in the nightcap of a doubleheader. Marcos Rosales with a pinch hit home run in his last at bat, waiting next. Swinging a ground ball up the middle, this could do it. Glove by Costello, he feeds the bag at second. Matias with the turn and the throw to first, and that'll do it. In a game that took exactly 3 hours, Austin Peay gets their first win of the year, upending UNLV 5-3 in the nightcap of a doubleheader. A 4-6-3 double play wraps it up. That's fitting because it's the 6th combined double play of the game, 3 turned by each team. And while an undefeated season is nice, it is not the expectation or the reality And Austin Peay hands UNLV their first loss in 3 games to start the year. UNLV now 2-1. The Governors 1-2. And the final line score on the nightcap. Austin Peay with 5 runs on 4 hits, 2 errors, leaving 5. UNLV with 3 runs, 6 hits, 2 errors. They stranded 4 on base. Kate Chatwell with the win to go to 1-0. Reese Lewick falls to 0-1 with the loss, as Gavin Alvetti with his first save, going 3 innings, allowing 1 run on 2 hits, including a home run off the bat of Marcos Gonzalez. The nightcap was played in 3 hours to the nose in front of 762 fans. UNLV splits a doubleheader, and we'll be back tomorrow afternoon to wrap up a 4-game series. UNLV tries to go for a series victory tomorrow at 12:05 on the first pitch. Felix Ong has your start. Excited to get a look at the Florida Gator. I'll be back with you on the call tomorrow. This is Matt Neverett saying so long from Earl E. Wilson Stadium. One final time, Austin Peay 5, UNLV 3 in the nightcap of a doubleheader. UNLV 9-8 winners in the early game. UNLV takes on Austin Peay for the final time tomorrow at noon. And until then, so long.